my knees.
We got 8 minutes past the hour. A brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Helmsy doing the duck walk through the studio. You couldn't see him on camera because he was doing the little duck walk underneath it. Look at him. He's all fired up, ready to go. We'll explain why. We got a busy show today. Let's bring him in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Boy.
What is happening?
Yep.
I was, those big checks that a lot of folks, they write up, and it's good for social media and pictures and all this kind of stuff.
Kind of the ones Happy Gilmore used to get and put in his car.
Yeah.
Always love that.
We have those that Buffalo Wild Wings provided for all of the charity charge presentations where, you can't go deposit this one, but it sure does look good in the picture. And today we have another check presentation. Last month's charity charge, they opened up a new location in Vestavia Hills, Alabama. And if you, aren't from this area, but that's like, hey, that's familiar. That's because that's where the last studio was. And we said that a lot. But they have a new takeout location that really helped. And the number last month really jumped up for ALS Association of Alabama. We'll have Jordy here today. We'll also have their managing director for care services, Janet Thorne. She'll be here. Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings will be here. And we'll announce that next Monday is our next charity charge benefiting Vanessa's Foundation.
That's right.
And that's dear to us. That is who put on the crap run, if you are familiar with Greg going out.
I don't have to run during anything to do with this one. I just got to eat chicken.
That's right.
Well, I can do that.
And they do a lot of great work when they sit there and saw what all the cancer patients were going through for treatment days that are, maybe you're going through chemotherapy, radiation. You spend hours at the hospital receiving treatment. And their goal for the foundation was to brighten the day of those in treatment by sharing not only faith and love, but also maybe a basket of stuff that you might need for those long days.
Yeah.
Chapstick, maybe a journal, puzzle.
Gas card. A lot of people drive far to get there.
Exactly. Maybe
all at no charge.
Yeah, travel size pillow. Or whatever the cake, gum, candy, whatever, and they provide those. They go to the hospitals and hand them out and stuff, and so they do a lot of great work. We'll talk more about them, but I know that's dear to you and Lisa, and that's why you're part of the crap run.
Absolutely.
So that we'll talk about that coming up during the main show. And that's coming up Monday.
You know what else is good
Buffalo
today?
Wild Wings. What's up?
You said we were going to present them a chicken. I'm going to present a little chicken to my mouth. I'm going to be tearing that chicken up.
Hey, I've got a surprise for y'all. and do y'all want to just start right out of the gate?
Sure.
With a surprise?
Yeah.
Yes.
I like surprise.
Of course I do.
Do you want me to go get it? I would have to leave the mic.
Yeah, it's fine.
Y'all good with that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. What is the thing when you rub your hands like when I see you do that?
I'm excited.
It gets my attention,
That
and
means listen up.
I go from this to the going.
It means listen up.
I know.
That's right. I don't know why.
What will you start off with today?
Today I will go with the barbecue boneless wing.
Okay.
Barbecue sauce dipped in ranch with a giant onion ring.
Will you get into that chips and
oh yes,
cheese
That's
dip?
one of my favorite things.
Okay.
You kidding me?
Oh, he got it behind his back. He really wants this to be a surprise.
Oh, you got
What do y'all
it.
think it is?
I have no idea.
No idea.
I present to you protein balls.
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Terry made a batch of balls.
You ready for this? Are you ready for this?
Huh?
Lisa has got into the protein ball thing, and she made a whole tray of them last night also.
Yeah.
So it's protein ball city.
How many do y'all want? I know Greg wants 2. How many do you want? Can't have just one is why.
I'll take the bag.
Here, hold on, let me give you
I
this
see
real
you
quick.
over
How about that?
Excellent.
Because they're a little sticky on the fingertips.
See, I got them here at work and at home.
Yep.
Wow.
Can't beat it.
This is
I just thought maybe
big
we'd
day.
just start right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Big
'cause
day.
Thank
Tim
you.
Spencer won't be here for
Thank
about
you
2
very
hours.
much.
You know, and y'all don't have to. They're gluten free, of course.
No, I'm tearing into them. I just
I only got one.
I want to be that guy, you know.
There you go.
I'll
I just
get
thought-
to.
I know it's on a day that we already have food coming.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
But I mean, Edgar's brings food too every day.
That's
They
a good
provide
rolled
breakfast.
ball too.
It is. You ought to see her rolling them. She is really good at it.
She can roll these balls.
Yeah, well, you know why? Because she makes so much of them. whenever we open the fridge, normally there's protein balls in the fridge. Here's the problem Greg Burgess has.
Snack.
You can't have. That's why I said you need to get 2. You can't have just one.
I actually had one before I left the house this morning.
Really?
When I was up, I was getting me a drink of water out of the fridge, and I saw him in there.
Yeah.
I got me one.
Okay, so you're good then.
No, I'm not good. That don't make
I got to get them back in the fridge because they're good cold. You got to have them cold. And we almost divided them up and put names on them, like we were in elementary school. Or you were in college and your roommates won't eat your food because you got to be careful how many you eat. What's wrong? You good? You all right? It's good, isn't it? Huh?
Real good.
Little man light. But I just wanted to start the day off like that and just tell y'all I love y'all, man.
I don't know. There's a better way to start the day.
Well, I mean, we're getting out of the gate strong.
Really good.
Let's just let's be ready for the day. We got a lot going on. The world's
energy.
Yeah, the world's crazier than ever. We'll talk about that. Did y'all see last night some dude? Was it like the Phillies played last night?
Oh
right?
yeah, they kept hitting home runs.
I know,
10-0.
10-0.
Yeah.
Did you see the dude that jumped the fence and got onto the field? Guys, security laid him out so hard it might have been
security stepped it up on their tackle.
It might have been an NFL fine.
Oh wow!
But
so it was targeting. They targeted him.
I'm not sure because I missed the entire game. I didn't see any of it, but I'm assuming it happened either right after the game or whatever because the bullpen is walking in. Their reaction is priceless. They are laughing because this guy gets decleated, man. Oh yeah, he comes out. He comes out. Woo! Oh, we got footage today.
Okay.
We'll talk about that. But when I was looking through show prep today, I saw that and I was like, oh, they were on last night. And then I see where they won big.
Have y'all noticed that the
10-0.
security is starting to get – I don't know if they were doing tackling drills, getting better at it.
Yeah.
But this year we've had some highlight tape.
Well, you want to know one reason why I think they're turning it up? Well, first of all, that's their job to protect, what the field, the players and all that, personnel. But, this is a crazy world. People we have no coal factor. You don't know what these people are going to do. I mean, most of them are just fandom and they're running out there, look at me. But you don't know what somebody's going to do.
More urgency now because you go, this guy what all's going on in the world.
What's his motive? I mean, good night.
What's her name used to run out and kiss the players and all, everybody'd laugh, and that's funny. Yeah. But
now you don't know what somebody's going to do.
I went out and hugged Rich Rod last night after the Cox won.
Hey, they came back and did it again.
How about that? Pat McAfee's right. They're electric.
They're something else.
I watched first half, then I had to go to bed.
Jack State won last night in college football. I know Tuesday night, whatever. They won.
Yeah, field goal at the end.
And they're now 6-2. Good night.
Rick and Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at BuyRaycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll into protection plan through CarShield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at CarShield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at SimplySafeBubba.com. That's SimplySafeBubba.com, or you can visit RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. If you missed the first segment, we're off and running, and these two are just so happy because Miss Terry Wilburn made protein balls for the staff, and they each had a few for the first segment, so they're ready. They're
That's
ready
a different
to go.
level.
Had
That's
to
a
leave- had to
different
leave-
level
Yep.
of protein ball.
I had to leave a little room for the
Hey,
chicken.
Rick, Terry made a happy for you. Oh, good. Protein balls in the main fridge. Look at him. He's so happy. He's so
Watch
fired
him.
up.
He's gonna say-
Just wanted to let you know, buddy. Protein balls in the main fridge.
I know.
I think we're.
I know.
I just noticed me and Rick got nearly the same shirt.
I know. Well, y'all love each other. Yeah.
Nah, we're brothers. We're like twins,
Yeah.
even though we don't favor at all. So
Right.
that's fine.
Well, we won't go there, but
Fraternal.
yeah. So anyway, so everybody's a little giddy. We're off and running. But Buffalo Wild Wings bringing some food today. We celebrate the last charity charge that benefited the ALS Association of Alabama. We'll talk about that, tell you how much was raised, and then talk about Monday, another charity charge. It just keeps on churning every month, and it's a win for everybody. Great food, great charities, organizations that benefit, and we'll announce that coming up here during the main show. All right, so, man, we've had a lot going on. We just briefly touched on Major League Baseball and mentioned college football last night. Jacksonville State beat Western Kentucky at Jack State, and they won on a last-second field goal. Was it walk-off? Was it a walk-off?
It was a walk-off. Matter of fact, the kicker, when he went to kick, slipped. Still had enough on it to get through. There was a flag on the play, and I thought at first he was going to have to kick it over, but it was actually on Western Kentucky, and the Gamecocks get out of there with a win. So
we're in the middle of 50-something days of football.
Yeah, you brought that up. I want to focus on you. NFL, college, and all that combined.
Like last week when it started, it seems like there's 50-something days that's going to have some either college or pro football.
If you want football, it's going to be there
on any station. But tell you what I'm tired of.
Uh-oh.
We've covered this. I'm going to let it go.
Uh-oh.
And we've even covered
You've had protein balls already. Be happy.
I've covered the duplicate numbers. I don't like that at all.
The what now?
The duplicate numbers.
Okay.
I want that gone.
Yeah.
I'm also done with the pants mid-thigh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. When did we decide we can wear shorts and play? It looks ridiculous.
Yeah. It looks like they're in
It used
shells.
to be against the rules.
Yeah. Now they got them. You're right.
We change? I mean, it looks something, and now because we can't just halfway. We go just a little bit above the knee. In my mind, it somehow makes me faster, which it don't.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going all the way up mid thigh.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why.
I don't. The duplicate numbers thing. I thought of you this past weekend. I don't even know what college football game it was, but whenever they're on the field at the same time, they wear another jersey. One of them does.
Yeah.
And then the staff has to go out there and yank it off of them and pull
and
it over their shoulder
nowadays.
pad, and they have to take their helmets off, and they're getting jerked all over the place.
All because some guy had a number he liked.
And I'm thinking, why? Just wear another number. Is it worth that?
Don't get me started. But because we touched on that a lot, and I still hate it probably worse. But I don't know what's going on with the pants. When we start playing in shorts.
I don't either, but I agree. Now, in high school, they still require that it cover the knee. Now, it's very rarely enforced. I was at one game where the other coaching staff complained about a cornerback that was, hey, look at his knee, and they got a penalty.
If you're a coach, do you take time to point that
when
out?
you're getting your butt whooped, you probably do because you're whining.
Maybe.
But everywhere else, it doesn't look like it's enforced at all. But it's definitely the NFL. I don't.
Everybody's wearing shorts.
Yeah, looks like they're.
I don't have a dog in that fight. I don't really care. The duplicate
ridiculous.
Numbers, yes, I agree with y'all 100% on that.
That's unacceptable.
And it is interesting that we've got 50 days in a row of football, or over 50 days. And Jacksonville State will do it again next week, as they'll go to Florida International, I believe, on a Wednesday night.
Good.
So they'll keep this up at least one more week. Yeah,
that's awesome.
And then in baseball, as we said earlier, the Phillies hit at least 3 home runs last night. It may have been more. Won 10-0. So and then the Rangers, they keep winning as well. So if it continues down this path, we're going to have a Rangers-Phillies World Series.
This is not just baseball; it's sports in general. Teams that get hot, but definitely in baseball, man. If you get hot and you're hitting and you're throwing well at the right time. You can run the table, and Philly and the Rangers are both showing that. They're both up 2-0 against the Astros, who ran the table like the Braves did. The Braves got put out.
And the extended postseason now that we used to, if you came in hot and you had the championship, then you're in the World Series. Now you got to go through all these rounds, so you can go up and down.
Right.
I find it interesting that 3 of the 4 teams left in it are 90-72, have the exact same record now.
That is crazy.
It is weird.
So, and then you have the Diamondbacks, 84-78. But anyway, I think the Rangers-Astros play again tonight.
Okay,
I think the Phillies and they're off.
They're off because they got to go back to Arizona.
Yeah. So
they'll
both play Thursday night.
Okay.
So.
Well, I tell you what, if you're in Philly, buddy, I don't know if you're going to win. I mean, because
and it's different people.
Night they're on fire there.
Yeah, and it's different. But to Greg's point, there's different people hitting these home runs. It's not like one guy's doing it all. They're spreading the love. Man, Schwarber hit 2 last night.
God, did he really? Yeah. He was due.
Yeah. And that's the point. He hadn't done a whole lot. Now he's getting involved. That just shows you how scary
Castro,
it is.
what's his name, was wearing it out against the Braves.
Oh, yeah.
What, he hit 4?
Yeah, I think his son, did you see his son? That had to be a pretty cool moment.
Yeah.
His son's right there on the first row, and he can just look over at him, and his son's going, this is amazing.
Look at me showing off.
This guy got the coolest dad in the world right now. Is there anybody cooler on the planet than my dad? I'm watching him hit home runs, and wow.
Crushed all us Braves. That's fun.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I was concerned. I got to just be honest with y'all about something. And I was bringing this up to Greg, and he made a ruling on it, and I want to ask you.
Oh, goodness.
All right, so
don't tell me what Greg said.
They announced the UAB football game as they host Memphis Saturday. It was at 11 o'clock Central on ESPN2.
Okay.
First thing I thought of is that Beth is going to be back at UAB. And I asked Greg, I ain't got to go back up there, do I? I mean, I've done my
think you've done enough.
Right?
You've done enough on that front.
I'm gonna put that on.
I say leave her alone.
Well,
if you want to go up for a follow-up, that's with you. But
Yeah,
I would not hold it.
You may want to have a cup of coffee with her or something.
Well, I thought I'd be summoned up there from her.
That's possible.
But so I wouldn't say I was like worried about it, but it was in the back of my mind of going, man, is she gonna? Oh no. Well, they had released the announcing schedule normally on Tuesday late afternoons, early evenings on the week of where everybody's going to be, and she's not there.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry.
So
about
no.
it.
She's
Boy, I
not
wanted that
there.
awkward moment. But
I know you did, but he made a ruling on it. You agree with
Oh
it?
yeah,
though.
you went above and beyond any requirement.
Right.
In fact, if you went back, you're running the score up now. You know.
Okay.
I wasn't here
Sure,
on
so
Friday. Did Rick do his impression?
Oh yeah, made it very awkward. Very awkward.
And Speedy was.
Beth Mowens. I'm not sure why, but you guys are still listening to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Beth.
Let me say it this way. I started getting emails Friday about
Hey, this is Beth Mowens.
Hey,
about you and people questioning why you were not, why you were being so sweet about this.
Well, she was kind.
And I'm on your side
I'm
about
the same
this.
way.
But I
would've done
wondered
the
if
same
Rick
thing.
went ahead and did it or not.
I was
Now,
begging.
Rick wasn't so kind.
No,
but
he
yeah,
wasn't.
Speedy was.
No, he
So
wasn't.
he turned it up even
Oh
more.
yeah, he said that Mama loved seeing me and all that. Yeah.
I like kissing that bald head, stuff like that.
Oh, I think you just made
Did
that.
I make
Yeah,
that up?
probably.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. A couple of things here. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at 24/7 Burglar Busting Protection for your home or small business, simplysafebubba.com. Love Simply Safe. I really do. It alerts me of so much that's going on around the house when I'm either in the house or away because I have Simply Safe. And you can too. It's 24/7 live guard protection. They work to have this revolutionary monitoring innovation designed to help you stop crime real time. What do they mean? Well, if an intruder breaks into your home or even a small business, their professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter the criminal or whoever's breaking in with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera 24/7 live guard protection. It's made possible with their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes. It's so simple. It actually speaks to you and tells you what all to do. It's easy to protect your place. For a limited time, you can get 20% off your new system when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring. That's a huge offer and only available for a limited time. Again, it's Simply Safe Bubba. Put all that together, simplysafebubba.com. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Yesterday, we love Cook's Pest Control too. Looky. And I had gotten a call that they were going to come by and do the pest control spraying and everything. Ed, the technician, was going to come by. Ed? Loves the show. Thinks we pick on you too much, Greg.
You do.
And I said, do you realize what you're saying?
Greg, that's a pretty amazing statement.
Isn't it though?
Yeah.
And I said, you think we pick on Greg too much? Are you
Speedy
kidding
said
me?
Ed had been sniffing that bug spray too long.
No. I'm like, Greg invented picking on people. I mean,
That's not true.
you know, and so I'm like, I don't get that. But whenever he arrived, my Simply Safe camera went off and gave me a notification that someone was there.
Safe.
And I looked, and there's Ed. Look at him out there just spraying and stuff. But yeah, he said, "Hey man, how you doing? Good." We just small talking. Oh, y'all pick on Greg a lot.
Yeah.
What?
Tell you what, I'm about tired of it.
And I said, "Hey, you're kidding.
I don't know how he gets through the day.
I'm going to human resources.
I said, "Hey, you're kidding. I know you're kidding. You don't smile after saying that. Don't smile. Hang on." But anyway, there you go. That was just my yesterday. Tommy Lee Jones. Tommy Lee, Motley Crue.
Jones.
Not Jones. I'm sorry, just Tommy Lee. Not Tommy Lee Jones. That's another. That's what's that movie he's in now?
The Burial.
Yeah, I was thinking about. Hey, saw the trailer of
he
that.
playing
Almost started watching it last
Now
night.
I pictured Tommy Lee Jones playing drums for the Crew.
He Tommy Lee with Motley Crue claims he used to drink 2 gallons of vodka a day.
Think about that.
2 gallons.
Gallons, the big ones.
Yes.
A day.
What?
Yes. There's a story out
drink
today.
2 gallons of water a day. 2 gallons.
There's no way.
He has come out and just talked about his past and how he's tried to move forward. And Jimmy Jam, he talked about how much he drank.
Y'all.
And
did you see the part? I read the article too, but what he's amazed by, that he has no damage.
Right.
He said he went and got a full physical from head to toe, scans, everything. The doctor says, you're actually healthy.
Yeah, your liver's
And he's
fine.
like, how? I don't know. He even admitted, he goes, I thought he said, I thought they messed up and were looking at someone else's chart.
Yeah.
Because he abused himself and he must have some unbelievable genetics.
It really is crazy because what he put his body through to get that full body scan clear, it is mind boggling.
Yeah, 2 gallons a day. Guys, he's got to be exaggerating.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Now he was on, I guess in 2020, he came out and was, he was outspoken about sobriety and all this kind of stuff. And he said that now listen, the 4th wife.
Yeah, now he'll have a wife.
Raised concerns then about his dangerous habits when it came to drinking and alcohol.
2 gallons would be considered dangerous.
Yeah. He said, I was really just drinking out of boredom sometimes. He said, I would just wake up and and it would just be building. So I would just go to the vodka and
make him a little drink.
Yeah. He said, the vodka, just a little eyedropper of cranberry or lemon. And I was drinking 2 gallons.
2 gallons.
2 gallons.
Yes.
He said, not pints,
So I take
not
1
quarts,
gallon,
but gallons.
I have 1 gallon and I empty it. You know what I do? I just crack the lid on another one.
Yeah. He said, please understand, like the big handle gallons. Yeah. You know, like I've got a gallon and I'm drinking it.
Maybe he's exaggerating.
Yeah, well,
that's crazy.
Anyways, but that is an amazing story. The story is A, how much he drank, and B, that his scans are come back clear and he doesn't have any health
that's
issues.
another thing. It's amazing that he has no damage.
Yeah,
Listen, I remember when the Crew came out. I was in high school. They were bizarre.
Yeah.
Saw them in concert 2 times.
2?
Mm-hmm.
How are they in concert?
Pretty good.
They're still touring and everything, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
They're on the big
All right,
stadium tour.
talk to me about members. Do they?
Well, they just they were original 4 until this year.
Okay.
The guitar player, he got so old and he had health issues, and they kept adding legs to the tour and adding legs to the tour, and he's like, "Come on, guys, seriously," you know. And of course, I think they had the argument over money, and he sued them and all that. But just they had been the original 4 up till now. Well, they kicked the singer out for a brief 1 album, but it flopped, and they brought him back. Vince Neil.
Yeah. Well, I knew that you would know everything when it came to them, because
great.
I still hear them on tickets of of people that are touring.
Yeah, well, it's them and Def Leppard and Poison and Joan Jett had this stadium tour. Remember the COVID?
That sounds like a really good concert.
Oh yeah, they kept putting it off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they finally got it, and it was a huge success. And then Def Leppard and Crew have just gone out on their own all around the world at stadiums, and they're still doing it. So
wow,
keep getting them checks while you can.
Yeah.
I mean, they all showed up. Both of those bands showed up in the '80s when I was in high school. Still filling up stadiums. That ain't bad.
Yeah. Also yesterday, this hit yesterday. You remember how we've talked about the hottest pepper? What was it? The Carolina
Carolina Reaper.
Yeah. Well, not now, not anymore. Pepper X is now the official new Guinness World Record holder of the hottest chili pepper in the world.
You realize how Carolina Reaper, how awesome that sounds? Pepper X.
What did Elon Musk do this?
Yeah,
right.
X. That's weird.
That is.
It's the same guy that developed the other pepper, right?
Yeah, it's. I
didn't know they were
Ed Curry,
hot pepper
I guess,
developers.
And understand this. Just let me get through this company name if y'all don't mind.
Sure.
Ed Curry of Pucker Butt Pepper Company received the award.
It's not ready.
Now back to a good
makes
name.
sense.
That's a good name.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
They have pepper enthusiast Chili and Noah tried the Pepper X for the first time ever, and they were anyway. Ed Curry was and his company, I won't say it again, was awarded the Guinness World Record for the hottest chili pepper in the world.
It seems like they have a scale that they measure it on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the units, and it's like 2,693,000 units.
And I was reading the story, and I think the guy that's over that company actually, when he ate it, he said he had to physically lay down and lay on his stomach because of the pain until it all passed.
See, why?
Now,
Why?
How much to eat one?
That's one another. I was going to ask y'all about the same thing. With all this going on, Greg, I don't know, buddy.
It had to be a lot of money.
It would be, because it looks like to me you're going to get physically sick.
That's what I'm saying. You actually have to physically recover. Your body goes. I mean, he did. He said he had to lay down on his stomach because of the pain of
Look,
eating.
I
don't think that's healthy. Let's go back to 2 gallons of vodka.
Yeah.
How about, the old Carolina Reaper and Pepper X? Ain't very healthy either. What about when you go in there and you have to sit in the tub?
The only way to
Back
get
to
a
the
taste
pucker.
of this is through their Pepper X hot sauces. They said you cannot buy the pods or the seeds. They're not sold, according to the press release. But he basically started growing hot peppers as a hobby, and eventually moved on to cultivating them full time, and talked about how you raise them and all that.
How do you manipulate a pepper to make it?
I don't know, but good night. I don't think that I would do. I don't know that I would do it unless it was just some kind of crazy number that y'all were going to offer me, or somebody was that I go, okay, if I get sick, I'm still $100,000 in.
Who's the guy that has the show where you sit there and eat hot wings while he interviews you? Some of those get really hot.
Yeah.
They'll have when they go to the next sauce, it'll give you the score on how hot it is and all that. That's pretty good. Watch these people try to do an interview and their eyes are watering.
I'm all about hot and spicy, but I don't want it miserable.
No. I want to enjoy my food. I don't want to struggle
I want
with
to
it.
physically recover from it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Bring smiles to all when shopping online with Dell Technologies Gift Guide. Whether it's for the artist, the entrepreneur, the student, or the streamer, you'll find the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Dell.com/gift guide makes gifting easy with a carefully curated selection of our best tech. Shop now to explore our innovative PCs like the XPS 13 laptop, powered by the latest Intel Core processors, plus this season's top accessories. Visit Dell.com/gift guide today to get a jump on your holiday gift list. That's Dell.com/gift guide.
Hey, nacho fries are back at Taco Bell, and there's even more fries to love. But they're not going to hang around forever, so don't wait. Or you might miss out on these hot, crisp fries covered in all those bold Mexican spices with delicious nacho cheese sauce. Or wait and just settle for flavorless fries. Regular, bland, spiceless, flavorless, flimsy, non-nacho fries. Just an absolute bummer of a fry.
Nacho fries are back. Get them today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057. 800-353-9057.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without.
All right, 10 minutes until top of the hour. Let's go. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick Bubba here. Adler will join us shortly. And coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes, we'll have Janet Thorne, Managing Director for Care Services with the ALS Association of Alabama here, as well as friend Jordy Henson here. Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings here, as we are celebrating another successful charity charge that we had last month, benefiting the ALS Association of Alabama. Man, what a big number we have to talk about that was raised, and that new location in Vestavia really has helped. This coming Monday, Vanessa's Foundation, they will be the beneficiary for this month. That's October 23rd is at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, the day that everybody needs to put down to go out and enjoy some great food and celebrate another great charity, another great foundation that does some great work.
Tim sent me a text. He's got some new dipping sauce. Pepper X. He's bringing Pepper X.
Pepper X wings. What if you heard that? Would you bite one?
I'm a little afraid of Pepper X. I like spicy, but I'm like him said. I don't like to be physically hurt by it.
No.
Eating is supposed to be enjoyable.
Right.
Yeah, if you got to fight your way back out of it, I'm not. Hours later, you're drinking milk because your tongue's on fire.
Right. I agree.
I'd rather be waterboarded.
I don't like.
I think I would too.
I don't like to.
Like if you had to sit me down to say today, and you said, "Hey, at 12 o'clock today, Helms, you got one of two choices. You can either eat this pepper chip or you can get waterboarded." I'm going waterboarded.
I agree.
I am,
and I'm not excited about water.
No, I'm not either. Like it's going to be awful.
Yeah. You ever been curious? Just want to try it?
Yeah, I have.
I just don't want to.
We might set it up on.
I don't like to eat things when my lips are burning and stuff. I don't like that.
Yeah, that's the worst part. Oh my goodness.
Out of all my boys, I think JC is the one that is into eating more of the spicy hot stuff. The other two really aren't that way. No, but JC he'll venture out on that, But when it comes to Buffalo Wild Wings, they're more easy, like Asian zing and stuff like that.
I'm making up something.
I have ventured out. Instead of mild, I went hot one time.
Watch, I always go hot.
And it's hot.
Wings.
It's hot.
It depends on where you go. Sometimes hot is real hot, and
Buffalo
sometimes
Wild Wings is pretty hot.
Yeah, it is.
But I normally go hot.
Mm-hmm.
One time I had the waitress try to talk me out of it. She goes, "You sure about that?" I said, "Yeah." It was really hot. I kind of wished I'd listened to her. Went with medium.
Helmsy, let's end this hour with some questions. What you got?
Do any of the Good Time Gang call Rick and Bubba boss or hey boss man or anything like that?
No.
I don't think so.
Every once in a while, I think I do say. I think I do say to Rick like hey boss or something like that.
We go by numbers like hey 1, 2, 3, all that. So every now and then one doesn't need to be involved with this or something. If it's something that we're just discussing or trying to get through, we'll joke about that. But that's about it.
Yeah. We'll call him Your Majesty, something like that.
You call him Big Brother that I
Big
love,
bro.
and I dress like him.
Big bro.
These are going to be all over the map, by the way. These questions. Do you use floss every day? And if you do or do not, do you use the string floss or the pick floss?
I use the pick floss, and I shouldn't. I know that I need to use the string. I need to floss every day, but I don't pull that off.
How often do you floss?
I floss about every other day.
Yeah.
And I use the string.
I wish I'd.
You do use the string.
And then I chew on the floss.
Yeah, you do. I forget.
Not the one I was using. I'll get rid of it, and then I'll just get a fresh piece to chew on.
You got a lot of billy goat in you.
I know.
You'll chew anything.
Oh, yeah. When I was a kid, I'd eat the edge off a book.
Doesn't need to be
you want to know what I have? I have the pick floss things. And sometimes I'll use those strictly off convenience because I have some in the car, in the truck, and I have some at home.
I like it.
Yeah, I'll do that every now and then. My thumbs,
because we've talked about this before. Toothpicks do not work. All you end up with wood jam between your teeth.
Before you know it, you're eating it.
They don't work. But floss, if you've been eating a lot of chicken or something,
toothpicks
you floss.
will work if you have like a piece of chicken or stuck right here and you just need to just pull it down. That's the only thing you got.
Get back here in them molars.
It's impossible.
Watch it.
Have you ever spent a whole summer in a cast?
No, never had a cast.
No, knock on wood. Not up to this point.
I've never broken anything.
I take you back.
Say up to now, knock on your head or something.
I was either 10, 11, and broke my arm the start of the summer on a skateboard. I had built a ramp in my basement and thought I could go up it and thought I could turn in the air and stuff like that. And turns out I couldn't, and broke my arm, broke my wrist, and ended up in a cast for the rest of the summer.
I guess I've just been lucky because, like I said, when we were kids, climbing trees, jumping ramps on bicycles, skateboards, played sports, everything, and have never broken a bone.
I've been in a arm cast, but not.
I remember my
up
friend,
to this. I keep saying up to this point because you need to do that too. You're going to be one in about a week.
I remember the first time I ever saw somebody break their arm, and I'm talking about a good one. My friend Michael D'Alessandro, he'd jumped off of a ladder and grabbed the rim of a basketball goal, and he lost his grip.
Oh,
and he gets up and holds his arm out, and it looked like a dip in it. It was so gross.
When
was the last time you played dodgeball?
With the staff when we had the team.
Okay.
When we had our little team. Remember we would hop around and play. That was it.
Time.
Yeah, that was. I think that was
mine
last
too.
time.
Mine probably elementary school because we used to actually play it. We weren't scared of hurting people's feelings. That old ball had sound.
Yeah.
Do you know how to use chopsticks?
No.
Uh-uh.
Tried it.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
I get frustrated.
Yeah. I don't understand. I mean, listen, I know some cultures and whatever. I get that, respect that. I don't understand these people that choose. They have a fork sitting next to a chopsticks, and they use the chopsticks.
Let me just say this. Until there's a day where they go, guys, we don't know what happened, but every fork has disappeared.
I know.
Until that day comes, I refuse. One, I don't like the taste of wood in my mouth when I'm eating.
Right.
We had a
I'm just going to let that one go. But this sounds like a Greg statement. If I could, a lot of times people that are they're using chopsticks, they're just trying to be sharp.
Oh, that's all it is.
Well, and
look at me, I got chopsticks. No way they enjoy it.
Well, that's the thing. I guess some people do, because we went to dinner over the weekend. We're in Statesboro, where we're at a Japanese place, and one of our girls, Ukrainian, just used the chopsticks for every single bit. She was using chopsticks for the salad, and she was working those chopsticks like you wouldn't believe. I was like, wow, so you're really good with these chopsticks. Yeah. And several of them were doing, like the sushi and all that you make sense, but she was eating everything with them, and I thought, well, that's pretty impressive that you're pulling that off.
I do think
she wasn't trying to be sharp.
Right.
She was actually.
Yeah, well, she's a foreigner.
Craig,
well, they probably use them.
I think they have forks in Ukraine.
I don't know. They may not.
Well, I think that there's two sides here. There's the people that maybe have grown up and really do know how to use them, and then there's some that want to be sharp and they're just trying to be in front of somebody.
I know. That's what was impressive is she was Ukrainian and doing it.
Right. Let's move on to the next one quickly.
Do you get your sandwich meats from the deli counter, or do you get the prepackaged meats?
I do the prepackaged meats mostly for convenience, but if I'm trying to really go, hey, let's have some good meat, I'll go deli.
That's a good question, and I normally go prepackaged, although I know it's got preservatives and all that crap in it. Because when you look at the date and it's good for like 4 months, you go, well, something ain't right.
Yeah, right.
But I do like them sliced better.
Do you like the machine the guy does to slice them?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just hate waiting on it.
And we know you worked in the meat department. You don't have to bring it up. We know it.
I sure did.
When was
you want that sandwich sliced or shaved?
One more. Oh,
okay.
When was the last time you got the wind knocked out of you?
Oh,
your breath away.
Oh, wow.
You remember what you were doing?
I remember in Little League football getting
I
remember
football,
and they had to come in when they grab your belt and make you lay on your back, and they did that.
Yeah. I got bent over with a football that River threw to me last week. It hit me right in the stomach and was like, oh! But it took my breath away just for a second, but not.
You didn't go down.
No.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
40 years old, and they've never had a job for more than 2 or 3 years because it was just easier to go find, hopefully, what was going to be the easier route. And unfortunately, that's been instilled by the fact that there has not been that example in front of them living that out. And, we've seen the direct effect of this, because being a man's hard. It is. And being a husband is even harder. And you know what? Probably being a father is probably the hardest of all, and that's the reason for the order. But somewhere along the way, we've identified being a man with, having money and having power, and it'll fix all the problems. Or we've identified it possibly with being weak and timid and protection from the responsibility. But, God has called each and every one of us to lead our families. And like you said, I could not be happier to be a part of this. And, man, just proud to know you and the charge that you're leading to, point everybody back to where this biblical manhood can be traced back to.
Well, Brody, Bubba and I, we do have some logical common sense. I mean, we're not going to thrill you with a lot of things, but so let's think about this. And this is the point I keep making to the churches and to anybody who's willing to listen. Let's just break it down, what you just said, okay? If we believe all the surveys and we believe what the Bible says about the man and woman and the different roles equal, but the different roles in the influence of the man. And we can barn right now, the lowest number I've ever seen of any research about the influence of the man spiritually in the home, the lowest number, okay, because sadly it has dropped. It used to be 93%. It's dropped now to about 78%. But they say if a follower of Christ in the house is the dad, and he is the spiritual leader of the home, there's now anywhere from a 75 to 78% chance the rest of the house will follow him as disciples of Jesus. If mom does it, it's about a 23% chance. If another kid in the house becomes a follower of Christ, it's about 7 to 10% chance. Wow. All right, so I'm sitting down with you, okay? Bubba, listen, you're coming to the table.
Yep.
Guys, y'all listen. Hey, guys, I want y'all to invest in an idea I've got. Okay. If you'll invest in the children of a home, I can get you about a 7 to 10% return on your investment. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Hold on, hang on. If I get you to invest in discipling the woman in the house, I can get you about a 25% return. Okay? Tell you what, if we'll take time and invest in the man, I can get you anywhere from 75 to 78%, at one time a 93% return on your investment. Which one would you invest in?
No, I'd go for the higher return.
Well, then why didn't the church do it?
Yeah.
They certainly don't operate that way. Yeah. Not with budget, not with investment. And so what we've decided is saying, well, God's given us this platform, so let's use it. I'm going to go to my grave, and I'm going to be able to stand before God, and I will say, look, I got a lot of things. I'm saved by grace. I did a lot of horrible things. Thank you for redeeming me. But one of the things you called to do is to disciple men and make disciples of men that'll have the greatest influence, and that's what I did. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to keep catering to drama queens. It doesn't mean I'm going to back off every time somebody says, well, you can't name it How to Be a Man. See, that's the kind of problems we got. Yeah. Well, wait a minute. That is the question that everybody's saying. Well, how do you become a man? And then we had the audacity to say, in the person of Jesus Christ, when God became one, and then this last book, learning from real men of the Bible. And somebody's got a problem with that. See, that's the problem. We're so afraid to talk about maleness and being a man that we almost feel like we can't even mention it. And that's just that. Let me tell you something. I want us to believe as a church the same thing that Satan believes about men. See, he's been doing
That's right. Yeah.
Destroy men. You go to any society anywhere, and if you find problems and the family unit destroyed and kids wandering the street and women having to go out and have 3-4 jobs, you'll find what? The men have abandoned their responsibilities. But we've gotten to the point, we've done that for so long, you can't just tell a man, take your responsibility. He doesn't know what you're talking about. So we want to put together we have the Wednesday Bible study that's here. We've got the curriculums that we're going to continue to put out, and then we got events like this, and it's called Pursuit Men's Conference. And if you attend that, you're going to leave there not with a 6-week Bible study. You're going to leave there with a complete, comprehensive plan on how you can disciple the men of your church, or you as a man, as an individual, can be discipled from spiritual infancy to spiritual maturity, or you'll come to the decision, hey, I'm just lost, so I ain't even got started yet. But we're going to do that. And I'm going to tell you, Rich Wingo, Brody Croyle, Bill Searcy, if you haven't heard these men, you need to hear what they have to say. And they do an incredible job, and I have great faith in them. It's going to be held the 21st and 22nd of February. It's $49 a person. That'll be a Friday night and then Saturday, and we'll get you out by lunch. If you want your group to come, it's $39. You'll save some money there if it's 10 or more. We're going to have the proceeds from this benefit Brody Croyle in Big Oak Ranch, and some local ministries there in Dothan. And everybody who signs up to be at this conference will walk away with a copy of How to Be a Man, the 40-day devotion. So, and that's going to be part of your ticket. So you're going to get that with it. So, Brody, I hope this turns out to be as big as we all hope it'll be.
Absolutely. I can tell you, getting to know Heath Fountain and the man that's putting this thing on. It's one thing when you talk to somebody on the phone and you hear the excitement, and then you see them in front of a crowd, and I've been down there to speak for another event for him, but then got to go spend time with him. And you can tell that God has lit a fire inside this young man, and, man, he has taken it, and he is running with it. And to hear your story of just reaching out to you, just to the... I would say utter shock that you actually responded.
Well, look, man, I'm looking for guys that are serious about this. And so, Brody, thank you, and I look forward to being with you in Dothan. And how about this? I promise I won't leave you without a ride. It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we come to you on another hour, on another day, unpacking the stories of the day, taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, etc. We start this hour as we have since the attack on America way back in 2001 with our national anthem. Here we go. 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We have much to do on another day, as you can imagine. Another Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge check going out today. And another opportunity for you to participate with Buffalo Wild Wings as they keep using 10% of their food sales on special charity charge days to great ministries and organizations and charities all over the country. But these are participating locations in Alabama, so we will let you know that. But that's coming up today on the program. We got that, the Wednesday Bible study back, all very topical with everything going on. Today we take a look at the New Jerusalem in great detail. So that's coming up today from Revelation 21, as we are almost done with our Wednesday Bible study walk through the Revelation. Been at it 10 months now. So we are in 21 today. We'll start around verse 9, and we'll get as far as we can. That'll be live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. If that live option doesn't work for you, no problem. We archive it in the audio archive, and the video archive are available to you not long after for you to listen to or watch on your own time, as we say, if you so desire. Also, we'll take your phone calls today. We will not have Bubba very long. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler have done their work today. Adler's settling in. The other guys have already done a kickoff hour. And sitting there for his brief appearance today, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba, your media connection to the real world.
Yep.
Cutting through all the plastic.
Yep. Modern day warfare, baby. It's like a modern day fight. Bang, bang, shoot 'em up. Bubba, I guess story number one is why you're leaving us here in a minute.
Well, Rick, last night I blew a cap out off a tooth, so
Yeah.
I have a hole in my mouth this morning, and we're gonna have to get that attended to right away before it gets out of hand.
So how did it come off?
Well, I was getting ready to watch the Jack State Gamecocks play last night.
Right. Stay cocky.
And I had we'd finished dinner, and I had a little something hung up in one of my teeth on the other side. And
What was for dinner?
I'm
just saying it's something that might be tooth friendly.
It was, catfish and broccoli.
Okay, interesting combination.
What kind of catfish?
That sounds delicious.
Deep fried?
It was fried, leftover from the weekend.
Ooh.
And, the broccoli was fresh.
Right, gotcha.
And
I bet that was quite a battle on your tummy tum.
and an apple.
So I'm trying to get this out. I got something hung up here on the high left side.
Right.
And I got some gum, and I was chewing it too, and flossing, and doing all that, trying to get it out.
Oh boy!
And
you were chewing gum and flossing. at the
Well,
same time?
you know, sometimes you can chew gum and kind of get it to come out. You know?
Right. We're trying.
And whilst I was doing it, I felt something. I felt something crunchy in my mouth. I was like, "Wait a minute, what is that?"
Oh, listen, I've had it happen 3 times, and it's very confusing at first.
Oh, yeah, you don't know what's happening.
I spit one out. Remember, I thought it was a milk dud, and it was my tooth. I spit out in the park.
Oh, look, a milk dud take a crowd.
Yeah. So this was not. This was gum I chew all the time. It wasn't anything that would necessarily pull dental work out. But anyway, so it came loose.
Well, I like milk duds.
The good news is I was able to retrieve it as opposed to swallowing it. Because if I swallowed it, we'd have to get the old strainer out and try to retrieve it in a few days.
I'd say, hey, baby, it's gone.
I would think so. I'd say, build me another one.
Yeah. Start from scratch.
Well, you sound fine, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a little sensitive. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Right.
So it may have been that may be the tooth. I've had a root canal on before. I'm not sure.
So I know at one point.
I just know I got a big hole in there. I know that.
I don't know how. I don't know. Have you tried to eat anything since then?
No. I'm just keeping everything on the other side.
You feel the remnants of the glue and all? Were they?
Well, I feel the sharp edges and the hole. Right.
You know,
a little bit tiny.
You know how sometimes you try to protect people and say, look, let's see if we can keep him from seeing maybe a scene that might traumatize someone.
Right.
Let's see if we can shelter our loved one from something that may be traumatizing. I know you're saying that you want to stay the whole hour.
Yeah.
If you do that, I must warn you that you will probably see Buffalo Wild Wings coming in.
I know.
And
you chew on that.
Hey, that's my luck right there.
Will you try to chew on the other side, or will you leave and not see it?
Yeah, I'm not going to eat it.
Would you like to not see it?
No, I don't.
I mean, I hate for you to see it coming in
okay.
as you leave.
It's okay. It's hurting enough that I don't want to eat.
Okay.
So
at one point, I thought, how about this? Well, man,
you know how you just
turned worse than I thought it was.
Holy moly!
Son of a!
Did somebody call the show earlier and say we were too mean to Greg?
Yeah, you remember that?
Who said that?
Emailer Ed, who is with Cook's Pest Control,
And
my
Ed's
technician.
correct.
He was cleaning outside
Greg.
the house and doing stuff. He goes, y'all sure are mean to Greg sometimes.
Yeah,
I think he was
I
kidding.
hear that all.
Okay.
No,
You know what
think
that
he
is?
was
That's
kidding.
like somebody saying that the Allies were rough on Hitler.
I said, we pick on what? Did you just say we pick on Greg? No.
I get that a lot.
Yeah.
Look at the World War II.
What's that? A little rough on the way down.
Right.
So we're gonna run and get this taken care of before they open up this morning. Hopefully.
Well, I bet they appreciate that.
Maybe I can get back.
I bet they love that.
It happened.
I'm going through a
rough patch right now.
You know,
swallow it would have been.
I don't think this qualifies. This is more like just a bump of every day on the road of life.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Y'all have a blessed day. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for what you're doing. So go ahead. We got it in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. Go ahead and get your group together and be with us next year for the Pursuit Men's Conference.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, two topics. We'll talk about either one. Do you want to talk about the huge crater?
Let's go crater first.
Yeah. Now, this didn't have anything to do with that dream you had about me and you.
No, that was weird, wasn't it?
So,
That was weird.
so did you ever figure out what we were showing people?
No.
Yeah. That's hilarious to me, by the way.
He was
Bubba
quite
had
a device.
had a dream that we were doing some sort of presentation about a device that we were driving around, but he didn't know what it was.
Well,
hey, look, be on
I'll
the
tell you
lookout for
about
that.
it.
Hey, listen, be on the lookout for that.
I'll tell you, it was weird.
That might be
it was one of those, the bus is driving and nobody's at the wheel type things.
Or a premonition.
Yeah, well, I don't know what this could have been.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, we have a giant crater here in a cornfield in Germany. Now, this is a pretty big one. It's 4 foot deep, and what was the measurements here? 40 foot across. This was believed to be an unexploded World War II bomb that probably fell into this corn patch during a bombing raid and never exploded, was covered up, and here it is exploding more than 70 years afterwards.
Wow, pretty big.
Look at that.
That's your big boy.
That's a big boy right there. Now, no one was hurt in the explosion. Locals said they heard the explosion in the middle of the night and woke to find this crater. And they say in Germany it's not totally uncommon. They find a lot of unexploded munitions left over from World War II. and occasionally one of them blows up. And but wow, what about if you're plowing that field? And that goes off. They're lucky that it was in a field and not in a neighborhood somewhere.
And I know you said it, but I looked at this story yesterday. Is the first time I saw it. So they just think it's something been left out there from WW2.
Yeah, this was some bombing run. Who knows if it was the Americans or who? And one of the bombs got buried probably in a muddy corn patch and just sunk in, and finally it detonated.
And Bubba, who should be concerned today?
Well,
I know where this is going.
Anytime I see
we got people
this,
in the audience from there today.
Anytime I see this, I think of Savannah, Georgia.
Here it goes, Savannah, Georgia. Here it comes.
You're familiar with this, right? I mean, everybody there is, right?
Sure.
So they have a.
Go ahead and tell them. Some people don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it's an unexploded nuclear device there,
Right out there in the ocean.
It's hanging out.
Hydrogen bomb. I mean, a good one.
Bubba has been concerned about this for years.
I am. I'm concerned. I kind of want to go down there one Saturday and have them look for it.
Well, I
get my pontoon boat out there and go around cruising looking for some radiation leaks.
Really? Are y'all concerned about that? This thing? A little bit? Okay.
Tiny.
I didn't know if
not till it goes off.
Right.
But
somebody said Paula Dean found it.
They do lie dormant. They do lie dormant and go off later on.
Bubba,
So,
I mean, can you say today with that picture of that giant explosion, can you say, I think it is factual,
there it is,
that they can go off after how long?
70 years. And, we lost the nuke in the 50s. So
here we go. Well, that looks promising.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that delivers for us. The lady holding plates and plates of food.
We looked outside the window and I like watching her go right by. Look, she's going right by Big Boy.
Yep.
Isn't that a beautiful sight? Somebody with plates of food going right by Big Boy.
I wish I'd have caught it.
Yeah, so I think we're going to look in. But people arrive here with stuff all the time.
Yeah.
I love the idea of this studio where you can look in. The things that go by here.
I know. The things we see, it's something else. But I just thought that was interesting, that going off after all that time. Yeah. What a hole, too. I mean, what a picture from above. That's crazy looking, isn't it?
That's wow.
So, I mean, who knows?
Look out, Savannah.
Howard and Enterprise.
Look out, Tybee Island.
Howard, go ahead, buddy.
Well, hey, good morning. I appreciate you taking my call. I wanted to talk a little bit, just a moment, about growing to be a man and options. Well, a previous caller had said that was critical of options and only having a job for 2 or 3 years. I just wanted to say that most businesses today don't want you to stay longer than 3 or 4 years because they don't want you to get vested in their retirement program. So really, there's not that much of a negative to changing jobs every 2 or 3 years, provided that you're growing, that you're getting a better job, more responsibility.
No, that's not what Brody Croyle was talking about. That's called moving up the
previous call.
Yeah, that's talking about moving up the ladder. What he's talking about, and we do deal with this with business owners, football coaches. Look at this thing about the portal and all that. That we have a generation of young men that if something gets too difficult, or if they don't get instant satisfaction or instant gratification or instant results, they, instead of sticking with it, grinding it out, and so 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we work our way back. So one of the things, we always talk about here, especially since there's a concern out there that we're too mean to Greg. So
yeah, I'm getting counseled.
Y'all know that we those of you that have watched the show and listened to it, you know that we all talk about that one of the big dreads here. And of course, there's not a fashionista in the house. Speedy's probably the closest thing we had before he faded. Now, back when he was still shopping at the Buckle, he was still probably the closest thing we had to I'll never grow weary of talking about you shopping at the Buckle.
That says it all.
It does.
Even if you don't know what the Buckle is.
Right, yeah. And so Speedy, he hung on to fashion long. Now, of course, I never had fashion, so there was no hanging on to it for me.
I'd long since surrendered that front.
Right, and
It all changed when I stopped shopping for myself, and my wife would just bring clothes home.
Right.
You need a new shirt.
Yeah,
You need new shoes.
That's
Really?
another one of those markers when you're old. When people say, "Yeah, no, let me get you some stuff. It's a little more age appropriate." Or you go to the buckle and nothing fits.
Yeah.
But anyway, so here the other problem that we have is because we have been doing this show. I mean, the smallest amount of time that anybody has been on this show is what, 15 years?
Yeah.
That's the smallest window.
That's the rookies.
Yeah, that's the rookies. So nobody's new. So over time, what do? We all get stuff from people.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a good chance you'll go to work and be wearing a shirt just like everybody else or very similar.
Yep.
Now, if I walk in and I've got a Rick and Bubba shirt on and somebody else does too, that's no big deal because that's like you have a new uniform.
Yeah.
Right.
But today,
Like the Maytag man.
now keep in mind, and it involves Greg too. Yesterday, my wife got to see this because we were all working on something yesterday as a family, and so Sherry got to see firsthand. Things like if I come through the door with nothing on, just the fact that I decided to put a pair of jeans on. Mm-hmm. I told Sherry, and she heard it yesterday. The first thing I'm gonna hear from the person that we're too mean to is, Lord have mercy, Rick has got his blue jeans on. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, Greg, I'm just wearing jeans.
Washed.
So today,
he's sporty.
Yes,
today
sir.
it's getting a little cooler where we are, and I know it's
Rick's not used to being fine.
Yeah. I
He's
keep telling Sherry, look, you've had this your whole life. I'm new to all this.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Get overrun.
I was I put on a I have not been. What are these called that I have on? There's a name for pullovers.
I call them pullovers.
Is it a
Quarter
pullo-
zip.
Yeah. So
quarter zip.
So I
it is.
I never wore these because fat people shouldn't. Okay. and they were uncomfortable. I didn't like them. And then over time, last winter, people started giving me some, and I was like, well, this is a good in between shirt.
It is
when it's not quite freezing, but it's not quite hot.
Yeah.
And so I started getting to where I could wear them a little bit,
like
and
a thin pullover almost.
Yeah, and so this is the first time in the season that I thought today's a pullover day or whatever this is. And so
They're really comfortable.
As soon as I come in the door, Greg's like, "Oh man, hey, so you gonna wear the same shirt I got on?"
It's similar.
And I'm like, well, it is similar. And now it's bothering me so much. I do have two shirts hanging in my office, and I'm thinking about changing my shirt.
Oh, come on.
Are we?
I can't wait for the shot that when Bubba leaves and Greg slides over because of the TV.
Oh, no.
That y'all both
no.
are going to look just alike.
Oh no.
Rick's like when we was little boys. Mom used to dress.
It's going to be just like that, like we were little boys.
Yeah.
My goodness, what is this, Easter?
I might take a picture of that shot.
Okay, I'm changing.
Yeah, go.
I'm changing
you got to
shirts.
stay with it.
Andrew, what do you think? I mean, I know that Greg's your nemesis. Do you want me to keep making him uncomfortable?
I think y'all both need to hold pumpkins and take pictures.
That's
so good. We go the pumpkin
That's
patch.
so good. And Bubba's got really a shade of blue on too. Really, all through here we've got all kinds of. Now Bubba doesn't know that. He thinks his shirt is green. But,
Yeah, he does.
But so we do
blue-gray
we do have that. I think when we go to the two shot, when Greg moves,
I think the challenge is for you to have to try to make it through the show without changing. And that's what I want.
Yeah. See, the option's not there for me. I don't have another shirt here.
I'm going to see if you can stand it.
I do have one in the truck.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if you can stand it.
Yeah. So what we are is Mama's little men.
Yes, and I can't wait to see it.
All right.
And I actually might have y'all stand in front of Big Boy and take a picture.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And post it.
All right, we're doing
at least on my story.
And Greg may even post it on his Instagram.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
He'll send it to Lisa. She'll post it and put an emoji.
Right. And then we'll know it's not Greg that posted.
Yeah, I got to start finding stuff put on there.
Buddy,
thanks,
don't be scared.
Don't even start.
Is the key.
Yeah.
He looks at things like it's hot or he's scared of it. Don't be scared of your phone, buddy.
Ain't nothing to be afraid of, Greg.
It's not the sun. Why are you squinting?
How about speaking of phones? That these little things in your routine that just aggravate the fool out of you.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, if my adult children ever descend on my home and spend any amount of time there, they take one of our chargers. Now I don't know why they do that. Do they not have their own chargers?
I don't know.
And then the one that took the last one, he was like, Oh, I thought that was mine. I didn't know that was
Nothing.
yours.
I thought
And I said,
At the hunting camp, you better be careful. They'll unload every one. So I label them, put stickers all over them.
And I was like, well, you ever gonna bring it back? They're not inexpensive.
Well, you buy a dozen of them, and then before long, you don't have any.
You know,
so you got to do something.
They're not inexpensive.
No,
when somebody takes one, I mean, when you count it,
it's ridiculous. Trust me, I know.
Yeah, well, yours, computers, that more than the phones. Those chargers?
Yeah. Oh, they really like those.
Yeah, they love those.
Yeah, but I deal with this whole charger thing at the house. It's a constant battle.
So now what's happened, and y'all know this, especially me, and Bubba was talking about just the other day because he's had to deal with the fact that if I get out of my routine, I lose things. So now what's happening? I have to take my charger out of the car, take it into the house, plug it in when I go to bed at night with that, then take it back out to the car the next morning.
Oh, boy.
Because my phone's gotten old enough now that it won't hold a charge all day.
Okay.
I have to, when I get in the truck, I put it back on the charger and all that. And so what happens, though, with the in and out, you're pulling it, you're moving it.
Yes.
And so this morning I walked to get my phone, and I look, and it's sitting there dead as a wig. And I'm like, what's going on? And the thing wasn't always pushed in.
It didn't charge overnight.
So I've got it in there charging.
You know what I had to do?
You can't have a doggone charger.
How
can I not have a charger?
I had a thing with multiple, plugs that you could plug in at the hunting camp years ago.
Yeah.
People kept taking the cords. So I finally just glued them in there. You can charge up, but you ain't carrying the cord all the way.
See, that's the ultimate. Like the other day, I told Bubba, I said, I want to try to experiment with some of this only child stuff. And now we're okay because Greg brought some in. Thank you for that, by the way. You getting Bubba some metal yellow zeros and getting some knives.
That was a game changer.
And getting some knives. That was very kind of you.
I was so
to do
proud
that.
of you.
Yeah, that was
motivated me.
So
I brought in ketchup.
Well, you did that and posted something on Instagram within 24 hours.
Greg,
I couldn't believe it.
When you did those things, which were a service to everybody here, I want to thank you for that. It even made me not put an envelope on your desk yesterday. I said, not today.
It's okay.
Now that y'all told me I can mail from here myself, I'm just bringing stamps.
Rick,
that's it.
No, that's fine, Greg. I mean, I'm right now. I'm even going to wear this shirt.
You gonna keep it on?
But anyway, I brought a handful of plastic knives because we have a shortage on those here from the house, and I hid them in one of my drawers like Bubba.
Just in case.
And I told him, I said, I'm gonna try some of this only child stuff, see how it works.
Yeah.
You can't buy just knives.
I know.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of bothered me.
What you did's your only option.
Attaboy, Greg.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Producing that result, they just quit.
Yeah,
I think you're always trying to look at options moving up, but the flip side of that is you get to the point where you have no stickum. You won't battle at all, and you never do anything but jump around.
And the problem with that, Howard, is then when things get tough being a husband and tough being a father, guess what you do? You quit on that too.
Yeah.
And that was the point that Brody Croyle was making. What you're talking about is kind of a different thing, and with all due respect. Animal stories. Animal stories. We got this one too. This is not good. All right, I'll go ahead and if you've been listening to the show for any of the 25 years, you know that the thing that and we all have these little things that we don't like. Some people don't like tight spaces. Some people don't like heights. We all got these little phobias that bother us. I have, and I've even included in prayers before. I understand. One of two things is going to happen. I'm going to pass away at some point over something, or I'll be here when the Lord returns. One of the two is going to happen. Okay.
Yeah, you've narrowed it down. Right?
I've narrowed it down.
That's pretty much guaranteed.
One of those two things, and I have asked that if it's the first, not the latter, the only thing I'm asking, please don't kill me by an animal. I don't want to be killed by an animal.
You're talking about eaten alive?
I do not want to be eaten alive. To me, that is one of the most horrific thoughts ever.
Right.
To be eaten alive by an animal, and so I live my life.
Especially if it starts at your feet.
Well, I live my life saying that, and you've heard this. Remember this old bit. I don't know if y'all, but if one does take me, I'm going to make it extremely difficult.
Oh, I'm with you on that.
I mean, no animal will take me easy. Nobody will say, "Well, Rick, just walk right into that."
I wonder what bear got Rick. What's the one with one eye?
Yeah. It's the one over shaking his head.
Yeah. He's got a tooth out and one eye.
You see fur in my mouth laying there, and you say, God, he tried.
He tried.
But anyway, Greg, listen to this.
Rick,
Greg, this is awful.
And let me tell you, some of these stories, we don't have the documentation of the pictures to go with it. This one we do, and it is unbelievable.
Oh, boy.
A Russian man was attacked by a brown bear. The bear broke his spine, but did not kill him immediately. It drug him into his cave and kept him to eat later.
Greg drug him in there and left him south.
Hey, nice picture, guys.
The man
as
was
a
in
snack.
there for 30 days.
The bear had him put back in the cave for when he needed a little something.
Oh, my God.
His name is Alexander. He is Russian.
He survived.
He was discovered.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
Did
yeah.
He
Oh, yeah.
survived.
He's alive.
He's
Yes.
alive.
He was discovered by hunting dogs
It don't
in
look like
a
it.
remote part of Russia, close to the border with Mongolia.
He's not alive.
Initially, hunters thought the body had been mummified by the dry
That's what it
air,
looks like.
and
Listen.
they were stunned to discover the man was alive when he opened his eyes.
I'd have took off running.
Medics.
They said his face and body was covered, encrusted with dried blood and dirt. His skin was deathly white. His eyes
just
were
saw the
dull
picture.
but
Look at
barely able to open. And he said that the bear attacked him, drug him in there, and he guessed was waiting to eat him later.
You know what? I think. Can I tell you that you
That
look,
guy that I'm looking at right there is alive.
Yes. You know what the medical team?
Look, he's talking. He's moving.
The medical team. Listen. The medical team said, Greg. Listen to me, Helms, Bubba. They said they cannot believe he survived these kind of injuries.
Ricky's in there for 30 days.
And it broke his back and just shoved him over in the corner.
Now, it said experts.
Boy, you better be glad it didn't get hungry.
Somewhere, by the way, the bear forgot he had that. 30 days.
How about
Somewhere
this?
that bear went.
Listen, this is what they say. They say brown bears have been known to partially or completely bury animals they kill or drag off for later, waiting days or weeks before returning to it. This guy's a veterinarian of science there in Russia. He theorized that they do this to keep the prey hidden from other scavengers while the meat decomposes and becomes ripe, making it easier for them to eat.
I'll tell you this, he was close to ripe.
Yeah,
He was.
Oh, he is right.
I bet the bear forgot about him is what happened.
Don't you think somewhere the bear, because a week, this guy that went 30 days, the bear somewhere is going to get hungry one day. Say, oh, God, I got that old skinny guy laid back up there in the.
That's what it was. Ricky, he had him. He thought there ain't a whole lot to this guy. And then he found something better.
Mm-hmm.
And then
you got to think they when they can find food,
Guys,
they get it
is
and they
that
store
real?
it
That's
for
a
later.
Puppet. That ain't real. That's some puppet.
Greg, it's not a puppet.
They said that the hunters were in the area and their dogs ran by and ran into the cave and started barking before they could get there. And basically, they knew something was in there they needed to look at.
So let me tell you this. Let's say we found no mummy there.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, man, that's a poor old guy. And all of a sudden he opens his eyes.
Oh, it scared me to
I
death.
take off running. I don't let up.
But see, here's where it creeps in. Now I'm picturing
Now
being,
he's a zombie.
Now I'm picturing being the guy. I'm picturing a bear's got me. He's broke my back. He's rendered me unable to do anything. Oh my gosh, he's taking me back to the cave.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, I'm still alive. He is taking me back to the cave. I'm going to die a horrible, slow death.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Field of Greens. Man, what a great product. The Mayo Clinic, highly respected. As a matter of fact, our charity charge today is going to the ongoing research for ALS. And you remember our friend Jordy Henson, who unfortunately has been diagnosed with ALS, but he's part of a study that's going on at the Mayo Clinic right now. But if you here's what the Mayo Clinic is saying. If you want to help prevent heart disease, one of the things that they say is going to serve you really well. If you have high blood pressure, they say here's what you need to do. If you have high cholesterol, here's what you need to do. Eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Now, why do you think that is? That is because the way our bodies were designed, however you think we were designed, we have our obvious point of view. Yours may differ. But however, the body is designed to run on certain fuel. And just like your automobile, some fuel not so good, some fuel really good. And our bodies run really well on 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. So a great way to ensure that you're doing that is really pretty simple. You just go to fieldofgreens.com. Now, some of the others you may see or hear about that make similar claims, remember, with Field of Greens, each vegetable was medically selected by doctors and to support vital organs like your heart, your lungs, your kidneys. Anybody fired up about your immune system right now? Boy, you talk about taking a great step here. Fall means flu season. We know that. And Field of Greens will also help you stay healthy. So works fast. You'll feel better. Got more energy. I can speak to that. I've been doing this for a few months now, and I will tell you the results have been staggering. So we'll save 15% for you right now, too, if you go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. We also have a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so a couple of things. Last night, the playoffs are continuing in Major League Baseball, and the Phillies just keep on whacking.
I mean, they are on fire.
Yeah, that fun team to watch. Didn't see it, but I heard the kickoff hour talking about it, and we now have the video from Adler. You know, we also have been, I don't know, your source for great security tackles of all time.
Yeah. Well, you're going to see a winner here, buddy.
Okay, so
I think even better than the tackle is the bullpen. Now, the Phillies just won 10-0. So everybody's excited. The reaction from the bullpen when this guy gets depleted is the best part of it, in my opinion.
So where are we playing?
We're in Philadelphia.
Okay.
They just won. They're going up. They've gone up 2-0.
Audio?
Yeah. I didn't hear any language in it.
Okay,
I just hear a ooh.
Okay. But watch how hard this guy gets taken
coming
down.
from over in it looks like left field maybe.
Okay.
Usually you'll see somebody running, and then the bullpen is walking in. From the outfield back into the dugout, and that's where we start here.
Hey! Boy, that's a good one. Oh, that is a great one. The bullpen loves it. Hey!
Never saw him coming.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so good.
Everybody says this would be a penalty if it was in the NFL.
Let's see if it would be. I don't know.
That's a pretty good tackle.
That's a clean tackle.
Yeah.
If it was a block, it would be, but if it was the tackle, no.
Now, tackle, fine. If it was a blindside block, yes. Yeah.
The guy's view appears to be slightly blocked by this guy in the white.
Yeah.
Or he's just not looking.
He looks to the bullpen
guy.
guy.
He does. And when he looks back.
And then one of the pitchers just falls to the ground laughing. I remember doing that when Kyle Maynard was wrestling Greg.
Yes.
You just lose all control and just fall.
Right.
And they all start laughing.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's one of the better hits I think we've seen in any of them.
Well, and to the idiot running on the field, he's running straight up. You know, no run. You need to get down behind your pads. You're not ready for a hit, buddy, he took a good one. And this is the kind of stuff, because what security is trying to do, and I applaud them, is they're trying to. Now I know that usually these idiots will put themselves in danger, then try to sue somebody for hurting them. Mm-hmm. And I don't know the guy got hurt, but I will say this kind of stuff does go a long way to make you sitting in your seat go, I don't think I'm going to run out there.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to stay right here, maybe get another hot dog.
Right.
So, Bubba, you also let us know that we have a nun who has tackled someone.
Yeah, we have a facility. It's a religious center that is being built, and we have some environmental protesters trying to stop the process. I don't know why, but why did they do anything?
Yeah.
And he is trying to run. They're grabbing pipe and things. The nun takes him down, into a ditch.
So
It's
to your point, do they think nuns are out to destroy the earth?
Rick,
nuns don't even drive, do they? I mean,
you know how they are.
Okay.
And the climate protesters have pipes, these plastic pipes for some reason. I don't know what they're going to.
They're breaking some of them, but not this one.
And now, Rick, from the story we had, this is in France.
Okay.
It's a French nun tackling an environmental protester.
Oh, that's even better.
Attempting to stop construction.
And then they're going to break his little pipes as well, his PVC pipe.
Right.
Look at the nun. Look at the nun. Oh! The nun gets him down.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh. Look,
Down she goes.
Now, let me tell you, she just got a job at a Catholic school right there. Thank you, Adler.
I'm confused
She roughed
about
him
the
up.
pipe. So the protester had the pipe, and they're breaking his pipe, or was he
Yes.
stealing the pipe from the
Here
job
comes another
site?
guy with the pipes.
Yeah, this guy has pipes over here, and this guy has pipes. So I guess the protesters have pipes. I don't know why, but they do.
They must mean
Look at
something.
her. She cuts him off.
Y'all,
Takes him
She
down in the
slams
ditch.
him.
She wraps him up and slammed him into a ditch.
I want you to
say
picture.
it. He's a bun guy too, Adler. I
That's like
hate
me
that
in
for
30
you, but
years, right there.
Let's talk about.
I'd never let him live that down to the
Oh,
nun.
no,
Took
never.
him down. You know,
What if he worked here?
That's
And
actually
that
me in
happened?
10
he'd
years.
leave. He wouldn't stay.
Be the end.
That's me in 10 years, not
all right,
30.
so this is going back to the story. According to the environmental group, the construction threatens the survival of rare plant species that have not been properly protected. And there was a human chain of nuns that were trying to stop the activists from getting any closer to the construction site. And after this, I believe they went back.
Good feet and everything.
She does have good feet.
But that's what they're protesting, plant species.
Let me tell you how much protesting he got to do. That'd be none.
None.
She shoved him in a ditch.
None. I would. That guy, he couldn't go to a family reunion. He'd never hear the end of it.
Oh, no.
I
got
would be
dumped by
on him
none.
so bad.
I would even walk up to him at a coffee shop and say, "Aren't you the guy I saw getting tackled by the nun?"
That doesn't happen a lot.
No, it
We
doesn't.
should have cut his hair while he was down.
Sure.
Back to baseball. We now have a hilarious. There's nothing. We really enjoy the downtrodden Homer announcers, and so these announcers they fear this batter. Correct.
It was the start of the game, which is great. And I think the audio itself, Adler says he can roll it and it'll be fine. But essentially, the Diamondbacks announcer is talking about how dangerous Schwarber can be at the leadoff spot and how quickly this can get out of hand.
Yeah.
And I want you to hear how quick he says the score. Okay. Just watch how.
So we're getting started.
Yeah. This is a first batter.
Okay.
First batter.
Allen ready to go against Kyle Schwarber to lead it off. Schwarber 4 for 25 this postseason, but always a threat up there at the plate. And there's oftentimes, Candy, where he can really lift this crowd with a long home run to start a ballgame.
He's one of those leadoff hitters that really aren't expecting him to get a little base hit, try to steal second base. They're trying to get one run on the board real quick.
Oh, no.
And his first pitch is hit to right. 1-0 Philadelphia.
It ain't even left the park yet.
You know.
And it's 1-0 Philadelphia. And he just set it up. Come behind. They get a home run from this guy.
Well, he's saying the Phillies don't even approach their leadoff hitter the way most people do.
No.
He's not trying to get on base. He's trying to get up. He's trying to get a run.
1-0.
That's a drive to right field. 1-0 Philly.
You know, I know he's not Bob Uecker, but he sounds
Yes,
like
he
Bob
did.
Uecker.
Oh,
He's got that
great.
same kind of tempo to
Man,
it.
it's
Let's hear it
1-0.
one more time, man.
that's
That was good.
hilarious.
Let's hear it again.
One more time.
Sick 'em.
Aren't expecting him to get a little base hit, try to steal second base. They're trying to get one run on the board real quick.
And his first pitch is hit to right. 1-0 Philadelphia.
He never even paused.
There wasn't even a comma in there.
Oh, that was hit so hard.
And his first pitch, 1-0 Philadelphia.
1-0.
There's the first pitch. So 1-0 Philadelphia.
That's good. Good stuff.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top.
Good.
866 We Be Big is our number as the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guns don't work on Sunday.
And right when I'm just about to the point, he's going to come back and eat me. Now I've got to wait on him to finish.
Come
me.
back and yeah.
Guys, I mean, that's the most
It doesn't
awful.
get any worse than that.
Lord, please. Greg, animals, that just ain't
That's
the way.
bad.
That ain't the way to go.
Rick, that there is worst case scenario. I mean, if you say animal attack, what's the worst case scenario? Well, there it is.
That's not good.
Now, people.
That one, and like you said, I'm starting at your delicious calves, and I'm working my way up.
Yeah.
People are comparing this to that movie that you love, Greg, that starred
Revenant.
Leonardo. How do you say it?
Revenant.
This is
that
also,
was quite an attack scene.
Yes,
that
it
one.
was.
This is also a
Based on a true story, by the way.
region in Russia that is favored by Putin for vacations.
Well, of course it is.
Well, when he killed Putin, he'd have killed it.
Shirtless. The
Uh,
Revenant. See, don't get me started.
I haven't watched the movie because of you.
Now you need to watch it, but he just crawls around too long. We get it. He's gimped up. Okay,
Well,
let's
sounds
move
like
on
this guy.
to the
This
point.
guy had a broke back; he couldn't move.
Look, there it is.
Oh, my
Now
gosh.
the attack scene in that is number one. is a good one.
But you've told me that it's not worth staying with.
Well, it is. He fell asleep.
Okay.
He fell asleep during the movie.
Is that supposed to be? Is that supposed to get me inspired to watch it?
Well, no. But when you get up at 2:00 in the morning and it's like 12
hit
in
him
the
fast,
afternoon.
didn't he? He had a gun, didn't he?
Well, it gives you a lot of that Tom Hanks
movie.
Greg, he had a gun, right?
Fantastic.
In that
movie.
scene?
That's why I saved
It is a fantastic.
It knocked
movie.
him down, didn't it?
Fantastic.
Yeah,
a big word.
It is, Rick, and that means it's a
Look,
good movie.
He sees it coming behind him.
Is that Dan Moultrie fantastic or real fantastic?
No, if I was going Dan Moultrie, I'd say unbelievable.
Okay.
Rick, here's the deal, and I'm gonna be honest with you. By the end of the movie,
No,
it could have been really good, but they made it weird.
Guys,
they
there's-
made it, that old Indian weird. When I got an Indian spiritual weird,
Rick, listen.
you know what I mean?
Listen.
I got a medicine man
The
weirdness.
opening scene is worth the price of
The
the
opening
admission.
scene's excellent.
And then this is worth it. And then towards the end,
Was it not weird
the
when he got
horse.
in-
What about the horse off the
yeah, I
cliff?
forgot
See, you
about the
forgot
horse.
about that.
That was pretty good.
And the fight at the end is phenomenal.
The part
There's
that I didn't like
things
was
in
him
this
and that Indian. You remember, and he put him in that thing, and
That
then he
was
comes
weird.
out
I'll
of the
give you
Indian.
that.
I mean,
I'll
that was
give you that. It was weird, but that doesn't.
Indian weird.
You know who
fantastic movie.
You know, I think they need to do a movie about, and I can't remember what day we did it. It was in one of the Wednesday things, and it might have been Farrar's book that we did, the one before what we're doing now, finishing strong. The guy who was so, rowdy that when Lewis and Clark said, "Look, we've found enough," and they went back, and he said, "I'm not done. I'm gonna keep on going my own." Remember the guy that got captured by the Indians, and he did that run. Remember that because they loved.
Oh yeah.
Remember that story about what all he
Man
went
Called
through?
Horse.
Oh, they did do a movie about this.
Is that not who it is about?
Maybe it is. I could be wrong.
I could be wrong about that.
Where he has to do that dash, and they give him a head start,
Yeah, I think
and he
that-
got no
isn't that
clothes
Man
on.
Goes
He's
On?
running naked, no feet,
I think that's him.
and he turns around, and they didn't know he was as fast as he really was. He kind of downplayed himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greg, I'm not allowing you to compare this to Castaway or The Terminal. It's nothing like
Well,
that.
there's a moment.
That's what
in there.
I've got outdoor
Rick,
Castaway.
There's
No,
a
you
moment.
do not.
There's a Castaway moments. There are,
He's got a pet volleyball.
but there are a lot of other
Wilson.
moments that are pretty good.
Tom Hanks should return just like our money, like the St. Louis Rams fans. We need our money returned for the movie Terminal.
I never saw it.
What a terrible movie. I'm in an airport.
And he
That's the whole
usually
movie.
does good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
By the way, speaking of bizarre creatures and animals again, have you seen what washed up in Australia?
Rick, I saw that. How weird.
Some has washed up
Sea monster.
on an Australian beach. They were surprised. There it is. They stumbled across this bizarre-looking creature, and
It's like an eel.
some kind of eel / catfish.
Dang.
Little bit of python head on it there, Bubba. That looks like almost a python kind of head.
Well, I tell you,
on this thing.
Rick, you just don't know what's swimming out in that ocean. You know,
know,
you
it's
just
a lot
don't
of
know.
water.
It's deep and dark and this looks like about three things got together here. I don't know what this is.
They say that they believe it is
The face of
actually
it's
an
like-
animal that we have documented called a cat shark.
It looks like a
it's a cat
catfish
shark.
and a shark.
Yeah, a cat shark. They say it stays usually on the ocean floor eating small fish, though some species are able to live in very shallow water for lengthy periods. They say the cat shark, they are not harmful to animals, and they always say this kind of thing right before someone's bit.
Well,
I used to be
it says it's not harmful to humans, right? Because
I meant
it
humans.
eats animals. Right?
I meant humans. I don't know why I said animals.
Rick, you
500 meters below
Yeah.
the surface. I mean, that's some intense pressure. It's a wonder its head didn't blow up when it floated up.
Yep.
You know, when we were
That may be
kids,
why it's laying on the beach.
Yeah.
when we were kids, and I think it was our dad made this statement, and we've all heard this statement a million.
Fif- 50 minutes past the hour, 10 minutes before. All right, so we're coming back. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. We'll update you on another Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Next hour, we'll tell you what you've already done and say thank you and the impact that you guys made that went out to the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. Then we'll give you another opportunity coming up this Monday. So be paying attention for that, and Bubba, you'll be leaving us to go get a crown fix that came off last night.
Yep.
And unfortunately,
What a day to miss.
It looks like Tim from Buffalo Wild Wings has already arrived, and probably the food
any second.
Any second, you'll probably walk through it on your way to the truck out there. You know, a vehicle. What do you call that thing you drive? Is it a truck?
It's a Wagoneer.
Yeah, it's a Wagoneer.
Jeep Wagoneer.
Jeep
Wagoneer.
Jeep Wagoneer. So there you go. Some of the things that are going on. So Jim Jordan loses first round of the House Speaker vote.
Yeah, 20 Republicans joined all the Democrats to shoot down his candidacy. 7 Republicans voted for Majority Leader Stephen Scalise, who was the previous speaker.
Who took his own name out? His own name out?
Yeah.
So somebody voted for somebody who says, I'm not going to do it.
Oh, yeah, and they voted for all kind of people. So, people, and I've heard a lot of angry people yesterday who is really put out with the Republicans because they can't get their act together.
Right.
They've been given the majority in the House, and now they've got 2 factions. Both are conservative, just one more than other, that cannot get along. And you had a relatively small group unseat the former speaker in a historic vote that many of the Republicans thought was ridiculous. Now they're playing the same game back with the Freedom Caucus, being sure that they can't get in anybody they want. So in the meantime, our House of Representatives is hamstrung and can't do anything. Congress is hamstrung, and we have all kind of things going on around the globe, including, Rick, another date with the budget running out, the money running out, coming up in November. So it's really important we get somebody and move on. It's just amazing to me how the Republicans who have worked so hard to get into this position are now acting like a bunch of Democrats.
Yeah, and you go back and you wonder, you're exactly right, because you have the people that got mad at the Freedom Caucus for taking McCarthy out. And instead of having clear thinking and saying that what they did was foolish because they were more concerned about their own agenda than keeping that majority you talked about and making a difference. There's Jordy right through the camera. And so what they did is they turned around and now they're
doing the same thing,
as you said.
Yeah.
They've got Congress hamstrung because of their own agenda, not what's best for the country. So their way to show the Freedom Caucus what they did was wrong was to do exactly what they did.
Yeah, I communicated with a couple of
What
the
sounds very
congressmen,
childish is what it sounds like.
that we have on yesterday, and they are put out with the process too. I mean, they're really aggravated with it. But you have some people that think they're voting their conscience, and they see what they're doing is correct, and they're going to keep doing it.
I don't have
there's
a problem.
no sign of
Yeah.
that of that breaking. So, but we have we're on the edge of an all-out war in the Middle East. We have Iran threatening us. North Korea now is acting up again, of course. You have the Ukrainian war going on with Russia. China is salivating over Taiwan.
Oh, yeah.
And we kind of need our government to be functioning. We're going to run out of money again in November. But it's beginning to look like a clown show. And I told the congressman that, both of them, and there's a lot of disgust among rank and file people. And what's going to happen is when we get to, I don't think these people will ever vote Democrat, but there's going to be people that are going to go into the ballot box and say, look, these people can't get it together. I'm not voting for anybody for Congress. And they're going to leave it open, and the Democrats are going to pick up seats, and they'll be in charge then. They will put a speaker in, and the Republicans will once again be on the outside crying that if we were in, we could fix this.
Right.
But they can't even deal with being in charge. And it's embarrassing, really. It's very embarrassing to me, and I know it is to a lot of other people.
Yeah, it's like we've said before, when you talk about a program or a team that can't seem, or a person that can't seem to handle success, that's what they look like. I mean, every time you give them power, it's like they can't handle it.
Yeah.
And to look out and not just have the wherewithal to go, okay, in the situation we're in right now, what we need is a speaker who is a Republican, and let's function as a government since we have a majority during these very perilous times. And I have no issue with somebody being principled. If you can point to me saying, now this right here is such a violation of my principle, I can't go forward. Unfortunately, to the points that you've just made, that's not what this looks like. What this looks like is we're petty fighting and somebody hurt my feelings, so I'm gonna get you back.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, they will not say that. They will say it's
of course,
a principle.
of course,
fight,
yeah.
Of course.
But
here's the thing:
you can't just say it's a principle. You got to show me the principle.
On the issues, they probably all agree on 95% of everything.
Right. Yeah. Right.
We're talking about a disagreement about how we go about it. Kevin McCarthy was getting some things done. He was not as conservative and as hardline as some of the Freedom Caucus wanted. He never got in to begin with, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Which we all knew that was a sign of what was coming.
Yeah, and he even said that. He said, if it took me 15 rounds to get in, don't think that it's not going to be any different this time.
Yeah, he should have bailed out then and saved himself the embarrassment. But now, so we've had Solis go up. He can't get the votes. Jim Jordan can't get the votes. I don't know that there's anybody there can get the votes that will make both sides happy at this point.
I think it'll happen because a lot of times there were protest votes that they were saying yesterday that some guys were just hurt, because Scalise, the way he was treated or so whatever, they're just protesting.
Somebody got their feelings hurt.
And it'll eventually work out. But you got to realize too, this is going to be a short run for Jim. Next November, we got everybody's going to be voting, and we're going to have new Congress, and everything else going to have a new speaker. So it's not going to last that long.
It may last. They may need to enjoy it while they got it.
I would just say what Bubba stated. I want to bring back and just put that at the forefront. Are they unaware of the state of the world right now?
I know it's ridiculous.
Yeah. You're talking about tone deaf.
Anybody unaware of that?
And you've got
we've said know the room.
Yeah, you've got these idiot squad bunch that's out there claiming that Israel's blowing up hospitals and all this, which again, it doesn't appear that that's the case, and rebel rousing everybody. And the Republicans are in charge, and they can't get their act together. At some point, you may be principled and go, look, I'm not going to vote for anybody who doesn't agree to cut spending by 50% next year. Okay. You may go, I'm not going to support anybody that wants to cut it 50% next year. But at some point, you've got to compromise and get somebody in there. We can't go without a Speaker of the House. They can't even bring bills to the floor to vote on. And we've got the Ukraine issue. There's going to be money issues with that. There's going to be money issues with Israel. Our government fund. I mean, all that requires, and many of it has to start in the House, but by law. So I don't know. It's perplexing to me why they can't get together and get something done. It's embarrassing, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Speaking of embarrassing, we send our president, who's obviously in some stage of Alzheimer's, over to this Middle Eastern summit, and of course it got canceled.
Well, he met with Netanyahu, but he was supposed to go to Jordan and meet with the president there, and everybody, come together and try to make some kind of peace accord with all this. And after the hospital got bombed yesterday, the Jordanians canceled the meeting. So, there again, I'm kind of like, from the U.S., I don't like our president flying over there and then cancel on him.
We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let's talk a little bit about our livers. Okay, you may have heard about liver health formula many times, but have you heard the update? Over 2 million bottles have been moved. Why? Why do you think it's so popular? Well, I'll tell you why. The American Liver Foundation says that 100 million Americans have fatty liver. That's why. So, not surprising that many folks are saying, "Hey, I'm looking for some help." We throw everything at our livers. Unfortunately, the GMOs, the cholesterol, overindulgence in alcohol, toxins, overindulgence in Tylenol, statins, cigarettes. So that leads to sluggish, fatty livers that make us gain weight, feel tired all the time. I don't know why I don't have any energy. Well, it could be your liver is crying for help. It helps with over 500 key functions every single day. Give the liver some help. Liver Health Formula is an all-natural supplement. It contains 12 clinically proven botanicals that help recharge and protect the liver. So because you're listening to the show or you're watching this show, you can take advantage of the special offer. Try Liver Health Formula and get a free bottle of blood sugar formula to reduce sugar cravings. Join all those that already have it by going to getliverhelp.com/Bubba and go ahead and claim that free bonus gift. That's getliverhelp.com/Bubba. Getliverhelp.com/Bubba.
I remember something about when I was a kid when he claimed that they know more about outer space than they do what's in the ocean.
I've never forgotten that statement.
Yeah. It's like, man, that's impressive.
That stuck with me.
Now, where he got that, he probably made it up.
There's two.
Well, it's easier to get to the moon than it is the bottom of the deepest parts of the ocean.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Sorry, let's kick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, what's up, everybody? Thanks for watching on YouTube. We're going to go to some replays here. I think, just a quick note, I think that story that we had during the flashback last hour about the guy that got drug into the bear cave, I think that ended up being fake. I think that was a guy that actually had like some kind of skin disease, but then people like rebranded it and then put it out there and said that he was attacked by a bear. You know, we try to be accurate here at the Rick and Bubba Show. Now on to your flashbacks. Here is a flashback to June 27th, 2019. Thanks for watching the Rick and Bubba Show live on YouTube.
How about it?
We used to call Greg that one.
Little Willie
Yep.
won't go home.
Willie G.
Yeah.
William Gregory. Little Willie won't. How many times did I sing, go home?
No, he won't.
Let's go home, man.
Go home.
What are we doing?
Come on.
All right, so let's go.
Little Willie
My
Willie.
goodness. So we do have much to cover. Congratulations. Doors. How do you like it? How do you like it? So Vanderbilt, national champions.
How about the Doors?
Not even close. They shut the door. Shut the door, shut it hard.
It wasn't even,
No.
doggone it.
I even we went to a point where I was even talking to Sherry. I said, whatever you want to do, but I said, I kind of like to take a look at the baseball game. She's like, no, when have you watched baseball? I said, I've watched a half a game. And so
all year.
So anyway, so we sat down. We said, all right, let's kick around. We'll check the news out. We'll check the ball game out. I said, now if something's going on, let's stay with the game. And we flip it over there, and it's 6-1, and I see the starting pitcher coming out and sitting down, and everybody hugging him and hearing the announcers go, well, he did what he was supposed to do. I mean, he gave up one run, got in trouble early, got out of it, only gave up one, and they're sitting right where they need to be. Yeah. And I thought, well, it's over.
Yeah.
And it was.
Yeah. They got those sticks going last night, too.
Oh, sure.
Boy, did
Yeah.
Hey, they'll hit it.
Hot bats.
I like that uniform.
Good
they had
time.
on
That
last
was
night.
beautiful.
Yeah,
That was a good-looking uniform.
It was.
Yep.
And
the Whistler was out and about, but he was tamed a little bit.
I didn't hear the whistle. I thought I was going to hear him. I didn't even really hear him.
He was there. I heard him several times, but it wasn't. He did what everybody would like him to do, I think, last night.
And he was relaxed because they were so far ahead.
Was it just the one, or was both of them at it again?
I don't know. I can't
there's a
tell the
backup,
difference.
right?
Was Preacher Ben there? Or?
Yeah, there's we found out yesterday there's a backup whistler.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I even when they
there's also one from Michigan that would kind of give it back to him.
Bottom
like
of
when they
that's
were doing
bad.
something that he'd give it back.
Nothing like a pig pile.
No pig.
Well, I went back and was trying. How they kept throwing back, and they would show the last out.
Yeah.
Because I missed it. Because right before I went to bed, I looked back and said, "Wow, so it's over." And so I wanted to see the pig pile. So I listened intently when the outfielder caught the last out, but I didn't hear the whistler.
Yeah.
Because I thought, man, he's going to be a
How many
whistling
people
fool
would
right
like to see the Whistler at the bottom of the pig pile?
Yeah. 6 minutes past the hour, and we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Bubba out, going to get a crown fixed. He will be back with us, Lord willing, tomorrow. Well, this was that two-shot I was dreading. Now Greg and I look like we have the same shirt on.
How you like that?
There, now it's.
I mean, it's real simple.
Oh, the Burgess brothers. What the Mama dresses? Mama dresses today. All right.
Easter Sunday.
So we still have Speedy. We still have Adler and Helmsy, and of course you hear Baby Brother talking. But we have some other folks joining us. Here we go. It is the Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge with the Rick and Bubba Show. We've been doing this many, many years at participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations, which that means in our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama. But for those of you all around the country, you do have locations near you that, though they don't participate in this, are still great options for eating. We were talking about the last charity charge. We'll start there, and we got Tim Spencer with us. Tim, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir? Good morning. Which one are you? There you go.
There I am.
Hey, Tim, once again, the people have spoken today. ALS Association of Alabama. Janet Thorne, the managing director for Care Services, here with us. Janet, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Much. It's great to be here.
Well, there you are. We are so thankful. Well, everybody's on a different mic now than you're normally on. So since Bubba's little gap here is open, Janet, we're glad you're here. And what we try to do is to let you talk first before Jordy starts talking.
Oh, yeah.
Because Jordy Henson is also here. Jordy was on the show. He also did a podcast with us. If you missed it, go back and catch it. It was a powerful podcast. And, Jordy, as we said, unfortunately, you've been diagnosed with ALS, but also we see a lot of good coming from this, as we always do, because anytime God's people are suffering, it is also an opportunity to actually live out what we claim to believe.
Could be fortunate.
Yeah, that's right. Could be fortunately. There. Why did you decide to sit so far down in the chair?
Where'd he go?
Is this
Speedy?
Is this?
It's because Bubba's not here.
Okay, all right. So a lot of you I know are watching on TV, and you think Bubba's just moved to Speedy's mic, but he hasn't. That is actually Jordy Henson.
Rick and Jordy.
Jordy is here, and Jordy, Janet, as you know, is part of some pretty incredible research that's going on at the Mayo Clinic right now. But first, let's answer this question. If I went to one of Tim Spencer's Buffalo Wild Wings locations, and I went out and I was part of the charity charge, and now this check that you guys are about to get, I raised money for what? Where would this money go?
There are so many places this money can go, but I tell you, the way things go and the way things move in this community that we have, this wonderful community of folks who care in this area for people who are suffering, like you said, or facing such a difficult. I ran into a lady, didn't run into her. I was at an event with her, raising more money, and she's living with ALS. Renee showed me a picture, and with a big smile on her face said, I can take care of myself a little bit more right now, because the ALS Association gave her a $2,000 grant to build up her vanity high enough that she can get her wheelchair under it, put her own makeup on, which is important to her.
Yeah.
Just activities of daily living. We want to do that. So we gave her that grant. She had a little bitty vanity and a little bitty sink built up so the wheelchair, she said, I can wash my hands.
Yeah.
So she's progressed to a point that she needs that type of help just with activities,
Yeah.
Excuse me, of daily living. So that's what we do. We do a lot of things. We have three tenets, really: Care Services, which is helping people who live with ALS, and then research. I've heard your story. It's remarkable.
It
doesn't happen every day that somebody gets right into a program like you've done. It's
Unbelievable.
just amazing.
Amen.
Really amazing. And then advocacy. We do education and advocacy. We're trying to educate our legislatures that we need some laws to help us.
Well, the Lord has given you quite the ambassador and the advocate in this guy.
That's right.
I'll tell you what, when Jordy Henson comes on the scene, things get done.
We raising money.
Yeah, that's right. I look at him. Look at the focus in his beautiful blue eyes. You know, and so Jordy, you obviously have been updating me and your friends, but not everybody since you've been on the show and on the podcast. But there's also, we're looking at a new day for those that are being diagnosed. There's some things happening right now that could really be game changers.
We have to take care of folks that are struggling.
No doubt.
Because it's hard when you can't put on your socks.
Right.
And you have to call your wife every time.
Yeah.
And then she kind of gives you that look, and then you're like, "Well, I got ALS." I mean, that's a hard thing.
Yeah.
And it gets harder. But here's the thing: we're gonna beat this. One day, I'm sorry to say, you're gonna be without a job.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Right. Yeah.
And because here's the thing, what they got going on in research with gene stuff and whatever, I don't understand it.
That's all right.
But they got people for the first time in history that are getting some recovery of motion that never happened in the history of mankind. This has all happened. The first drug that came out for this was April. They got so what I want to do is raise money, and I want to be the first one to recover from ALS.
I hear you.
And then that'd be a great story.
It would be
to tell at a party.
It really would. Well, and what you're saying, you and I talked about this at lunch just this week. And was that yesterday? That was Friday. When was it? When did we have lunch? I don't remember when it was. But I think it was Monday. But anyway, and one of the things we were talking about, Janet, is what you're doing is important because you guys are taking care of the situation people are in right now, and you just gave a great example of that. And these people that donate that money, that's going to help. But one thing that is kind of new on the horizon for ALS is what Jordy's talking about. Now we can also get people inspired to start giving because we can now look and say, oh, by the way, we're seeing some positive results on the ongoing research, and that research people aren't doing for money, but that research they're doing requires money.
Yeah.
And but they're seeing, because you were talking about this, and it was true. A lot of times there's a lot of, struggles out there. Let's look at what happened with breast cancer. Mm-hmm. Well, when people really started getting fired up is when they said, wait a minute, we're getting results, and you can list a lot of other, diseases, same thing. And up until now, all ALS could do is come in and say, well, we can help people as they just continually get
Give
worse.
you a couple of drugs, extend your life 9 months.
Right.
Well, that's great.
It is good.
But here's the thing. How about we're going to give you something that's going to stop the deterioration of your muscles.
Right.
We're going to get you something that'll improve your function, and you're going to live till we have a cure.
Right.
All of us. And so there's hope.
Yeah, that
and
we're seeing for the first time a little light on that. So
I think so.
So it's exciting.
Well,
times.
absolutely.
Yeah.
My mom, one of the reasons I'm doing what I do is personal as well as professional here. My mom had ALS in 2004.
Mm-hmm.
And she was diagnosed after 18 months of looking at every possibility that there could be. So the big delay is one thing, and actually getting the diagnosis done, that's something we're working furiously with. But her doctor here in Birmingham said, basically go home and get your affairs in order.
Right.
And there was no clinic for her. There was no support group. There was nothing available to help us. Nobody understood when I said my mom has ALS, and it's a different day now.
Praise God.
Thank
Amen
the Lord.
to that.
But and since the Ice Bucket Challenge of raising $115 million, there's actually 3 new drugs out on the market.
Wow.
There was one little pill for my mom that might extend her life and not a
Couple
quality of life for 3 to 9 months. It's a different day. It is. And people like you, Jordy, are going to be used for great purposes. And Rick and Bubba, let me say, what y'all are doing to make awareness of this disease is just remarkable. That's what we need. We need people to be aware.
We'll come back and we'll talk about the actual check that you guys are about to get. We'll hear from Tim Spencer on that. And we'll tell you another opportunity that is coming up on Monday. So thanks to all of you that went out to produce the check we'll announce next. And you hear the things that are going on. It is a new day when it comes to research on ALS. And so we're so thankful for that. It matters. We'll come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, so congratulations to Vanderbilt. They won their second national championship in baseball.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah, they got a good program.
That guy right there is a phenomenal leader.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of human being
Big old V on that hat.
Coach Corbin is, and the things that matter for eternity. I don't know. Maybe it's great, but it's far from. I was telling the guys before we started this hour, from just a strictly worldly standpoint as a leader and a coach. I was very impressed with him, and I've been impressed with what I've been hearing about him all along, how he handles his program and handles his players and all that. And I thought it was so interesting to watch. You know those guys with those personalities. I mean, he really showed no emotion.
Yeah,
it was just very businesslike, and I mean he not that he didn't care.
Right.
He just handled it like he just seems like a guy that would be very difficult to rattle.
Yeah.
You got that right. Yeah.
And I think that he's one of those people that say if you ever want to have a great program in any sport, there has to be a certain anxiety to not be on the wrong side of the guy in that office down there.
Yeah. Right.
And he seems like he's that kind of guy.
Yeah,
I think it's his way or the highway.
Yeah.
You know, too, after losing the first game, I mean, you come back. That even makes it a little tougher. So
They have so much depth.
Well, here's the thing that got me about that, because I'm thinking those things like you do, because the way, any sports that have a series, and especially baseball, because at least the other sports that have a series, the starters or stars of the game, they play in every game. Well, pitchers don't.
All right.
So it was so interesting. I saw this moment, and this is me always looking for these weird moments, where they scan to the pitcher that did such an outstanding job for Michigan to win the game, where they beat Vandy pretty handily, and you see him sitting in the dugout, and you think wow, so all that joy you had when you were all excited and how well you pitched and what a good job you did against them, I mean, you couldn't do anything other than what you did.
Right.
And you go to this moment where you go, and I guess what you say is, forever I can say that I pitched against Vanderbilt and beat them, even though we didn't win the series and we didn't win the championship. When I faced them in the championship series,
I shut them down.
But again, he's sitting over there going, wow, so we've lost 2 in a row now since that happened, and lost bad, really.
Yeah.
So that I just think that's a weird dynamic in baseball. I bet it felt pretty helpless sitting over going, well, I did what I was asked to do, but I'm still on the losing team. I mean, there's nothing he can't do anything in game 2 and game 3. Unless I guess he has enough arm to come in maybe for an inning or something. But anyway, so that's an interesting dynamic with baseball and pitchers. That's a tough life as a pitcher. Yeah. There's a lot you can do, and then there's this moment where you're like, okay, there's nothing I can do. It was funny because you look over and you see Rocker. They kept showing him, and he's not going to play unless some dire situation. And then you see him, he's not going to play. And they're both sitting over there, and they both won their games. But then Rocker gets to be the champion.
Yep.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, you said that, you and I were discussing in your office today, my goodness, the Dominican Republic.
Good night.
Look at that. And, I was, and I think I saw it firsthand, because a friend of our son was married over the weekend, and he and his new wife were headed for the vacation part of the Dominican Republic. Greg and our aunt is a missionary in the Dominican Republic, and so when they booked their honeymoon back to the couple, they didn't know that the Dominican would be the place where people keep dying. And we were like saying a special prayer over them. You shouldn't really have to pray for people not to die on their honeymoon.
And that's so odd, too, because we talked about it before. The Dominican Republic was the good side of that island. It was the safe side. You got Haiti on the other side that's had all kind of problems.
Right.
And this is very strange. A dad from Denver, 46 years old, is the 13th American to die that we have documented now in the Dominican Republic this year. He had to be taken off a plane screaming in pain before suffering kidney failure. Tourism is now down 74% in the Dominican Republic.
I bet you can get a deal there. Oh, I bet you can.
Now, the dad had been vacationing with his adult daughter. He was expected to fly back to the U.S. Sunday, but suffered kidney failure shortly before takeoff. He was hospitalized in the Dominican capital. He and his family have now set up a GoFund account to help cover the costly funeral expenses. Delta Airlines has also announced it would allow passengers to rebook
21 minutes past the hour, finishing up the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge latest edition. So we have heard today from Janet Thorne, Managing Director for Care Services for the ALS Association of Alabama. We've heard again from Jordy Henson, friend of the show, and also an advocate for the ongoing research with ALS. He has been diagnosed with ALS, and we've been following his journey. If you have not, you can. Now, what is it?
Journey with Jordy and Kim.
There you go. Journey with
Kim
Jordy and Kim on Facebook, right? Journey with Jordy and Kim on Facebook.
He's not sure.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
It's either
Well, I
Kim
hope
or
you're right.
Jordy. Kim and Jordy.
I hope you're right. Well, go to Facebook and you'll find that. Also, you can go back over Rick and Bubba University archives and see our interview with Jordy, and you can hear that story there as well. All right, so let's talk check. Tim Spencer, what have we got for Janet and the ALS Association of Alabama?
I do believe, Rick, this may be the largest check
what I'm
we have
talking
written.
about.
I knew it. I knew it. We love chicken.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, the good news is, you're the Alabama locations that are participating. Our numbers are growing. We're adding.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. We've got that. We added the Buffalo Wild Wings Go location in Vestavia Hills,
yep.
which is close to home for a bunch of people in this room.
Oh yeah.
So it upped it, and the check this month is $5,800.
Let's go.
Cha-ching.
Let's go. 5,800. So awesome. And Janet laid out that'll go with the care services for those who currently have ALS and making their life better and helping them. And then, of course, Jordy, we will continue to also raise money for the ongoing research and all the stuff you're involved with.
Yep, we're getting at
Mayo. We had another, incredible answer to prayer just recently. I don't know if we can go into that, but sure. Just I just know. Care. Well, I was telling the guys that when you get to the point where people are getting excited, I don't know if you told Janet about this, where one of the doctors that's working with you at the Mayo Clinic actually has become an advocate for you staying in the research and
defended me.
Yeah,
I got blood clots and I'm on medication that doesn't exactly fit in with research. Mm-hmm. And Dr. Oscarson down in Mayo, he's awesome.
Great.
And he gets after it. And I told him, I said, you need a little more positive attitude. And he's getting there. So we're going to get there.
That's great. Greg, coming up Monday, a lot of people, if you want to know how much Greg and his wife, how they really feel about Venice's foundation, which is going to be they'll benefit on Monday's charity charge. Greg has been running in an actual run for how many years now?
About 7.
About 7 years.
Yeah, maybe 8.
So you've ran 7 times?
Well,
7 total times in 7 years?
A couple times.
Yeah, I started early. I kind of ran, but now I can actually run it. Believe it or not, it took me that long to get to
7 years. You built up.
At least 7.
That's dedication.
Well, we all have projects. We would love to be able to get involved in every single thing that's worthy, but there just isn't enough time, and frankly, not enough. If you say yes to every single thing, your impact for those things goes down as well, because it becomes so much noise for everybody. And I don't mean that to be harsh. I just mean that to be that's the way the world works. So what we try to do is we pray about and we seek those that we feel called to, so we can have maximum impact for them. And Greg, you and Lisa have certainly done this for Venetia's foundation. So tell the folks what they'll have an opportunity to help on Monday.
Yeah, what they do is they provide. When people are battling cancer, you go for the treatments. You're pretty much there all day. And they and Vanessa, it's named after her sister Randa, runs it now. She went through cancer battle 5 times, I believe, and they learn the things that make it more comfortable for you there. You bring like blankets and chapstick and different things because you're there all day, even gas cards because people have to drive back and forth. And they do it all at no charge. They just show up and they hand these baskets out for people that are going through these treatments. It's a really good organization. And like I say, they do a lot of good.
Yeah. Tim, any of you who've ever had, and you're dealing with it now, is when you're being treated, there's so many hassles in your life, and as much of that as people can alleviate for you. You were just talking about that a minute ago. It really makes that situation, a bad situation, at least better. And so what they try to do is say all these things nobody ever thinks about, like how much gas you're running up and all these things you need while you're at the hospital and keeping yourself comfortable and something to eat and some place to be, hygiene products and all this kind of stuff. And so these little things usually get overlooked. And so organizations like this come and say, let's see if we can't make that situation a little better.
They let them focus on them.
Right.
You focus on you, we'll handle everything else. These are the ones I love. You know, and like you said, we'd do this every day if we could, Rick.
And we get a lot of requests, and we take all those and we vet them out, and we look at them, and it's we try so hard to do as many as we can, but
we do well.
But you can't say yes to everybody. But when we bring these to you, we also try not to repeat services. We try to say, all right, this is something that we haven't done before, or here's some that really, if you can do them on an annual basis, they really benefit. Because I know, this, Janet, and I know this, doing stuff through the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. I've had people tell me so many times, look, we love the big donations. That's great. But, boy, if you could be somebody that we know just is with us every month,
right?
Going forward.
Right.
So with some of them you hear come around again because of that. That money's good. But, boy, if they can get it on an ongoing basis too, that really makes a difference.
Well, as this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, this is perfect tie-in for this. Everything's pink. Let's go.
Yeah, that's right. And so if you want to try to participate, coming up on Monday, all you got to do is eat delicious food. So we're not really talking about you being a martyr. 10% of food sales goes to Vanisa's Foundation on Monday. And that's Alabaster, Alabama. Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, McFarland Boulevard, Hoover, downtown Birmingham. That's the one on 4th Avenue South. Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Alabama, and be sure and go and eat at the table where 075
is. That's right.
Yeah. And Chelsea on Highway 280, and then the brand new one, Vestavia. Now this is just a to go.
It is, but there's it almost throws a little bit of a wrench in what you're thinking it is. There is an atmosphere in there with TVs, sports atmosphere. There's 35 seats in this place.
Okay.
It's just more of a counter service model.
Okay.
But yes, please come in and eat. There's plenty of room.
So I can just saddle up and watch the game and still eat.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just a little bit scaled down. That's the way I.
So look for any of these locations all on Monday to help Vanisa's Foundation and Janet Thorne and Jordy Henson. I want to thank you along with us for the $5,800 that will now go to the ALS Association of Alabama. And we are just so blessed that we have all of you out there because, as we've said 1,000 times, when it comes to our business and when it comes to making an impact, all of you out there are the fuel that makes it happen. So thank you so much for that. Jordy, good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, buddy.
Janet, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Tim,
Nice
thanks
to
for
meet
the
you
food
guys.
this morning.
Thank
good
you
to see
all.
you as always.
Thank you.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or cancel their flights to the Dominican Republic without charge because of the fears among tourists.
So talk to me. I mean, are we still tying this stuff to mini bars?
Don't know. We've also had
what's killing people.
We had a Canadian that had a close call and had to be resuscitated while staying at a resort there.
This is weird.
It's very weird.
The doctor seeing her flagged her for possible poisoning. Now we're talking about the Canadian now. So I don't know. Somebody is out on a revenge tour there in the Dominican Republic, and nobody's making any progress.
Well, this is what I want to know.
The FBI's all up in it now. I mean, they're all over the place. With
so are we now beginning to think, because there's different scenarios. See, because normally, like let's say, for instance, we said, and it is a horrible, horrible situation, and I'm not trying to make light of it, but it is one of the things that we have. If somebody said, I'm going to go spend the weekend on the bad side of Chicago, you would say, well, be careful you don't get shot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what you'd say. Yeah. So what are we saying? Be careful of, or if because people are dying. Is it the mini bars? Do we think?
Not all of it's tied to that, though, right? I mean, there's some people that I don't know. With the kidney failure, do they?
Well,
if your kidneys just fail,
is everybody being poisoned in different ways? Is this tied to and is it a poison that's being done on purpose?
Then are we having some people dying of natural things, but we're just clumping them in there?
If you die to be there,
and are we having some people sick who are not being counted in this that doesn't realize it?
So,
and then we got Big Papi getting shot in the middle of all of it.
Yeah. Don't forget that. That's a completely different scenario.
Had nothing to do.
My gosh, the Dominican.
If you look at the deaths, they all have been on the coast, and most all of them have been on. If you're looking at a map of the island, it would be on the right side of it.
Go
left.
That's the vacation side.
Yeah,
go left.
Yeah, it's a lot like, and I didn't know this. I didn't know this because of the parts we always work in. Obviously,
I guess that's the eastern side.
Are not these parts, but for what I understand, the Dominican there's the Haiti Dominican, then there's the Dominican, meaning there is just kind of like you find in South Africa, like you find in Nicaragua. There's places where people vacation. That you go, you wouldn't even know all the like the time we went
in a cardboard.
Just like the time we went to Cabo San Lucas.
Right.
I mean, we were driving through cement houses. I'm talking about no windows as far as panes or glass, just openings.
Yeah.
And people with some kind of tin roof or a wood roof, and then before you know it, you're out there at this beautiful beach where somebody's waiting on you hand and foot at the hotel.
Yeah.
These.
That's like when we went.
These kind of countries and islands have very schizophrenic experiences.
The Bahamas are a lot like that.
Yeah.
You're going to the Atlantis. The trip there is not very pretty.
No, it's not. And so
I don't think it was as bad as the Mexican trip to my memory.
Yeah.
The best of my memory.
But you're right. A lot of these places.
And the Chinese have built a huge facility in the Bahamas that's on the way to the Atlantis. So you have to pass it to get there.
Oh wow!
And it's massive.
So back to this, it looks
dwarf
like these deaths though are from tourists who are coming to what is the sought after part of the island where people go to. You remember the Bachelor or the Bachelorette did one of theirs from there.
Yeah, somebody is
maybe that's
somebody's working these places, and I don't know if they're related or not, but you got to admit it's very, very strange.
It is, and what is it? Is it we have to take Big Papi getting shot and treat that as something unique.
Yeah, that's
completely
different. But it seems like, can't they do an autopsy on these people and go, yes, they died of this. They died of this.
Right. Well, we knew we had the minibar stories. That we knew.
Right. We had some of them with that. Yeah. Some of them I haven't heard a cause. Like this guy had kidney failure.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I need to know, the reason why I need to know this is the sweet couple that we just sent to the Dominican Republic. They're Baptists, so we thought they were safe from the minibar.
Right.
But if something else is happening,
what if it's in the shellfish?
Or in the water, which means it would be in the ice.
Mm-hmm. Can I go back to Big Papi? No update there. What happened to that story? It just vanished.
Yeah, the
Red Sox have had that story.
The mistaken identity,
like you sweep the plate.
The guy he was sitting with was a target.
Well, that's what we said. Mm-hmm. But was that confirmed?
That's just from the police.
Now, why they were wanting to kill that guy, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you had left that day or not. But we started talking about, is that just a guy in prison who doesn't want the other prisoners to kill him because he shot Big Papi?
Right.
Is that just him saying that?
Was he just screaming?
And what about the story of this other woman he was having an affair with?
Yeah, that kind of
the one that came in the ER pitching a fit. Now there's video of that, so that happened.
Yeah. Then there's video of Big Papi going.
Yeah. yeah. There was a very
she was checking on her man.
There was a very what's the word I would use? A very there's a certain presentation from certain women. And this was that kind. The presentation was a woman that looks like trouble. She was out there in the lobby. So here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Bubba out, had a crown break off and went to get that repaired. Should be back with us tomorrow. The rest of the gang all here. We had this situation happen yesterday, as a matter of fact. So Greg and I we had some family stuff we were doing yesterday, which I'll kind of update you on. But so one of the things that we were looking for yesterday, and we just had to go ahead and order them, is we were like, hey, we need some My Pillows. And so we're like, okay. And Mom and my sister, they were doing some shopping too, and Sherry, and so we were all, and I'll tell you what we were doing because I'll update you on what Greg and I went through yesterday and something that happened I want to tell the guys about, of course. And Greg knows where I'm going with this. But anyway, so they could not find my pillows in any retail store. And they were like, well, at one time, Walmart carried it and some of these others carried it, and nobody's now we have to, you can only order them. You know why? The cancel culture. They've been after Lindale, and some of these retailers have crumbled and pulled the My Pillows off the shelf. But I will tell you this: the success of the company is unwavering. So you will have a hard time finding them in retailers, but you can go to mypillow.com/Bubba. And I will tell you that I have slept on a lot of different pillows, and there's nothing that compares. And the 2.0s right now, this is the latest technology. It even has that cooling fabric that keeps the pillow cool. And you remember what Mom said? We were kind of like, well, Mom, look, should we just get another pillow because we're trying to set up a room? And she was like, no, I mean the My Pillow. I mean you can machine wash them, and that alone. So anyway, and they hold their shape. So right now you can get the King and Queen My Pillow 2.0s at 50% off. My slippers $39.98. That's $100 off. So, and there's all kinds of opportunities. Now, if you're starting to think about getting stuff for Christmas, and this is more decorative, you can go right there to all the products they have, like throw blankets and stockings and tree skirts and rib knitted hats and scarves, 25 to 35% off. So that's on the buy early special. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's mypillow.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Speedy, did you take my pen?
I did.
You usually blame me for it.
No, I know. I usually do. So
there.
The reason why there was a search yesterday.
I told him I did. I didn't say I didn't.
A search yesterday, and by the way,
did you see me do it?
I'd like to thank the guys. Everybody's making me aware now that the Rick and Bubba Instagram has a picture of Greg and I in our matching shirts.
Yeah,
so thank y'all for doing that.
I just thought it was
like my big brother.
We just thought it was sweet.
We'll be changing my shirt in the break. So yesterday, we have been talking, and everybody's fully aware that our dad has Alzheimer's, and unfortunately, we're getting to the point where he needs to go to memory care. So Greg and I and my wife and our sister and Mom, we were all working in tandem yesterday to get a room ready where he is going, and these wonderful people there, and this is the right thing for everybody involved, and so thankful that these places exist, and we wish this wasn't the case, but this actually is the best quality of life for he and Mom, and it's not going to be an easy week, but we were getting that ready, so that involves, what assignment have Greg and I been given? The women are going to do the setting the room up and decorating and moving this and all that. And
I don't like hanging pictures.
And really what Greg and I were assigned is we also have picked out furniture for the room, and y'all need to go get it.
We were hired from the neck down.
From the neck down.
No thought process.
Now, of course, no one's surprised by this. Greg and I'll tell you the first thing that Greg said. This is the difference between men and women. They are beautifully distinct, equal in quality, but beautifully distinct. I don't care what the culture may say. Beautifully distinct. So Greg immediately says, kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, so hey, Dad needs some place to put like his folding clothes. Hey man, let's go get those plastic, them drawers, and we'll just put it over in the room. He can keep his clothes in that.
Yeah.
And I thought the women were gonna melt like that. What?
It works for shotgun shells.
We're
like that.
All Dad's going to want is a room that's functional.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we talking about? Oh no,
the Rubbermaid makes a great shelf.
No,
it does.
And those of you that may have loved ones in this situation, they even tell you don't put a tremendous amount of wardrobe in there. Just change the seasons, And so we don't need anything big.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of a sudden, Sherry's like, hey, I found something that y'all need to go pick up. And I've already bought it, and they're holding it for us. And I said, Greg, I'm just going to tell you, I know this woman. What we're going to get is going to be heavy.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you that. Sherry can spot something heavy. I mean, it's like if they could show her 10 things, and she would say, I'll take the 1/3 from the right. And I said, I bet you that's the heaviest one. and it'll be heavy. And so Greg and I go to pick it up, super nice people, and ended up being, people who were into the show, which was very sweet. And so we the minute we grab it, what do we say? Wow, heavy.
It's heavy.
Solid. Of course, she goes get some kind of mahogany. I don't know what these.
It's heavier than the Rubbermaid one.
Yeah, it was, Greg, tremendously. So we at the place, a guy comes through and gets us a cart, a substantial moving cart.
Couldn't handle it.
Right, he could have driven it better. So we get that out to the truck.
I can't imagine how how banged up.
Yeah,
you two, and being the foreman.
Not very
I
careful.
can't imagine.
And so we put it in the back of Greg's truck.
Smart.
And I'll update you on what Greg noticed on my truck. But anyway, so that way go, Rick. But anyway, so
that's probably our point.
Yeah, right.
I was following him. I was like, hey.
So we get it in there, and I noticed pretty quick, because I'm working out a little bit. I noticed that the baby brother's struggling a little bit.
That's not. That's incorrect.
I was like,
he won't get in the gym with it.
Correct.
And I was like, look, if you can't handle it, just let me know. I mean, if we need to,
I'll tell you. Let me tell the real. You talking about after we were taking it in?
No, we'll get to that.
Loading it up wasn't no problem.
I felt like I carried that. I mean, at one point I thought I had the whole thing.
Well, that's because it was just real heavy to you.
Right. So we get in the back.
You saying your side was higher?
Well, I would go as far as to, how sometimes there's people that they're just there to be seen, and they're not really doing anything.
No.
I mean, really, I put it in the back of the truck.
No, so, you're talking about 80-20?
Yeah, right. So anyway, we go over to the facility, and of course now I will say this, and they have to do this, and they have to. They can't just leave the door unlocked at a memory care situation. So you don't. Somebody has to open it for you, and every time it closes, you have to have somebody let you in and out. Okay, so I mean, now imagine doing that, trying to move stuff in. So
and you two wrecking balls,
right?
I can't imagine that.
And so we get there, and I said,
the Burgess brothers are here.
So someone offers us a cart again, but the cart won't work.
Too much dresser.
Too much.
Somebody go ahead and call the painter now.
Yeah, too much dresser.
Seriously.
Too much dresser. We both of us stopped and thanked the Lord above for His mercy and grace that the room is on the first floor.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah. And so we went in, and I could tell that Greg needed us to put it down.
It's not true.
And
let me go ahead and tell you why.
Okay.
Well, first of all, it didn't get put down because I wasn't gonna let it happen.
No, but I could
this
tell.
This thing's standing up now. It's got the I say claw feet on the on the bottom, and then the top. So we kick it over.
Right.
I grab the top, which means all I got is my fingertips. That's all I got to hold on to. He has two legs, so he's got a good grip. And I'm going backwards. I'm going backwards, holding this heavy thing with my fingertips. That's all I got. Yeah, at some point in my hand, I wanted to sit down and take a rest, but there was no way I was going to do it. But I was in a much tougher situation than him. If I'd had the claw feet, I'd have probably carried it one-handed.
I said, would you like for me to go backward? And he said, no, I'll go backward. And I said,
but the key is I got the top.
Yeah, well,
we got it, Greg.
He's got
your
two.
I'll tell y'all this.
He's doing this
at 50%. And listen, at 50%, because I had most of the weight. At 50%. There, 50%, halfway there, he wanted to put it down.
Did I put it down?
You did not.
Okay.
Now, did I keep asking you? No, let's just put it down if you want to.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it.
I got to ask
a
strategic question on your part, Rick. Did you know that you needed to get the feet side?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah. So just like his whole life, you've set him up for failure.
He blocked me.
You did it again.
Yeah, he blocked me and moved me towards that end.
Yeah, hey, you did it again.
Let me get this. Let's kick it over.
I said, let's kick it over. I got this. I'm going to lean it to you. You grab it.
Yeah, boom.
And you fell for it again.
And go backwards.
You did it again.
And
y'all are grown men.
How many times I say, well, put it down if you want to. Because I knew his hands would bleed. I knew his hands would bleed and his quads would crumble before he'd put that down.
What would have been my luck? I've been hanging in there.
Just let me know when you put it down.
Luckily, me doing that, I didn't just lose it and it fall on the floor and crush it, which normally happens.
You're 50 and y'all did it again. You did it again.
He's like, you ready to sit down? No, I ain't ready to sit down.
And you did take it all the way in there.
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate that.
How sloppy was it getting through the door?
That's tough.
Of course, he did what Helms was talking about. We get it set up. He goes, no, let's put it up against the wall. Wham!
You can't see it; it's behind it. Ain't gonna hurt now.
Phone calls next.
Now, when you move out, it's gonna be noticeable.
Right. The next person, we'll take your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wanting to find out the state, how he was doing.
Big Papi was doing.
And Big Papi's handlers were like, you need to take
we
that.
played that video.
Yeah, you got to take that crazy out of here. So what I'm talking about is we had these theories, and then none of them were ever confirmed, and it just kind of disappeared. What happened? So was it mistaken identity? Is Big Papi having an affair?
Could be both.
What was somebody tied to that woman? Put a hit out on him that went bad. What's the truth?
I know
here's the thing: our numbers.
He was not the target. Is what the official statement.
And,
Right,
and
but-
he could have been messing around, and this lady just wanted to see how he was doing, and it might not even been tied together.
All right, so we have
what I'm saying?
confirmed that Big Papi was not the target.
That's right.
Yeah, according to the police, but I
Not
don't
just
understand
because
that.
guy was saying it. The investigation.
That's what I mean. I don't want to hear from him.
No,
the investigators.
The last thing I saw, they said that it was supposed to have been the other guy.
But what I don't understand is there's also a report about how they met in little groups before the two went in, or the two or three, and got off the motorcycle and went in to do the shooting. It seems like when they were meeting around the corner, they would have said, now, look, this guy's sitting with Big Papi. Don't shoot him. I mean, because he's pretty recognizable, right?
Especially in the Dominican.
I mean, down there, he's like, even here.
If he's having to scream in jail, I didn't mean to shoot Big Papi, he must know who he is.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I tried to look, I told you I got to scan around a little bit last night on watching television for, maybe an hour or so. And I was going to kind of scan around and just, how you have to, it's almost that, I know that weird part of all of us that I watch something that I know will anger me, but I kind of want to see it. We call it the mouth ulcer syndrome, and that means I know it's going to hurt, but I keep messing with it. Mm-hmm. I wanted to see a little bit of the first wave of the Democratic
that was tough.
debate. Who was covering it? I couldn't find it. Was it
was on
NBC. NBC. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
You couldn't find NBC.
Well,
And I think it was
You didn't think to go there.
I don't start there.
Yeah.
I think it was mirrored on MSNBC.
I mean, here's
or
me.
something, too.
This is me, Greg. If I go to television, I'm not doing Netflix. I'm not doing Apple. I'm not doing those things. Hulu, Amazon Prime. If I say, hey, let's turn on the TV, I will give you exactly how I go. Are you ready for it? I go to Access TV first.
Yeah.
Okay. From there, I look at this at the other Mark Cuban station next to it, which is HD Movies, to see if there's a good movie on.
Mm-hmm.
Then I jump from there to ESPN. All right, and we look to see if anything sports is going on I might be interested in. Last night it would have been the World Series. Okay. Yep. Then I jump over to Fox News, and then I do one click to let CNN annoy me. And that's about it. And that's about it. I don't ever go to the big three. So I expected to see the Democratic debate on CNN, but it wasn't there.
Yeah, you would think.
So when I saw that, I thought, this is so bad, nobody's even covering it.
I tried to watch it, just parts of it during the commercials of baseball, and honestly, I just said I can't. I just can't.
Right.
I saw some highlights this morning. You had several candidates speaking Spanish.
Yeah, we were speaking.
That was going on.
Well, I knew that.
O'Rourke started it, and then once he said a few things in Spanish, you had Booker do it. You had several others do it. It was and De Blasio.
Yeah,
he interrupted everybody.
That's the only way he could be noticed.
Yeah, no one cared that he was even there, and he was very rude the way he was interrupting people. I mean, it was bad.
And I heard one of these so-called experts, I don't know, that were claiming that Beto did horrible and that everybody pretty much trashed him.
Well, Trump, of course, had to weigh in.
Well, sure.
And he was putting out on his Twitter, that he was calling the primary debate. He just kept putting boring in capital letters. He also blasted NBC. I see now that's who was carrying it. For the horrible technical breakdown during the debate. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, they had moderators, Rick, for the first 30 minutes, and they were primarily from NBC. Then they had the MSNBC crew come in there. After that, that was Rachel, and what's that other guy's name? I can't think of his name.
Is it Todd?
Yeah. C. Todd?
Chuck Todd. Yeah. Chuck Todd.
Sleepy Eyes.
Yeah.
Meet the press moderator, Chuck Todd.
Y'all talk about moderator Chuck Todd?
Yeah.
Sleepy Eyes Chuck.
Sleepy Eyes Chuck Todd. That's what Trump calls it.
Isn't that unbelievable?
He was trying to ask a question, and you keep hearing audio from somewhere else. And when all was said and done, they thought it was in the crowd, but it was actually some of the commentators that were on during the first segment.
Yeah,
So
they were
having some
like in the back. Here's that exchange
I know
a
you
little
wish
bit.
they'd
Yeah.
been saying something.
We are less than 50 miles
Oh, I hear
from
it.
Parkland, Florida, where 17 people were killed in a school shooting last year, and where there has been significant activism on gun violence ever since. Many of you are calling for a restoration of an assault weapons ban, but even if implemented, there will still be hundreds of millions of guns in this country. Should there be a role for the federal?
All right, here we go. Phone trolling. Helmsy on the phones at 866. We Be Big. If you want to join us, you certainly can. There's room for you, so fire up and come on. Things that you need to know. The Wednesday Bible study back today. The New Jerusalem in great detail. Revelation 21, I think we'll start in verse 9 today. Watch that live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If the live option doesn't work for you, then you just catch that archive. Adler does a great job of getting that available to you pretty soon, about a half hour, 45 minutes after we're done, and you can watch it if that's your preference, or you can listen to it on your own time just by going to the archives. Okay, so also coming, I was talking with our buddy Thurlow over at 96.1
Thurlow
in Starkville. The Man Church conferences are coming next year. We have two of them. We did one this year. Had a great response. Got two coming next year. Starkville, you're there. I want to alert you. We'll be there on the campus at Mississippi State University. There at is it Bettersworth? Is that what it's called? Or I can't think of the name of the theater there. But anyway, we'll be there. James Spann will be speaking at the Man Church Conference. Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and also I'll be speaking there. We'll have Chuck Hooten leading worship, and we have a lot of men's groups all over Mississippi doing the manchurch.com and the discipleship strategy. You certainly can come to the Birmingham one too if you want to, which is in February. But I would just remind all of you that if you are kind of west of our home city and you're one of the many churches there in Mississippi doing that, get your group of men together and do it before this thing sells out. Those tickets are available to Starkville or Birmingham by going to themanchurch.com and just clicking on the logo. So let's get started. Joy is out of Glencoe. Joy, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I just have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
During that moving process, did either one of you say pivot?
Pivot. That's true. It's always something that it's, neither one of us said pivot. It really became, neither one of us would admit we needed to sit it down one time. I mean, I think both of us, being brothers, staring at each other as best we could over that Chester drawer, I think we would have carried it to Montgomery. I really do. As far as we needed to go.
It's like we were playing chicken.
Right.
You were staring at me. I was staring. Okay, we'll set it down. You gonna set it down? I ain't setting it down. We played chicken all the way down the hall.
The other thing we had to deal with is, and Greg got to see me be handy a little bit.
Yeah, now that's one thing you are is handy.
Is put some chairs together. Mm-hmm. Coming up next hour, Greg and I would like to revisit floor models.
Yeah.
Man, the way some of y'all act about your floor models, I don't understand this, and we'll talk about that a little bit.
They try to hang on to them.
Boy, they do. Of course, couldn't you just take them with them back and replace it? But Marshall, if you want to join us, 866 We Be Big lines are available. Marshall is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Marshall, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Pivot. Morning, fellas. Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, buddy.
Yeah. Riding down the highway this morning, listening to Kickoff Hour, talked about super hots. The reason why, or super hot peppers. So the reason why a lot of people are into it is it's sort of like toting a dresser. I can do more than you can do, and there's also there's kind of a bit of a endorphin rush, because if you feel like your face is melting off, you're
Listen. So you're just saying it's all about I get it when you talk about that one.
Yeah, Rick, I don't know if you heard, but the Carolina Reaper has been upped.
Oh,
the same guy who came up with the Carolina Reaper has topped it.
Yep.
With Pepper X.
Pepper X. It is the hottest. It's the new Guinness World Record.
They measure the intensity with. And this Rick, the guy I was talking about, he ate it, and he had to physically lay down for like an hour on his stomach because he's in such pain. we were just discussing. I mean, I don't know if I really want to be involved in any food that I've got to physically recover from.
You know, Bubba and I, we love food so much. We don't think it's a contest or a dare. You know, it's to be enjoyed.
Sure.
Tony, Birmingham, Alabama. Tony, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How are you?
We're good, Tony. Hope you're well.
Yes, doing well. I want to celebrate Adler. No one ever calls and talks about how much Adler does for the show, but he brings a lot to the show. And he's in the background, and no one really knows.
Thanks, Dad.
What all he does.
Good. I was going to name one of his brothers, but a brother would never do this.
Clearly it's his dad.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Uncle Dan.
Now, he's a nice guy. I've met Uncle Dan.
He is. He definitely is. But I appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
No,
we all agree.
We're getting a lot of Adler hype on emails and stuff, and I thought we'd had some calls, but maybe Tony, you're, I mean, that Adler fella right there, his star's on the rise.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
his songs really got me on nuts.
His impact on the show is the stuff you hear on the air. I know a lot of you enjoy and are enjoying even more now. He had to kind of find himself when he first got here, like we all do.
Sure.
And but you have no idea the things he does off the air.
Yeah.
It is as valuable, if not more so, the stuff he does off the air. So,
and look, Rick, he finally got where he can beat women. You know, when he's doing jiu-jitsu, and he he's getting success all the way around.
That's kindness, Greg. Thank you so much.
I'm
just saying things are on the upswing.
Thanks for the compliment.
You had a moment that lasted almost 40 seconds.
That was big
before Greg got in there.
Yep. And speaking of Greg, people are saying I'm enjoying watching Adler turn into Greg. I actually just got a mic. I was mumbling that stuff to myself.
There you go.
What you said.
Before I had the mic. Now I just had the mic. So and that's actually on Rick and Bubba for giving me the mic. Right. So it's kind of not my fault.
Sherry, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Sherry, go ahead.
Well, it's not really Sherry, but I feel like Sherry.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So, did y'all take the drawers out?
No,
we did not.
We did not. We can't because
if you do that shows weakness.
Only weak people do that.
That's right. They were empty, so y'all just went with it.
And have you ever heard of those little pads that you buy at Home Depot that have plastic on the bottom and felt on the top, and you slide it?
I've heard of them. I just disregard them.
Yes, we have some. It works great on carpet.
Yeah,
that's for old people.
I guess if you want to be elderly, you could do it that way.
Yeah. But if you want to go down the hallway and handle it like a man, there it is.
I'll tell you one thing. If Sherry had been standing there, I'll tell you one thing she would have said. Look how strong my man is.
No.
Oh, yeah. I can hear it now. Okay. First-time caller. I love you guys.
Thank you.
Greg, did you know that Big Brother was doing that to you when it was happening? Or did you just
like
get
when we were kids, when it's over, I see what you did.
You didn't read into what he was doing?
He's good at it.
He's a master.
He's a master.
I thought I was doing.
He
Greg
can
wanted me to do.
manipulate a situation like that about as good as anybody.
I thought I was just doing what Greg wanted me to do.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a challenge on your
for
part to see if he picked up on it?
Oh yeah,
and he immediately started. You want to set it down, Red?
See, that's. But you don't understand. That's part of the mastery.
Yeah,
you get him concentrating on that. That he starts thinking, oh, he thinks I'm going to sit it down, and he forgets that I've actually manipulated the position. He's in.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, he starts concentrating on that part of it.
Brilliant.
And once I got him there, he would have carried, like I said, he'd have carried that thing. I mean,
my fingers would have had to rip from the bone. No way I was stopping.
It was so much heavier than we thought it was going to be.
It was. It was real heavy.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, don't forget you can catch the Rick and Bubba archives every day. Pick up any part of the show you may have missed during the live show. But if you got more live stuff, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Other mics are on. Everybody's mics are on. I think we have I heard that too. That's okay. I think we had a little mic issue in the back.
Control room, we've got contrary
We have
I
think we heard, we have the audience audio. All right. So the question is simply
this. His down. Still have the PA up. No, let it keep going.
Is there more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this clip's about to wrap up, but there's a little bit there.
A big part of high school life up there in Broward County. Many of you are calling for tighter gun restrictions. Some of you are calling for the restoration of the assault weapons ban. But even if it's put in place, there's still going to be perhaps hundreds of millions of guns still on the streets. Is there a role for the federal government in order to play in order to get these guns off the streets?
Someone's got my binder.
Well, you really hear it.
Oh, wow.
What's happening?
We are hearing our colleagues' audio. If the control room could turn off the mics.
Rachel,
if the control room could turn off the mics of our previous moderators, we will.
It's like a Saturday Night Live skit.
We prepared for everything.
Guess what, guys?
We did not prepare for this.
We are going to take a quick break. We're going to get this technical situation fixed. We will be right back.
Rick, we got round 2 tonight. I mean, you talk about a crowd. We got Bernie and Kamala and all of them tonight.
Oh, yeah. You'll actually get some of the big dogs tonight. So.
Okay.
Big Uncle Joe.
Uncle Joe will be there.
Yeah, it's on.
You know, with the
you said Trump was tweeting about it. So was O.J. Simpson last night. He said he was going to be watching. Yeah.
OJ was? Yeah. Here's old O.J., Rick. He'll love this.
Okay.
Hey, Twitter world. It's me, yours truly, sitting at my house waiting to watch this debate, to hear a bunch of people who think they're capable of running our country. It should be interesting because, to be honest, I don't know most of these guys. But I'm interested to hear what they have to say. And I think every American should be watching this. So I guess we got about 38 minutes to go. So won't be long now.
He checks in with 38 minutes before it starts. That's a little early.
Rick, that may be the most delusional man in America.
Let me tell you what's even a little stranger about it. Because of his criminal record, he can't vote.
People start wearing him out.
Oh, yeah.
You can't even vote.
You can't even vote.
Somebody he can just mingle with everybody. Nobody cares that he. You know what I mean?
Sadly, one of the best tweets is just a stab in the dark here, but ex-cons aren't allowed to vote, are they? In your state. And they went after him.
So OJ is on Twitter right now. You can go and address him. I mean, you can tweet OJ right now.
You wouldn't believe all the things.
He'll answer you back.
Greg, let me tell you, somebody's answering back. That's Fred Goldman.
Somebody said, "What's wrong with my life? OJ has a better life than me, and he was in prison for a decade."
What nice TV he's got there.
38 minutes till showtime.
Yeah. By the way, who checks in with 38 minutes to go? Wouldn't you check in with 5 minutes to go?
He was getting set up, Rick. He was ready to go.
38 minutes.
Another one. The gloves will come off in this debate. OJ watching. They were just good. They were on him.
I'm like you, Greg. How does this man not say, "Guys, you're not going to hear from me anymore"?
Yeah, he's engaging people as if. Hey,
look, OJ needs to just. He's lucky to be out. He needs to disappear.
Did he not tweet something last week?
Yes.
Some type of knife reference or something? What was it?
Greg, here's the thing. Let me tell you what
he was
nobody
honoring Michael Jackson the other day on Tuesday.
Let me tell you what no one has ever had to say to O.J. Simpson. Unfortunately, look, you got to forgive yourself.
Yeah, no, he's done that.
Yeah, you talk about somebody who says, "Oh no, I'm good. I'm perfectly fine."
Rick, I had that tough run when I murdered my wife and that other guy, but I'm back. And
oh my gosh,
I'm doing good.
It is. And they were running that again the other night on ESPN2. The whole America, what is it? The thing O.J. Simpson story, American Made, American Made, or something like that.
Yeah,
but
boy, it's good.
It really is. I mean, it is a really.
And don't forget the made-for-TV movie with Cuba Gooding Jr. playing O.J.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember watching that. Yeah, this one
Travolta,
Made for America, or
Made in America.
I think it's Made
for America, something like that. But
it's real long.
But it was on again last night.
Yeah. I mean, yes, many parts, and every part is very long. I mean, they go back to.
Well, they have footage that you've never seen.
Yeah, I'm playing high school football, and they start from there.
Yes.
I mean, they go, and you go through his entire, and you can't believe that run, which is why. The night that we were at the comedy club and we look up and he's being chased.
Oh, I know.
Guys, you don't understand. If you'll watch that documentary and watch like the first episode, maybe the first episode and a half, you'll understand how shocking that was to everybody.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, OJ, he was even the kind of guy that when he played football, when he rushed for 2,000 yards that year at Buffalo, gave all the credit to the offensive line.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't even it was
everybody loved him.
Yeah, I mean, he was beloved.
The juice, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Running through the airport for her.
Every time you went to the airport, you thought about running in there and jumping over that furniture. Yeah. Every time when you was a kid. He was on every TV show, variety show,
But they were
Monday Night Football.
But then as you watch it go along, though, you realize he had a screw loose somewhere. Because it was almost like this life he was living, as we found out, was a complete fabrication.
It was just a facade
and
for
a character.
what happened later on.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick Rick and Bubba show. So we'll move on and we'll hit some other things, but including we're going to get a lot of these now since all the stuff's been released. A Jesse Smollett update again today. But first, leaving the Democratic, the first wave of the Democratic debate, we were just, there's things that they do. They're trying now because there's so many of them, and they're trying to cater, as you have said, Bubba, we've all said, we've talked. Six and a half minutes past the hour from Sweet Home, Alabama. Picture getting up that day. Well, let's turn it on. Well, my gosh. So here we are, the gang. Everybody here but Bubba this hour. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, and Adler. We thank all of you for being with us today as the show moves forward. So last hour we talked a little bit. Greg and I had a mini move. It was not a biggie yesterday. And one of the things that we also needed to do was, my wife had gone out and communicating with our sister and with my mom, and she found a couple of chairs that she liked. And so Greg and I were supposed to go pick it up. Now, all of you know this if you've listened to the show for a long period of time. And it sounds like, Greg, you may be similar. I'd like to know where you guys stand. I'm a huge, I want the floor model.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to have to put this thing together. I want to put that chair in my truck and leave. The one that's all put together. Or I want to put that lawnmower in my car and I want to leave all put together. I do not want it in a box and then have to go home and put it together, or with a fox, or in a house, or with a mouse. I want this. You seem to want people to buy it. I assume this is part of the inventory. Isn't this for sale? Can I just have this? And there's a big pushback to no. And I'm like, well, so this is what we were told. And I was prepared for this 50-50 when Sherry was actually had me in there shopping, which.
You know why they tell you no? Because they don't want to put it together a second time again.
That's it.
And that's after they tell you how easy it is.
That is 100%.
They just told us how easy it was to put it together, Helms.
Yeah.
So anyway,
ain't nothing to it. Now we're not doing it.
There is one way you get the floor model. I found this out. Now some of you probably know this and you're ahead of me. If they have no more in stock.
No.
So when I was there, the guy says, I think it was.
If there's only one on the shelf, you go hide it.
Right.
Yeah, quick. Right. Somebody's trying to buy it.
So Sherry was told, I was there for it. This one right here, you can have the floor model. We're closing it out. They were both on sale, which was great, which would have made Speedy happy.
I'm so proud of you.
And I was kind of like, can I pay more to have the floor model? Yeah. But anyway, so
even with a scratch on it.
But this one, there's some in stock, so you'll have to take the one back in the wherever warehouse in the box. All you gotta do is put the legs. All you gotta do is put the legs on it. It's nothing to it, and the tools are in there.
Comes with an Allen wrench.
Those are nice tools.
So anyway, when Greg and I get there, unfortunately, they had found the other one in the back for it too. So they were going 2 boxes.
So there, you're not getting a floor model.
And you know me, and Greg saw me. I said, no. I was told I get this one right here as is. I'm sorry, you can't.
We found one.
And I'm like, but Greg said this because we're logical people. If you put this one together and put it on the floor, couldn't you just simply, now we're at Hamsley's point, go back there and take the one out of the box and make it the new floor model? And you're saying, yeah, Rick, they could, but they're lazy.
Yeah,
well, they're lazy. Exactly. They don't want to have to put it together again.
Yeah.
Well, how about that?
That's exactly.
Now I'm more mad than I was yesterday.
Yeah.
Why can't I have the floor model? I want to take that chair, and then we get over there, and when you're moving into some of these places, we're not talking about giant apartments. We're talking about basically hotel rooms.
Yeah.
And so now you got this giant box you're dealing with.
Oh, yeah.
And you're trying to unpack it in this tiny little room, which would be plenty if you just could go in there with the chair and sit it down. But now you got to deal with the box. You got to deal with all the bubble wrap. Then you got to find a place to throw the box away. And now the door, every time you do it, locks. Somebody's got to let you out, throw the box away. And I'm
Where's
like,
the Allen
why
wrench?
could we not? Where's the Allen wrench? I will say this, so I did join in. Put a couple of legs on.
Did you just spin them on?
And the timing.
No, it actually had. You're right. I know those, but it actually had a little bit.
Of course, Greg tried to convince me that a washer was key. I was like, I ain't gonna put the washer on. I was like, I ain't gonna put these washers on there.
Rick.
They wouldn't put them in there, Rick, if they weren't needed.
Rick, they need a washer.
Yeah.
You don't put.
Well, I did because
Greg
Greg got on me about it.
It's going to dig into the wood.
He needed my help because I noticed his hands were like bleeding.
I couldn't my fingers.
He couldn't move his fingers.
Did he get on that bubble wrap and start tearing it up?
He wanted to so bad. But he did get on me about the washer a little bit, hurt my feelings just a little bit.
Wait a second. Do you think washers are just for pretend or something?
Yeah,
you don't need that. That's why they send them.
I got stuff that don't have washers on them all the time. They're fine.
Rick,
if I drop a washer, I won't even pick it up.
And you really, when they have the flat washer and the lock washer on top,
yeah.
you can forget that.
There ain't no way I'm doing that.
It locks it. That's why they call it a lock washer.
It was my stuff's really tight without it.
Did y'all start arguing? Any brothers arguing?
Nah, not bad. I mean, he made fun. He made fun of me a little bit because Sherry called about the time that I actually was helping. Baby, I can't. Do you need me right now? Because I'm putting legs on these chairs. Yeah, I got my Allen wrench. You probably remember when I did the TV trace. And
the one that was completely apart, he kind of set that one out.
Yeah.
He was trying to find where to put the empty boxes.
Yeah. I became the dumpster guy. On that
I got to get rid of this
that
box.
chair. That chair looked a little complicated.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So I had to look at the instructions.
Please tell me there is a better reason that I can't have the floor model than we just don't want to go back there and put another one together.
Well,
please tell me there's a better reason.
And you've got to be careful what you pick when it comes to floor models. If you
you
go
get
like
a
a floor model grill or whatever, they don't put them together that well.
They halfway
now
put it
that
together.
is true.
They put them together just to stand there and you be able to see them.
Yep.
And so you got to be careful with that. But when it comes to furniture, normally they're put together pretty good.
I mean, a lot of people sat in it.
Yeah.
So maybe it doesn't have washers. I still would use it.
Yeah, no big deal. You ain't gonna notice that until you pick it up.
You weren't able to, because you can persuade people pretty good. Weren't able to
guy
do that?
wanted none of it.
The guy looked.
He point blank said no.
He was kind of mean about it. He was kind of mean about it.
He was a little more aggressive.
And I came this close because I was with Greg to asking the question that all Burgess men will eventually ask you. Well, let me ask you this: is this floor model worth? I mean, it ain't.
I started telling him I didn't like his tattoo either.
I didn't.
I wasn't big on it.
Greg, I don't know if you know this or not. You just told him.
Yeah, right.
In case you're wondering.
He probably doesn't listen.
It was one of these. I was warned about this by one of our cousins and second cousins, Greg. Of course, we have many, but that when you're dealing sometimes with the younger folk today, they certainly have a lot of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times they even know a lot of things, but their people skills are not very good because they've been raised looking at devices, not interacting with humans.
Yeah.
And you see that a lot.
Yeah.
It's like they don't have any skills to look you in the eye and let's just talk about it for a minute, you know.
If you could have texted them, they might have done it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and they're always looking down because I guess they're used to a device. I don't know. It's like
their neck.
hey, can we just have the floor model?
My neck hurts.
Up here. Hey, can we have the floor model? Look, I'm up here. What is it on the floor?
Now stuff like
Is it actually on?
This one here is a little strange when it comes to stuff like this. Did he get uncomfortable? Did he back up a little
Not
bit
really.
when you were trying
I think Greg might have become as big an advocate for the floor model than I was.
Okay.
Because
Well, you knew you were going to have to put
That's it. That's the reason. I know what you're talking about, Speedy, but when he was going to be directly involved and knew there was something coming for him later.
Well, you've helped me a little bit, even though it does anger me a little bit. But see, my struggle isn't that. See, you gave me an answer. My struggle is when I can't get an answer and it seems illogical. That's when I go off the deep end.
Well,
if I think it's illogical, why can't I have the floor model?
Well, that's why I think they won't tell you because that's. I think that's the answer.
I would have appreciated him just saying we don't want to have to put another one together and unbox one.
They're already low staffed,
or maybe
so we got to put another
or
one
something like we don't want it to get damaged. It's probably less likely to get damaged if it stays in the box. Even if it's not true, give me something. don't just kind of give me that. Well, this we just
can't have it.
You just can't have it because then that just makes me want to load it. You know what I mean? And so that's not good. I mean, nobody wants to do that. That's not,
I'm like you. Just come up and go. Look, I'm just going to tell you guys. Until we run out in the back, I'm not putting another floor model out. So
Right.
y'all going to have to take them off.
Y'all would have said, "Oh, got it."
This floor
Now, when
model
I run out back there.
This floor model's been put together, and there's only one way that it leaves here is if I don't have to put together another one.
Yeah.
If I have to put together another one, it's not leaving. And I would have said, I appreciate this. Now I'm just a little bit pushing back on this, but I appreciate you being honest.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess that is it.
Did you offer him, just out of curiosity, did you offer more money?
No, I've done that before.
Yeah.
And one time a guy gave me a floor model of a lawnmower, if you remember that story, because they were afraid of me.
Yeah.
But because I left,
helps.
I left and tried to put it together, and it became a disaster. And I came back in with gas, oil, and blood on me, and they just said let him have the floor model.
Oh, wow.
Were y'all dressed alike then too?
Thanks, I knew that was coming.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They know that the people they need to fire up are those that believe that the government is the answer to everything, and if I have an issue, the government should solve it. But they want to show right now, and I'm kind of, as a person who is conservative with political views, I'm kind of liking this because they're trying to go so far. They believe, I hope they're wrong, but they believe that the majority of Americans have become so bizarre that the more bizarre you can get, and to treat things that are bizarre as if they're just as normal.
Or maybe they are bizarre,
right?
Rick. I mean, we've got to look at that option too.
But here's an example. This guy's what's his name?
This is Castro. I think he's the former San Antonio mayor.
Yeah,
I think.
I
believe
so. Castro.
Well, did you notice too?
Which is fitting for the current state of the Democratic Party to have Castro in it, but.
Julian Castro.
We didn't even go into the F. Chuck Todd comment. I mean, he was making the point. I'm sorry. What did I say?
Did you
something?
say F. Chuck Todd?
Yeah, that his name.
I think that's what Rush Limbaugh calls him.
What's his name?
Chuck Todd.
Chuck Todd.
Sleepy Eyes Chuck
He's
Todd.
got another initial in there somewhere.
Yeah,
it's just Chuck Todd.
I think Limbaugh added that one.
Okay.
Did you think that was his whole name?
I thought you were mad at him.
I did too.
I never watched Chuck Todd. So I don't know.
Bubba, I don't like him, but I thought you really didn't like him.
So,
You said F.
But that's where you've heard that though.
so but listen to the point he was making. He's
Sleepy
saying,
eyes.
yeah, we got gun control, all this, but even if we get that, we've got hundreds of millions of guns out there. Is there a role for the federal government to go get those guns?
That's what he was
is
trying
what
to
he was
ask.
asking.
If everybody
And
would have
they'll
shut up
all-
on them
and
microphones.
they'll be all
And they'll
for
clap.
it.
They'll just
Oh,
clap.
yeah.
But listen to the clapping on this.
right.
So this guy, when people start clapping, you think you got something. This guy gets so fired up because now everybody's applauding him because he thinks a woman ought to have the right to have an abortion anytime, anywhere, any place, anytime. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he gets some momentum going. Well, he gets so much momentum, he realizes, wait a minute, there's one group I hadn't brought in yet. So he tries to bring in a group, but he doesn't realize he brings in something that is anatomically impossible. So please listen to this.
Secretary Castro, this one is for you. All of you on stage support a woman's right to an abortion. You all support some version of a government health care option. Would your plan cover abortion, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, it would. I don't believe only in reproductive freedom. I believe in reproductive justice. And what that means is that just because a woman, or let's also not forget, someone in the trans community, a trans female.
A trans female.
I got a question.
I got to stop that. Is that a
trans female timeout? Is that a guy
that thinks he's a woman, right?
Because now, if it's a woman that thinks it's a guy, still got the parts,
right?
Because we've had that when you'll read the headline says "man gave it," then you read it, it's really not a man.
Yeah.
I'm getting confused because I thought a trans woman.
Well, you're not the only confused.
Is a man who is transitioning to a woman.
Right.
But I got news for you. You can transfer everything you can. You can't suddenly get a uterus.
I don't believe. Rick,
I mean, it's
pro-choice or pro-life will not apply to that person.
I don't think it.
Just saying.
But he's got the crowd cheering for him. He go, wait a minute, I need to get the trans people in there. And I don't think he realizes what he's saying.
All right, I got it.
Okay.
A trans female is a woman who is assigned male parts at birth.
Okay, well then
that's a man that thinks he's a woman.
So
yeah,
I don't believe the pro-choice, pro-life
guys. You can put on a wig. You can even have them go down there and do some and do some work. You can get on hormones. You can do things you can get some prosthetic female parts.
Oh, yeah.
You can do all this. There's no way you get a uterus. I mean, we can't go inside the male body and create a place for a child to live. Or I'm sorry, let me say the Democrats would say a non-person to live.
Yeah.
It only becomes a person when somehow it comes out a birth canal, which also shouldn't be
What
there
was
either.
he talking about? I mean,
Greg, in my mind, he wanted to say that I want anybody to do whatever they want to do, and oh, by the way, I like the trans community as well. And he doesn't even
he just realized he had not appealed to them in any of this.
Right. That's
so he wanted to be clear that he was all in support of them too, even though it may be physically impossible.
Right. I want you to know if you're
this
if you're
is just group politics on crack.
If you're
Here's
a
what
trans
this is.
female, by golly, I want you to have all your choices too.
Yes, you can.
Whatever
even though
that
they're extremely limited.
Whatever that may be. So because he's
Anyway.
talking about abortion, that's what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so that the sideshow.
What is scary, to me as an American, is that bunch is on stage representing.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so we got you updates on that. We'll get another phone segment in here coming up, too, and you guys can talk about whatever you want to. Wednesday Bible study back today, so make a note of that. If you're involved in that or maybe want to be, we're going through the Revelation. People seem to be more interested in that more now than ever. With everything that is going on as things are continuing to be unstable once again in the Middle East, and they always will be on and off and until we get to the end of it all. But anyway, so we're talking about how Biden, these attempts to make everything with Biden be okay. I do want y'all to know that we talk a lot, and Bubba came up with the phrase, which is true, and we've been using it for the show, that we are your connection to the real world. This fake world that Joe Biden is going to not only finish this term but do 4 more. It's Greg and I were and our sister and our mom and our wives, what we're going through with Dad right now. The one thing that everybody keeps telling us as we make these difficult decisions is, y'all know this situation isn't going to get better. So you need to concentrate on, the quality of life for everybody, but
right.
it's not going to get better. But for some reason, we think the president in the state he's in with his cognitive skills is going to improve. It just isn't. But hear it from the man himself. Now, he may not know what he's being asked, so we'll have others. But here is Joe Biden being asked if he's positive that he wants to run to be president again. Here we go.
Are you sure that you want to run again?
Yes, because I'm sure. Look, when I ran, I said the world's at an inflection point. The world's changing, but we have an opportunity to make it. So imagine if we were able to succeed in getting the Middle East put in place where we have normalization of relations. I think we can do that. Imagine what happens if we, in fact, unite all of Europe and Putin is finally put down where he cannot cause the kind of trouble he's been causing. We have enormous opportunities.
Imagine if farts were made of rainbows.
Imagine. Wow. Talking about a fake world. Good
What?
gracious.
Imagine.
All right, so let's talk about, because we keep being told that that Bidenomics is just to beat the band.
It's working.
CNBC.
Seriously, I'm not kidding.
Yeah, well, let's see. CNBC, not exactly a bastion of conservative values. Here's their assessment about what's going on with Biden.
Having enough emergency savings and paying monthly bills, get this, have unseated saving for retirement as the #1 concern for workers between the ages of 21 and 64, according to a new survey.
So
She's wrong.
Yeah. How about this? Anxiety just is hanging over everybody. That person that brings, like, the minute they come in the room, they make everybody anxious. That's our president.
Yeah.
I mean, he makes everybody anxious. It's like, oh my gosh, is this guy the? So if you don't believe that, What was one of the things that was always under the heading of the American dream? What? Owning your own home.
Oh, yeah.
Owning your own home.
Homeowner.
How many times have you been told, don't rent, you're just throwing money down the drain. If you need to go ahead and buy because that sets you up. Here's some pretty scary stats involving how many people are renting versus owning right now in Joe Biden's America. Here we go.
215 million Americans own a home today, and 90 million of them do not have a mortgage. So they're only paying their property taxes and homeowner insurance. They are living good right now. Then you have another 100 to 115 million Americans with a mortgage, and the average loan amount is about $187,000, and the average payment is about $1,500. So this group is doing very well. Some are probably still struggling, but they have such an advantage because of today's housing market. Now, Group B, their back's against the wall right now, and that's why we have to look out for Group B, because this is going to change the entire American dream and what we know of the American dream. 115 million Americans, a third of our country, is renting right now. 115 million. But the problem is the average house in America right now is about $436. So the average payment's around $3,500. But let's be generous and say people relocate or buy a fixer-upper and they get a house for $350. The payment's still $3,000. So the average family would have to earn about $100,000 with very little debt to even have a shot at owning a house in today's market. The thing that scares me about this is people used to buy a house with a fixed rate, and that was a forced savings account. And they also knew what their payment was going to be and could plan their life. With renters, if we turn into a renter's economy, it scares me because what if the rent prices keep going up and the income doesn't match it, which is what's happening now? Where are we in 5 to 10 years with Group B if they can't afford the rent, if they keep raising it? So this is really the biggest issue of why people are complaining. It's because look at this data.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward. See, that's real stuff. That's a connection to the real world.
Yeah.
Okay. Versus what you're being told. And then we got a guy that says, if you want to see the real world of inflation, I'll just go in Costco and I'll show you the prices myself.
That's it.
No matter what they're telling you, we can see it for ourselves. That's one thing that my mom said. I can see it.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that prices haven't gone up. I buy stuff.
Yeah, and this guy went to Costco. He took a picture of the prices from a year ago and today. It's got kind of weird music on it, so I'll kind of just narrate.
Okay.
And he says this inflation 7%, it's more like 75% when you look at the basic items at Costco. He took these pictures a year ago, and these are the prices a year ago. He's got these like lentil beans. It was $6.99. Now it's $15.99.
Good night.
Was $6.99. Now it's $15.99. He's going to go through some other items as well. And let's see, scoot forward here. What else has he got? All right, so he got this 2 months ago. This chicken broth for $5.69. Now it is $8.69.
$8.69.
That's just a few months ago.
And that's 2 months ago. Mayonnaise went from $4.99 to $9.99. That's not nothing. A jar of mayonnaise goes from $4.99 to $9.99.
Look at the lentil beans.
And then flour.
You don't like lentils?
Flour goes from $5.99 to $12.49, and that's just a basic item like flour.
Yeah.
Flour.
And that when it's flour, when it's basic items like that, you really see it. Butter $9.50 to $13.50, and this is at Costco.
And you
where
like
you're
butter.
buying in bulk.
Yeah.
Where you're getting it at the lowest possible price.
And the butter's really been hitting you.
And the butter's been hitting me hard.
Yeah.
Butter me not.
Yeah. I wasn't ready for you yesterday to tell me you're on some butter kick.
Yeah, he loves it.
Oh, I'm reading some stuff.
Reading some stuff.
I'm reading some stuff. But that is reflected in my life too. These price increases.
Of course, yeah, they're real. They're real.
I don't feel 7% at the grocery store. I feel 50%. It's unbelievable.
Oh, it'll hurt your feelings when you're walking out of the grocery store and you just holding one bag, and it's like, here's $90 right here.
Yeah.
It's just one bag.
No, do you find yourself after they're done swiping and they're about to tell you how much it is, you start pushing yourself back a little bit and squinting your eyes?
And then that guy at the door wants to see your receipt.
Right.
I don't know how they decide.
Wait a minute, you just told me $53? I've got like 4 things.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right, we'll take your phone calls next on any topic. All 10 lines are available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Any party. I mean, this bunch wouldn't. I mean, they might be one that would be the Communist Party when I was growing up, and they would have never got a stage on TV. To talk. And look, they proudly call themselves socialists now, but I would say most of them are communist.
Yeah.
Because like what Chucky Todd was talking about there. I mean, that's right out of the Communist Manifesto. Absolutely. You go take the guns up, and the government controls everything at the central location. So
no question about it.
Oh yeah.
You know, I was telling Bubba that the whole deal about being able to defend yourself. You know, so many times, to your point, we'll find ourselves as Americans, so far, screaming, "Why won't you rise up? Why don't you defend yourself? Why don't you do this?" And you know what they say back to us? We don't have any guns.
Right.
They took them. They don't allow us to have
throw
them.
rocks.
Yeah. And why do they take it away to say they want to be able to hold you down? No. They always take it away. Why? Because they'd make a safer environment, safer community.
Yeah. Nazi Germany had the same plans. Remember?
Let's make
you can go look it up. Hitler's declaration about safe.
Oh, you'll be able to leave your doors open?
Yeah, not even lock your doors.
Don't even lock your doors. It'll be so safe out there when we take all the guns. Well, I guess it will be safe from everything except you.
Yeah, when you
our people who beat us with bats or stab us. I mean,
right.
It's
seriously. I mean, to me,
or blow us up with bombs.
To me, that bunch on stage is the biggest threat to our country, our way of life, our freedom, much more than these foreign powers.
No
doubt.
Bubba,
there's so many of them. We're going to have to do it twice. There's a lot
of
them from that group you're talking. That group, last night. What's a big group?
Well, sadly, it's probably a reflection of a lot of our citizens, which is.
I was just going to say, listen to this last point that was just said. And we've said it before, but it needs to be said again. The reason why we have to have 2 nights of these people with these kinds of views is because there's this many people that think, to Bubba's original point we talked about before, that today's America, I have a shot to get elected. Oh, yeah. Well, let me tell you why they have a shot to get elected. It's not because of them. It's because they believe our society has become so warped that it's warped enough that these kind of candidates actually have support.
Yeah.
I mean, as Bubba said, and he's right, there was a time in this country, if you had the worldview and the political views of these people, you wouldn't be allowed near a microphone, and and if you got to a hall to talk, you'd have about 13 people in there, and the rest of the country would oppose you.
Yeah.
But there's this many people that think that there's enough of our fellow citizens are the only thing that give these kind of people power. They have no power without people supporting them, and that's
which is scary.
Yeah, that ought to concern you. You can catch us on America's greatest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Watch us live on YouTube. Catch the podcast archives. You can stream on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, and you can also watch spend today or tomorrow. Well, it will spend today or tomorrow, so be paying attention for that. Now, you were telling me in the break, we had just discussed the bagpipe back at graduation time in the spring, because where our kids went to school, part of the graduation is Amazing Grace on the bagpipe. All right, now I remember when Barr came out and said, "I'm going to get to I'm now the new guy to get to the bottom of the Mueller investigation. We're once and for all, me as the Attorney General, we're going to put this thing down, and Mueller's going to come in, and we're going to do this." And he was just, the left just hated, Barr, because he was just so matter-of-fact and just so mean, and how dare him actually come in and say we're going to stop this foolishness, something that, of course, Trump wished Jeff Sessions would have done. But anyway, so you told me that now Barr is playing the bagpipe?
Attorney Barr took a break from his day job, Rick, to showcase one of his hidden talents during an event with U.S. attorneys. Seated on stage Wednesday during the Justice Department event, the nation's top law enforcement officer disappeared behind a curtain as a group of bagpipes and drums began to play, and he reemerged on stage, tucked a bagpipe under his arm as the crowd of government attorneys laughed and applauded. A low drum beat sounded, and the traditional bagpipe march, Scotland the Brave, began with Barr joining in.
Look, he went to get his bagpipe like a guy gets his guitar. I mean,
why is he doing this here?
No kilt. Look at Barr joining in. All right, let's go. 35 minutes past the hour We got the phones open for you. It's your turn to run the program. You make the comments. You ask the questions. You bring the information to the table. Calvin Speedy Wilburn taking your phone calls right now, and we would love to hear from you. And we got Greg Helmsy, Speedy Adler here, Bubba out, Lord willing back tomorrow. Relief Factor with the program, and when, Greg and I were talking yesterday. I was thinking 10 years. Greg was like, Rick, we've been doing Relief Factor since I've been on the show, and that's 15 years. That's what I'm thinking. Yes, so 15 years. So anyway, if you have not tried this product, it is fantastic. And look, it may not work for you, but I will tell you this: it works for the majority of the people. It's all natural. 4 botanicals, and this was research that was going on about the natural aging process, and these scientists discovered that, look, if these botanicals have always worked with inflammation, if we put them all together, what could we get something special? And they did. Boy, some of the emails that we get. Nancy out of Tennessee said, in 2016, I was in a car wreck. I crushed my pelvis, broke off the tip of my hip. Good gracious, Nancy. Nancy. She said, so you can imagine how I feel from taking pain meds, nerve meds, and so on. She said, my body was being destroyed. I pulled up the website, found the link to Relief Factor. Praise God, I did it. I feel like a 30-year-old. My mind is getting clearer because I don't have all the fogginess of these meds and feeling my body full of junk. And I'm so excited. My sister and mother have also ordered some for my pastor's wife. So right now, if you would like to hear a story about maybe yourself, maybe we have it on the show. Go to relieffactor.com right now. $19.95 gets you a 3-week starter pack. The majority of people that get this go on to order more because it's working, and I hope it works for you. It has for me. Relieffactor.com, or go to rickandbubba.com and find them right there under the sponsors button. All right, so to the phones we go. If you want to join us, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Ben. Ben, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
I just want to tell y'all I'm a big fan of y'all show, and God bless y'all for spreading y'all's faith on radio. I'm not ashamed to do so.
Well, thank you. I know that, the faith that we believe is God's grace and mercy, and I think sometimes, even if we have the best of intentions, we don't always, meet the standard, which once again shows that we're great examples of God's grace. But thank you for taking the time to encourage us, because it is our intention to show the world the hope and peace that can only be found in redemption, provided by Jesus.
If I could ask one favor, y'all, I would be honored if you would send me a signed autographed picture of both of you, suitable for framing.
Ben, do you know how to reach Speedy at rickandbubba.com? That's the website, Speedy at rickandbubba.com. If you'll send that request to him and put your address on there, I'll get the guys. We'll all sign something and send it to you, okay?
I appreciate y'all, and keep up the good work. Enjoy this, big fan.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. Thanks for taking time to encourage us today. Billy out of Huntsville. Billy, go ahead.
Yes, on your furniture deal, you should just bought both chairs and took back the one in the box.
I'm sorry.
I said with the chairs that you bought in the box, you should have bought the display and the one in the box and took back the one in the box. You got a refund.
Well, they didn't let us do that, because when we got there, the one we thought we were going to get on the floor model, they said, oh, no, we found some more back in the warehouse.
Can't have it.
So now you can't have it. So we were denied both floor models when we got there. In 24 hours, that had changed.
Yeah.
So it was 2 floor models.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we couldn't have either one of them.
Yeah.
I see what you're
It's
saying.
basically Rick's fault.
It wasn't my fault. I mean, that was just something we were told. I didn't know.
That's just the way it was.
Let's go to Dusty. There's lines available for you. Is it what Helm said? Is the reason why you can't have the floor model? Is it what Helm said? They just don't want to put another one together.
Yeah, that's it.
Dusty,
I get it.
Alabama, go ahead.
Morning, Rick and Greg and everybody else.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just want to wish Rick and Greg, I want to wish y'all a happy Twin Day today.
Thank you.
And absolutely.
That's it. I'm
changing I was wanting to tell you this last night. My daughter, she's only 18 years old. She's super smart. She's way smarter than I ever was. And she's exceeded very quickly in college, and she's she just graduated high school last year. And but anyways, this year she's already in her junior year of college, about to graduate next July. And anyway, so she'd had a tough day yesterday. So we go to town last night, and she said, I had a tough day, Dad. And she said, this song came on the radio and it just made me feel better on my playlist. And she cuts it on, and it's White Snake, Here I Go Again.
What a moment. what a moment.
So we're doing pretty good. I'm doing a pretty good job parenting.
I'm telling you. You absolutely. Let's go to Clanton, Alabama, where Blake is standing by. Blake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, man, I'm good. How y'all doing?
Fantastic.
Look, I was going to let you know there's an app called Handy, and you can hire a local professional, and he'll come put that furniture together for you and take the trash out of your house.
I didn't need that. You know why? Because I have my little baby brother. Yeah, and let me tell you something. He's handy. I mean, he's as handy. You already seen him working on those directions and laying that box out. And I mean, it was, he's a blue collar guy. He actually's worked for a living. Like he's not like,
That's right. It's
me.
been a minute.
Yeah.
Yep, Greg's super handsy.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're looking for that app he's talking about, be careful.
Yeah.
Okay, Greg. All right,
you talking about Friendly Henry might show up?
Yeah, little Henry.
Yeah. Now, let's see. In that case, would it be Friendly Henry or Jody?
That's Friendly Henry.
It's Friendly Henry because Jody only comes by when you're
out of town.
When you're out of town. That's
Yeah.
right.
He's checking on, make sure everything's okay.
Destin, Florida. Scott standing by. Scott, go ahead. How you doing?
Hey, bud, I'm doing good. Two real quick things. Since Greg's a fully vested DJ, who does he go for financial assistance and require, assistance? And also the impact that he made on 30A on that bike path. Just wondering when you're going to improve that. They started working on it. Obey that impact.
People were asking.
That's quite the crash.
Well, people were asking this past weekend when Sherry and I went to a little beach weekend, a little getaway after all we went through in September and front part of October. Did we do the bike ride? And I said, did we do the bike ride? Of course. You ain't gonna take Sherry Burgess down there to that beach and not get on that bicycle.
I need some bike with gears on it.
That
makes it better.
I don't know about that.
What? If you learn the gears.
Yeah.
You remember me and Helms did Bo Cross Bama or whatever it's called?
It'd be Bo Bikes Bama.
Bo Bikes Bama. And
right.
Alliteration, Greg.
We learned them gears and made it work in our favor.
Yeah, sure did.
We needed them in Cordova.
I am honestly frustrated that I gave that bike back.
Me too. What was I
thinking? Because they were
going
to give us a major deal, and
good price for it.
They really were.
Because they were top-notch bikes.
They were.
Yeah.
We had no business being on them.
No. Right. I don't know. I'm the same way. I get mad that I didn't buy it.
By the way, am I not right? The only thing that I people can't seem to understand, if you have walkers on the bike path, don't panic. It's almost like a squirrel. It's almost like a squirrel that runs across the road. Look, and I keep telling Sherry, and I can't get her to do it for some reason. I don't know why. Sherry, you have to get people coming up on the left.
I know.
On the left. She's like, no, they hear me. And I said, babe, you got to do it coming up on the left.
Especially if they got earphones.
And let me ask you this: have you ever? I can't. Of course, you crashed because you don't remember. But also, I want y'all to know. And Sherry was like, Ricky, you're making people feel weird. I'm a good morning when people go by on the other side.
Oh, don't do that.
Hey, good morning. What's going on? Good to see y'all. And Sherry's like,
who you, Speedy?
No, yeah. Listen,
I'm a good morning.
I actually had a player this weekend tell me that I didn't have to say hello to everybody that I saw.
So you just went through that.
And yes, and it is something I think Speedy has influenced all of us on this front. I get on an elevator, I'm going upstairs, I'm standing at the counter, I'm in a restaurant. If I make eye contact with you, I feel like I need to say something.
I do too.
What is wrong with me?
Right, I do too. I will admit though, there are some people that they don't care for it.
No, they don't. They're not in the mood for it.
And also I've noticed too, which probably was correct, a lot of earbuds.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So my good morning may be wasted.
Yeah, they didn't hear.
Could be.
Yeah. So should I just go to? Well, I got sunglasses on. I was about to say, do I just go to a smile? Then people may think you're a friendly Henry.
Why don't you just ignore people?
When in doubt, just do the white guy smile. That's when you smile with just your mouth and you just go.
You nod.
Nod.
No eye smile. Just
because if I show teeth, it could be misinterpreted as friendly Henry.
Too much.
Yeah.
Okay. My voice sometimes almost seems like I know you. Like we used to
Oh,
hang
you
out.
go that far
I
with
go
it?
that far with it, and I blame Speedy for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
His kindness and good heart. I mean, it just it rubs off on all
his
of us.
gets out of
Oh, my
control.
goodness, I mean-
He gets people involved that really weren't even close to need to be involved.
Oh, Speedy. I mean, sometimes Speedy treats people like he just found out that they're brother and sister or brother and brother.
Right.
And
Yeah, it's too much.
He was
Start doing the jumping ring.
Yeah, that he was like a missing sibling they had.
I know it.
You know,
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, it's like the reunion show on Maury or something. It's you're like, but that's not necessary.
Come on, we're
Right. It's
talking about friendly Henry.
right.
Talk about it.
Well, I thought it was appropriate what I was doing. I'm a coming up on the left guy, and
On the left.
I'm a like, good morning, how y'all doing?
No, you don't need to. How y'all doing?
Yeah,
You're
that's too much.
passing them.
Okay.
That's too much.
What about the ones that are coming the other way?
Just no.
Okay.
They don't need it.
That's good to have Sherry on the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But why?
I'll tell you that instrument, like you said,
That is one of the strangest instruments ever.
it's like somebody is being attacked by something.
It does. It looks like you're being attacked by a giant spider.
Of course, there's a lot of people play it. Is that bar leading? Is that what we hear, or is there other bagpipes?
There's other bagpipes over to the right. There's like 2 or 3 other.
There's one to the
bagpipes.
left there too. See?
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah.
So I can't figure out what. That's a little different than somebody sitting down saying, "I'm gonna pick a little bit for you."
Yeah.
You know.
It's a
About
strange instrument.
Well, it's strange too.
They're not the air they're blowing in doesn't correspond with the sound coming out. They're filling that bag up and squeezing it out.
That's
I
what
would like to see someone on this staff learn to play the bagpipe.
on this staff.
Yep, and to play it in here.
Wow.
What if
Adler?
Helms does it right after he gets done with Spanish?
Oh
Helms.
yeah.
We've talked about that. I'm no longer doing.
And you don't have to worry.
So that one's off. So does that
we've
mean
said that several
bagpipes is
times.
open now?
Now
Bagpipes is open, but I won't learn that. I got a better chance of learning Spanish before I play the bagpipes. I do want bagpipes played at my funeral, though, so y'all need to remember that.
Yeah, I do too. I always thought that Amazing Grace sounds really good. Off in the distance, not too close.
Yeah.
Don't get up on me.
Oh, I was close as I've ever been to one at that graduation. It was from me to Helms.
He was sitting.
It's a little intimidating.
He was standing right in front of us. So,
His
Bubba,
old naughty knees
it's
and
going to
that
have
skirt.
to. If you go on in and we're still here, we don't know what the order will be. Do you want it like, for instance, let's say that wherever your body's being laid to rest, and so, and of course, we'll all be sweating a little bit if we had to tote you over there.
Well, you can drive pretty close. So you don't have to walk too far.
Right. And I'm picturing, I may not have it right. Let's say that like right here is where we're laying the body to rest.
Right.
He needs to be like under a tree.
About where the fountain is out there, or the stage now.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's big.
He doesn't need to be there all over us right now.
No, I don't want him up on you.
Yeah.
I don't want him up on me.
Well,
Yeah, because things can get too loud.
Right.
I was speaking of that.
picture him under
There's
a
a
tree.
lot of other noises that go with the bagpipes, all that pushing and
That view
stuff.
I had of it this time, I learned a ton.
I think it sounds better a little ways off because you hear the sound, but not all the other things going on and everything bumping together and all.
Well,
you know what I'm talking
what
about.
I pictured, I don't know why, I don't even know the setup where you'll be laid to rest. I picture him under a tree, kind of off.
Well, there's not really any there. It's kind of open,
All right. Well, we'll stand him off there anyway. But guys,
I wish Bubba played.
It's one
bagpipe.
thing.
Yes.
It's one thing for you to be Attorney General Barr, and suddenly we're going to have a bluegrass band pick for us here at this gathering.
There's a lot of them.
You
you
see
walk
him in
behind the
Congress. He's up there and they're throwing, knives at him, and now he's just walking out with that.
And he walks behind the curtain, and you pick up your guitar and you sit down and pick with him. That would be a somewhat interesting story. But when there is a band of bagpipe players and drummers, and you go behind the curtain and you come out with your own bagpipe, with your suit on,
Yeah, don't forget that. Suit and tie.
and you join in.
This is even better. The attorney's bagpipe playing is far from just a hobby, according to the magazine Pipes and Drums.
Okay.
Barr takes the bagpipe very seriously. He's been playing since before his legal career began. Barr was a member of a now defunct U.S.-based Grade 2 Denny and the Dunpace Pipe Band, later which evolved into the Scottish and Irish imports of the city of Washington.
So he's pretty serious about it.
So he does this like we would play golf.
He's
fish
played.
and hunt.
He's played with a band in a number of competitions, including the World Championships.
I'd like for you somebody to Google prices. If today I said
I gotta have bagpipes.
I gotta have a bagpipe.
I bet they're pricey.
I bet they are too. How hard's it gonna hit?
I'm gonna be $1,000.
Well,
I'm gonna say $1,000.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, at least.
But think about this. There's not a lot of
Now, where am I going?
brass on there. It's not a lot of brass. and
Yeah,
stuff.
but it's just the whole.
Can you
I got
imagine?
bagpipes
the
here
ex-
on Amazon.
Can you
How
imagine?
much?
How much?
Let's see.
Wow. Well, it varies wildly, guys.
Yeah, like
Quality.
everything else, you get what you pay for.
I got about really $140. It looks
Yeah,
like.
that's
What,
not
for
gonna
a
be
bagpipes?
That's not going to be a good one,
Oh,
though.
that's that.
The average price for a fully combed and
Whatever that means. See, they've got all kinds.
I
of
want one with a goat's bladder in it.
Okay.
Did they do that?
I don't make that. I don't know.
There's
it looks
Here,
like
just get you
anywhere
a-
to $1,200 to $1,600.
If you're gonna show enough good.
Speedy found 150.
well, I just did a quick
of course.
Amazon
Of
search,
course.
and on Amazon it says a Scottish full set of bagpipes.
That's
he's
the
right.
Duck Dynasty one.
Yeah.
Well, I did an Amazon
He's right.
search.
I
didn't
see
search
one
for the
set
cheap.
for
I didn't put cheap in there.
$129.
Pass the gravy, please.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, guys. I know that every day that we come here, we hope we make a difference, and I think today we've made a difference. I really believe we made a difference, guys. We may have taken a culture and changed it, changed a part of the culture.
Oh, really?
What you got?
I won't tell the person's name. Okay, we'll let them be anonymous. They sell, I'll just say, a smoker. Okay.
Okay.
People are constantly asking me for the floor model. In parentheses, they take 30 minutes to put together. That is why I tell them no.
I don't.
It is a hassle. Listen,
Told
to
you.
put another one together. Are you ready for us making a difference? It's what we try to do.
Every day, Rick.
After listening to the show today, I'm going to tell them there's no warranty on the floor model, and they need to stick with the one in the box.
That's a good one.
Okay.
And he said, I just feel bad
That's a
pretending
good one.
that you know, that, and so, but what I would say, though, if we made a big difference, all right, let's say this.
Give them an option.
This is what I would like to propose.
No warranty, but you can take it.
And I would do this in a second. Speedy, I know you won't, but I would.
What you got?
I would like to have the floor model, please. I'm not handy, and I want to put that in my truck, go home and sit it where I want it. No, sir, I'm sorry. You have to take the one in the back. All right, I know what's going on here. I got it. So let me ask you this.
Don't give me that warranty
If
crap.
I were to ask the store, and a lot of stores have this option, if I were to ask the store, could I please have it put together, what extra charge would you charge me? We would charge you
$50.
$50.
Some of them do this,
whatever.
by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to take the floor model and give you $50.
Give you personally $50.
Because aren't they going to pay? Aren't they charging me because you have to go put one together?
Right. You giving the store or the employee?
However it works.
You got folding money.
You may have a side deal.
Yeah. Is that
when's your lunch break?
Is that illegal? What I'm saying is then I would say the store. All I would say is I'll pay the fee for getting it put together. It's already put together. I got you.
Yeah.
You put it together for your hard work putting that together. You should be paid. Whatever they pay you for doing that, I'll just give it to you, and I'll take the floor model.
Okay.
Isn't that a win?
I might surprise you. I might do that.
Really?
Yes, because the low hassle in me sometimes fights the frugal me.
Right.
And I know our schedule and the time, and sometimes it's like, all that time you're going to spend doing this, you could spend $50 and just really have it done.
I've got. I'm not going to tell y'all what it is. I'll have a report on Monday, but I've got to spend probably most of Saturday putting something together. And
ouch.
Yeah, what a great off weekend. And so I will fill you in on Monday, and this is a perfect example to where I wish I could hire somebody to come to the house, which I probably could, but I'm falling in the Speedy camp a little bit where I don't know that. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to bear it.
Really?
Yeah.
Good
and
night.
do it. And,
Well, I'm
y'all,
gonna tell you-
and by the way, y'all won't believe what it is, but I'll fill you in on Monday.
I haven't gotten a griddle
There's your
because I
tease.
know how I've heard the nightmares about
Oh,
putting it
listen,
together.
I put that together.
Try to get the floor model.
And the cleanup on them.
All right,
Amanda and I wasn't mad at each other, but like 48 hours.
Oh, that's not
all
bad.
it was.
That's not bad at all.
People, here's Brett. You're supposed to say hello, Rick, on the walking biking trail. You're doing fine. Tell your wife, the former Miss Bodine, she should know this because this is common courtesy riding around Lake Gunnersville. Okay.
I'm a hey guy too, and I've always been confused by the people that you say hey to and they hear you and stare at you.
Well, you scare people.
No, I'm just talking about in the hall. Hey, how are you? And they just stare at you and they never say hey back, and they just look at you.
That bothers
you.
me.
Did they not hear me? Or
some of
what's
them have
going on?
earbuds in.
Well, no. Well, some don't, and they just are
Well,
like
you
looking
don't hear
at you
yourself,
like,
and I think sometimes you're a little overbearing.
You know, I know this has happened to you because you do it so much, Speedy. Have you ever realized, though, you're dealing with someone who has some communicational challenges?
Oh,
you ever had that happen?
Mm-hmm.
And you
get mad at them.
and here's what you say, what have I done?
Yeah, you get mad at them, and then you realize,
by the way,
that a lot.
from a second floor resident here in our building, because of something going on in our bathroom up here, Rick and Bubba show guys, I used your bathroom on the first floor. It's not ours; it's the whole first floor.
just the 2 urinals.
Right? Yeah. I had my first encounter with flip flops.
Okay.
Oh,
I heard you guys talking about it. I walk in, you're right. He was right where he always is.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, anytime someone takes a seat in flip flops next to the urinal,
Yes.
you're already uncomfortable. And he goes, why don't they know that? Because the other ones were available.
And you got flip flops on. You're that close to the front urinal. A little
Right.
splash up could happen.
Yeah.
Right on your feet.
And what bothers me more
He
than
says
we'll spread them on.
He
out
said
there.
it bothered me so much. We're all up here on the second floor, hoping he never has to come up here.
Well, he may.
And what bothers me even more than the flip flops is the jeans that just hang all over the floor.
Yeah, that's it. It's like it's white. His jeans are wiping the
they
floor.
That bothers me as much as the flip flop.
How about I don't like upstairs bathroom as good as this one?
I don't either.
I don't know if we should be talking about this.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
I mean, talking about the. I mean,
Is it you?
There's not a lot of people in flip
What'd you
flops.
say?
It's
Oh,
not
that's
me.
true.
It's not me. By the way, it's not me. I got normal shoes.
You know what I thought
Hey,
you just said? Is he a Jew? That's what I thought you just
Oh,
said.
what?
My
Well,
goodness.
Hamas has
Bad
nothing-
timing, Greg.
I was like, wow, Middle East.
I said, is it you?
Oh, okay, I got you.
There's not a lot of people in this building that have flip flops.
That's a good point.
They-
Probably one.
Yeah, they can look down and be like, "Hey, they're talking about me."
I don't think he listens.
No way.
You
No
seen
way he
him?
listens
No
to the
way.
show.
Yeah, he'll stay in there.
No way.
All right,
Oh, now
he
he'll-
stays in at least 3 segments.
He spends a lot of time with porcelain.
I gotta
What?
I'm
Loves
gonna change just real quick. We can come back to flip flops if you want. I got an email
I'll
from.
tell you why he walks funny. Is because his legs have to be numb.
Okay,
Go ahead.
all right.
They have to
Big
be.
box, a big box store person talking about floor models. I worked at a big box retail place for a while. Yes, we hated putting together furniture. We also got sued when a hefty lady bought a chair pre-assembled. She broke the chair and broke her tailbone once she got the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Therefore, they don't do floor models
And
anymore.
cracked the floor.
At this big box.
By the way, totally made up story because he doesn't want to come across as
That's
being too
right.
lazy to put another one together.
Made that up.
Okay.
I can tell by his tone.
Probably
No,
wears flip flops
yeah.
too.
Yeah.
And
This
if she
one-
was that hefty, she's going to break it either way.
This one here just bought a floor model grill a few months ago, but I had to go back and tighten every screw on it.
Well,
now-
that's okay. I don't mind
Yes.
that.
Is that okay?
Hang on. Lowe's puts theirs out front. They're ready to go.
Yeah, they are.
Right. Well, he didn't say that's where he went. I'm just saying he said he
But
bought
I'm
a
saying
grill.
that's what I do. I just load up and go home, and I've never had any problem with them.
Okay.
Because I go through a grill about every
Lower
3
your
years.
eyebrows a little bit. I mean,
Talking down to you. Quarter zip.
He is. Look like my big brother. Look at me.
I got the
Quarter zip 1 and quarter zip 2.
I got the.
I'll never wear quarter zip ever again. This is about 5. By the way, probably going in the last hour in another shirt.
No, you've gone this far.
No, I'm wearing it through the Bible study. I don't want there to be an archive of this.
Y'all do look similar. I'm sorry.
Well, it's very similar. I'm looking at the
Well, you
camera
look like
shot
flip
right
flops.
Well, okay.
You know, honestly, if you look at us and people, that's funny.
He just said something.
That's it. That was all that was just sheer anger. All right, but anyway, I mean, that was just a reckless haymaker. You know, and but I look up, and it's one of the, I know people have said this about us for a long time, Greg. Ever since we look nothing alike.
Nothing.
Y'all are twins.
Well,
We look as much alike as Danny DeVito and Arnold.
I know it.
In the movie
but
Twins.
for some reason, the shirts make y'all look more alike, too.
Do they really?
Maybe that's it.
Yep. Matter of fact, look at me, Greg.
I got much better hair.
It's like a mirror.
Greg, look at me. Yep. I see Rick and you.
Yep. It's like looking in the mirror, both of you.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, he automatically went to
We
the
couldn't
cheapest
help it.
one.
I didn't. Y'all, I just did a quick
Speedy,
Google.
Speedy,
computer
Amazon
just-
knows your history.
All right, I'm gonna start writing
Amazon
this down.
knows your history.
I'm gonna put two marks. To that.
Did you hear me?
This page will be full in 2 days.
Did you hear me? Amazon knows your history. It knew not to take you to the $1,600 one.
True.
It's seen them cookies.
It's seen him cookies. That's so good. Yeah, it knows the deal. It knows better. But I guess it's just like the guitar world. Now I can get you, your first ever guitar for $99,
right?
$49. But I mean, it's not one you're ever gonna get up on stage and play in front of anybody. So I guess I didn't know.
Rick, it looks like the way this thing evolved.
Where are you seeing that much money, Bubba? I'm seeing.
The one he showed just show enough real deal.
Now, I'm just reading
That
here. The
comes with
average
a kilt.
price is $1,200 to $1,600 on one of the searches.
Yeah, you're
so.
on here trying to get those probably like.
No,
Speedy,
to Speedy's defense, I see one Amazon price of $129 on one pair.
Yeah, but that can't.
Speedy's
be
got them Fisher Price ones.
Yeah.
Rick, apparently
kids.
the reason that
But
it is
he's
built
market.
like it is and all this is that so that people back in the medieval days could carry them with them, and it wasn't a big deal. They would deflate the bag, roll it up, and basically just have the pipe stuck in a bag on their back.
Yeah, and you got to blow air into the bag to get it started.
Yeah, well, I mean, they got it out, and but they rolled up the bag. It just wasn't much to it.
I
What
want
if
you to,
every morning Bubba played the national anthem on the back?
I wish he's standing
The
right
show
there.
started. Every
Right
morning.
there. How about this? Let me tell you this. Can you even remotely imagine?
That's funny to me.
You're walking into a room with the bagpipe that you just bought, and it is lesson number 1. How do you even get started on that thing?
I think lesson number 1 is fill up the bag.
Fill up the bag.
Yep.
You know,
Lesson 2, squeeze the bag.
in guitar lessons, everybody starts out with "Hang Your Head, Tom Dooley."
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what the song is. They start.
There's got to
out
be
with
one.
bagpipe.
It's
You
something.
can't go straight to Amazing
It's
Grace.
something Scottish or Irish, I guarantee you.
You know, you ain't going right to Amazing Grace. That's finishing.
I know somebody's probably already done this, but I wouldn't mind being like a bagpipe guy that was kind of the version of like the bluegrass bands that play like pop songs and rock songs.
Oh.
You know, and I was a bagpipe guy that played.
Like here, Lay Down Sally on the bagpipe.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to Tommy. Tommy, ID from the heart of Texas. Here. All right, Tommy, you ready?
Green Acres. Wow, what a will.
Here he goes.
Tommy is at work trying to keep a low profile.
Shh, Tommy's at work.
We could lose Tommy quickly if the boss walks up.
Oh, I know. Let's see what Whittler on the Roof spins for Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Tommy from Texas.
Or if his boss is in his office listening.
Yeah! Meat! Texans love their meat. Texans love their meat. Well, I know you can't be ecstatic about this, Tommy, because you were right. It happened. It happened.
That's why we fly cover, Rick. I got it.
Thank you very much, Helmsy. Well done. $50 gift card to harryanddavid.com. Tommy got busted by the boss, had to hang up, but we have his phone number, and we will call him and get him that $50 gift card for winning on the wonderful wheel.
I need that to happen at certain times because I can't stand flying cover.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting, I feel like I miss out on things.
Yeah.
But right there justifies
Paid off,
it.
didn't it?
It did.
Yep.
So
Hey, you know what I
better
say?
about it.
No pain, no gain.
I know. I know.
We continue.
Tommy's going to get meat because I was flying cover.
But you know what? Yeah,
See?
your sacrifice paid off. Christy in Mississippi. Christy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Whittler on the Roof?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on! Did you see that spin right there?
Got after it.
That's right up there with Todd Jones about when he could stand.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Come on.
Come on.
Come on around here for Christy. Oh! Henry the horse! Hey, we got Henry the horse. Come on out of here, Henry. What happened?
Henry's tangled up.
Oh, my gosh, he's got stuff all over him. Henry, what's happened?
Oh, hey, guys, I'm still a little frazzled. I was in charge of running sound at the Democratic debate last night.
Yeah.
Good. My only regret is, besides all the technical problems, is that I never got to speak Spanish on stage. So on behalf of all of America, yo quiero Taco Bell.
What a horsey ran sound last night at the primary,
Yeah.
whatever that was.
Trying to slide a fader up and down with a hoof has got to be tough.
Back. A couple of things we want to look at and listen to. Number one, we had a caller in the phone troll a minute ago. It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. We thank you for being with us. Bubba not here for this part of the show. He was here earlier. Had a crown fall off, and he's gone to Dudney in the game to get it fixed. Speedy is here. Greg is here. And Helmsy and Adler are also here. We thank you for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. The Revelation, been a lot of interest in that lately, and it's been a fascinating study for the last 10 months. We're getting toward the end now. We're in Revelation 21 now. Today we'll focus on the New Jerusalem. Catch it live or catch the archive, which is available soon after on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. All right, so a couple things. Adler, let's look at the fives here because I actually had, I was thinking, I'm like y'all, I still living out in the society that we live in now. It is still kind of odd, and I don't know the situation. Some of these people may be immune compromised. Maybe they have some kind of issue I'm not aware of. But it still is odd, the mask wearers. Do we agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah, and then there's also the push for the latest vaccine and all these things, and these commercials are running again. And you remember we had the variant when it got real popular in September, August. Everybody said, "Well, here we go again." That you don't really hear anybody talking about that anymore. That's kind of become, some people get it and get sick, they come back. So this whole thing with now living with COVID, because it will always be around now as a virus, I assume, and that's what most people are saying. But all the things that we continue to keep seeing and hearing that we already know aren't true, that seems odd. So let's talk about some of these. So first of all, Pfizer has issued a press release, and we it's important today in our COVID update. So Pfizer is no longer denying. Now, I guess they're going to hope that not a lot of attention is paid to this, and I haven't heard much attention being paid to it, so maybe they should be happy about that. But that was just Friday afternoon. They issued a press release this past Friday. I didn't know about it till today, stating definitely that the mRNA COVID vaccine showed increased risk of can you say it?
Carditis.
Myocarditis. And then what is this other one?
Pericarditis.
Well, that's pretty close.
Pericarditis.
Yeah.
Yes.
That one I'm not familiar with. Are these both dealing with the heart?
Yes, yes. One is the heart itself, and then one is like the outer lining of the heart. And I'm going to pull directly from Pfizer's website. You've seen it all over Twitter, but I'm gonna pull it directly from Pfizer's website here.
Because Twitter can be, or X, whatever it's called now. Everybody will say, "Well, y'all just looked at X and didn't even go look and see if that's really a press release." So this is from the Pfizer website.
Yes, mRNA COVID-19 vaccines show increased risk of myocarditis, inflammation of the heart muscle, and pericarditis, inflammation of the lining outside the heart, particularly within the first week following vaccination. Its observed risk is highest in males 12 through 17 years of age. Seek medical attention right away if you have any of the following symptoms, and they go into it.
So it's even on their website now. So that's part of the warning now you should get if you get these vaccines.
And if you, I know we say this all the time, but if you said that a year ago, 2 years ago, you were slammed as being a quack, and you were silenced on social media, and you were called an anti-vaxxer. Said you want to kill your grandpa.
Right. Now Bill Gates is gonna act like President Biden and act like that he can't remember saying something that we have all kinds of documentation that he said.
Enjoy this.
Yeah, so here's Billy Gates.
I don't remember talking about masks at all, but the two of you, you personally were using masks.
Yeah.
I remember you seemed like a really extreme case because you would wear the full thing when you'd leave your apartment, and it was like, is he gone overboard? Is he germphobic?
I was doing,
All right, so that was Bill Gates talking with his friends, almost making fun of masks, saying, "I don't remember talking about masks." Here's him talking about masks on Seth Meyers.
We've learned in the last year.
Yeah, I just don't think of wearing a mask as such a deep inconvenience. I mean, we ask people to wear pants. Why was this politicized early stage of the infection?
Here it is on CNBC.
We thought this was about coughing. We didn't know the simple masks would provide so much benefit. You get the message about masks to be a kind of bipartisan, let's protect other people type message, and then
So he said, I don't remember talking about masks, but you did talk about masks.
Did he just compare wearing a mask to wearing pants?
He did.
Yeah, he has this in 5C. Is this the full quote about that? Here's this quote by itself. Here's this quote by itself.
This is another time he said masks are pants.
What about masks? I think there are a lot of people in America who are confused about whether they should be wearing a mask. And in the United Kingdom, for example, they've scrapped that altogether.
Well, that's interesting. What is the downside of wearing a mask? I mean, it's got to be tough. You have to wear pants. This is tough stuff. These societies are so cruel. Why do they make you wear pants? I'm trying to figure it out.
We're very glad you have yours on.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Slammed him.
Ooh,
that was awkward.
Awkward. That's awkward.
That goofy-looking guy he was yucking it up with in the first one, he needs a mask.
Does Bill Gates, I know he's supposedly brilliant, but does Bill Gates not realize how dumb the comparison of wearing pants and wearing masks?
Do you want me to tell him what you'll see in the difference?
Yeah, well, no, I'd rather you not. No.
As opposed to not having pants on, as opposed to not having a mask on.
That's right. No, I'd rather you didn't. I think it will lead to all sorts of nose puns.
That first guy, he was laughing at.
Yeah. Boy,
sure, Greg. Yeah. We know what you're saying.
Do we want the RFK Jr. one? I mean, because every time he talks, it makes me uncomfortable.
I know.
Do we want this one?
Let me clear my throat.
There's music under it if that helps.
So he's saying that he doesn't even think the vaccine was developed by Pfizer or Moderna?
Well, he kind of breaks it down, and it's kind of the way he says it is pretty crazy. Yeah, I know. All right, here we go.
Turns out that, the vaccines were developed not by Moderna and Pfizer. They were developed by NIH. They're owned, the patents are owned 50% by NIH. Nor were they manufactured by Pfizer or by Moderna. They were manufactured by military contractors. And basically, Pfizer and Moderna were paid to put their stamps on those vaccines as if they came from the pharmaceutical industry, but that's not what they were doing. They were coming from this was a military project from the beginning.
I don't know about that.
I didn't hear one word.
Can he substantiate that? Really?
Well, he did with the 50% patent and all
and the
that.
development of it.
And I don't know if that's a fact, but I don't know why he'd be lying about that.
Right. It's you can.
Did y'all get that out of that?
Greg.
You can say words that sound scarier, but you can also say words that sound less scary. And I think he used scary words in that situation, but I think they were true words. Does that make sense?
All right, so here's Colbert
Yes,
on the Late Show is home, I guess, with one of the latest variant of COVID, and his show has announced that he's missing. But he is fully vaccinated and probably boosted up I mean, just as boosted as you can boost.
So boosted.
Well, don't forget his vaccine song, which was just bizarre propaganda for the medical pharmaceutical companies.
Here we go.
And
that was Greg to the left.
The whole time you're waiting for the joke. You're like, where's the joke?
Yeah.
Vaccine. That's the whole joke.
That's the whole thing. All they
That's
do.
the whole joke.
That's all they do.
They dance, syringes all around. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Vaccine. That's the whole joke.
And he's currently missing the show because he has COVID.
Right.
Okay.
Vaccine.
Vaccine. Vaccine. So there we go. All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll continue to run through the stories that we still have from today. We'll get to more of your phone calls, too, before the hour is done. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. You never have to miss a moment of Rick and Bubba on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So there it was from the president's Twitter.
Yeah.
What was that logo right there at the end of it?
I don't know. He got some kind of his own logo.
That was a pretty good looking logo.
I know that we already had a hard time pulling ourselves. What is that, Bubba? Look at it. There it is.
Yeah, what is that? I don't know.
I like that.
Is it? Can you pull that CG down, Adler? It may be at the bottom of it. What it is? No, I guess not.
He's a lion.
It's
Is that Trump's new logo?
Go back here.
Thought I heard about the lion. They was a lion. So I just started growling like a lion.
I don't know what that is, but anyway, and I don't want to. I know, just like the bagpipes, we can't help it because then you go look for bagpipes and you get related videos, and before you know it, you're trapped in bagpipe videos.
Yeah.
And this is about to happen again. But somebody sent me something while we were on vacation, and it looks like it can't be the real members of Current Kiss, even though it looks like that. And up front, singing is a Donald Trump look-alike, sound-alike. And to Dr. Love, he's doing, they call me Dr. Trump or Mr.
I have
Trump.
not seen that.
And he's up there singing, and it looks like he's singing with Kiss. He's got the shoulder pads with all the stuff on and the boots and everything. But the guy's a Donald Trump look-alike.
That is funny,
up there
Rick.
singing.
Boy, I'd like to see that.
I know. I'm sorry, and I shouldn't have mentioned it because I know. There you go. I see. He's put his glasses on. He's about to try to find it.
I gotta find it now.
All right, Bubba. Also, another big item today, and I know the kickoff hour discussed it, but if you did not hear that, Calvin Parker, the pride. Well, Speedy's the pride of Pascagoula, Mississippi, but the second best known member of Pascagoula is Calvin Parker, who allegedly was taken by aliens into a alien craft and studied, and then dropped back on Earth. Mm-hmm. And Pascagoula is now going to put a monument up in tribute to the alleged or possible alien abduction.
Yep, historical marker has gone in. It was this past weekend, and WLOX brings us the story.
Here we go.
An interaction that has made Pascagoula known around the world finally commemorated today. Calvin Parker's tale about the alien abduction now marked forever. Tristan Rupert reports.
It does mean a lot. It meant a lot, all my family coming and Charlie's family coming down here today. But this means so much to have, especially the city and Jackson County and Pascagoula to recognize this.
Parker is referring to the historical marker that was unveiled today at Lighthouse Park in Pascagoula. The marker is the product of hard work, including that of Rebecca Davis.
This is absolutely
you can't see it, but she's with the Main Street Executive Committee.
Meeting Mr. Parker.
Davis was happy to finally unveil the marker. She also ceded credit to the city and the Historical Society for making this possible. While Parker was thrilled with the event, he wasn't alone in his excitement.
I think it's all wonderful. I've been waiting for something like this for years.
I just wish my dad was here to see it, and he would have been very proud.
It's Charles Hickson's son.
Okay.
It's emotional to me.
Rick?
I can't really describe it.
Don't miss this.
I'll break out in tears if I do. And I wish when I die I could be buried right here under this plaque. That would explain it the best that I can say it. It's quite an honor.
Courtesy of WLOX.
It'd be tough to bury you there, I think.
Can I tell you that? Well, who knows?
Travis may not pull that off.
What a great day when we finally got to interview him, because I remember that story when I was a little kid. Man, that was one of the first really big UFO stories.
All right, let me go back.
And when we had him on, it was awesome.
You saw the footage, okay?
Yeah.
So he said he wanted to be buried by the monument.
Right.
So if that was you,
Papscagula.
do I have the bagpipes all the way over at the viaduct, or is that too far back?
You might even have on that overpass.
Okay.
If your
That's
cars
way on
went
up there. No, I think back there. But look, can you pull this up? Maybe
let
back
me
by,
look at it
by
again,
the
'cause
boat.
I wasn't
by the boat
studying
back
it
there.
for. Yeah, that might be a little close, but you're getting all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he was walking along that overpass up there, so he heard it right in the
hammering
background.
down, hammering down.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I know I've already asked you this, but I can't remember anything. So when you were growing up, did y'all know where that spot was? Was that like, hey, let's go where the
Why did y'all not talk about that?
What do you mean?
Like when you were
did
growing
y'all
up,
know the story? Know where it supposedly happened?
Right, yeah. You knew. I didn't go and go, here it is right here, but you knew it was somewhere
Leave a few
on the
cans
banks there by the
Did y'all
by the
talk
bridge.
about it much?
Burn one.
Like, hey, you know this happened here?
Not a ton. No.
Yeah, then they go, hand me another.
We probably talked about it. We talked about it a lot.
Let me tell you something. Y'all must have had a different. In Calhoun County, we'd have talked about that 24
Yeah,
hours.
I mean,
we'd have
Rick,
dared
Rick,
people to spend the night there.
Rick, we did talk about it in Calhoun County
Yeah.
a lot.
It
Every
was
time you
talked
got
about.
kids together after the sun went down, we talked about it.
It was talked about. Don't get me wrong, but
But
it
did you
wasn't
know
like,
you didn't know where the spot was?
Yeah, but
General area.
Nah, yeah, exactly.
But I,
Baby, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. So, Greg, we have a couple other items, Speedy, Helms, Adler, all here that we have not hit today that we can run down. Emails coming in. I do want to clarify this for the audience. This has been done, I do believe, because I think it was on the list you read the other day. Speedy, anytime we get a lot of requests for stuff, we will at times put together a document and those can be found, goodies at rickandbubba.com.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all answer the email? I'm going through some emails and trying to get caught up because the way life is right now and has been, I'm way behind on emails and returning things and all that because there's just so much going on in the personal life here the last 2 months. But did y'all answer Mason's question? Where is the recipe for Terry Wilburn's protein balls?
I have, and I think I might have. To be honest with you, Rick, I've answered so many that I don't know who.
Is that at Goodies?
It is. It's in Goodies
right.
under Documents.
Yep.
With all the other stuff, it's there.
Okay, so
it's actually called the Document Library.
That's right. Is it under Goodies?
It's under Goodies. Now, Speedy, we need to make this. You sent me an email this morning that has an updated recipe.
And it was just simply there was a typo in the original one.
Right.
And it's bothered me. And so I've actually I revised it, and I was just wanting to know if you could replace
and
it.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Yeah. It's the same recipe.
Okay.
There's just a typo in the original.
All right. All right. So, and you read that there's so many things there. In the document library.
Yeah. There it is.
There's spiral dogs. There's Bubba's plantar fasciitis thing.
Get a lot of that.
There's the way we ran our little league teams because if you're new to coaching little league sports. And we made this so crystal clear. If you do not establish everything to the parents, as the parents go, so goes the experience. And if you will have a parent meeting and you will tell the parents this is how it goes on every issue and make them sign that they were there and read it, it will minimize I need to talk to you, coach, or I don't understand why you do so-and-so by at least 90%. There'll still be some it doesn't matter. They just can't help it. No. But it will minimize your parent to coach interaction.
It will.
Yeah, and so those are there just to help current Little League coaches. We've got Speedy's workout with his kids. They're the protein balls. And then we got Greg's Quirks are there. My mama's hot fudge sauce.
That's good.
So those things are there. And coming soon, the Rick's health regimen.
Is that what it's going to be called? Because I want to know. I just want to know what you've come up with.
I guess so. I'm glad that I sent it to Helmsy, or maybe I should call it doing a little bit better or something. But I sent it to Helmsy, and I'm glad he didn't see it, because the minute I sent it, I thought I left something out. So I will go and add that and then send it to you. But it does have a disclaimer at the beginning that is important.
And I think it's so true. Too.
Yeah, and is that, I'm not delusional about the fact that I will tell you this, that when you have been, and I still, of course, am not skinny, I'm just less fat. But when you, and I don't know that I'll ever be skinny, but being less fat, I have been fat so long, you become always fat in your mind. And I don't think I even told you all this. So after the wedding, or during the wedding, I did what most of the males do involved in a wedding. No matter how many times you're told over and over again, if it involves tuxedos, nobody will try it on. And, they always say, hey, try it on, because we have time. So if somehow the measurements are wrong, or maybe we gave you somebody else's pants, or, we have time to do something about it. And, of course, there was only one person that did that, and that person discovered their pants were way too short. Even though we were told that, the rest of the men still didn't do it. Even though we had been given an actual problem.
Never do it.
So I keeped around till literally 30 minutes to 40 minutes before I needed to leave, and thought, well, I'm going to put my tux on. And in my mind, because, this has been the overwhelming majority of my life, that I have weighed much more than I weigh now, even though I still weigh more than a lot of folks, and I'm by no means skinny. I thought that I had messed up. I got the tux out, and I said, oh, my gosh. I am in so much trouble. I'm officiating the wedding. I'm father of the groom, and this thing is not going to fit me. Just by looking at it, because I saw the sizes and all that, and then I put it on and it fit. But I'm talking about, that's how much it's in your mind. I was like, this is.
You didn't see yourself getting in there.
I was like, this ain't gonna work. And so, with that being said, the overwhelming majority of fat people, we don't make it, and I don't mean in life. I mean we don't hold to what has happened that has us. We have a hard time losing weight and keeping it off. So I even put at the beginning of the document, this will still work, but it is possible that as you read this, I have abandoned this plan. Okay, so
the plan worked,
but the plan.
I'm tired of it.
Yeah, the plan. It's just like we don't coach these little league teams anymore, but these things still work.
They do.
Okay, and and I'm not eating as many spiral dogs as I once did, but they still good. But the key is, it has to be something, and I take on in there, fad diets, and I take on the things that we've all tried.
Right.
And every single one of them work. They just are impossible to sustain, or they're really bad for you. Well, you've now just become someone who weighs less, who's crazy unhealthy. Mm-hmm. So you have to find something that is going to be sustainable, but is still getting you results that keeps you motivated. And it's also something that isn't making your health worse, even though you don't weigh as much. So through all those years, what I have done for the last 11 months, so far so good.
So far so good.
Yeah.
Because you've stuck to the plan.
And it's just the way I live now. Yeah. I know. When somebody even asks, "Are you on a diet?" I say no, because I'm not. Yeah. I mean, I'm really not. This is the way I live and eat all the time.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I've got a question on the tux because I lost count of how many men were the groomsmen. And were you solely responsible for the tux return?
No.
Oh,
I was responsible.
Was each guy responsible?
I was responsible for 3 tuxedos being turned back in.
Okay. Oh, wow. I thought you had a pile.
No.
Every one of them.
No. I asked the tux place because as I knew what happened, 2 of my sons and mine had to be turned in. I turned it in. I said, and I'll be back in a few days with whatever I find. And they were like, ha, ha, ha. Sure enough, I find somebody's shirt laying up under a bed. And so I had to take it back. And when I went in, I said, did you get them all back? And you know what they said? For the most part, we did.
For the most part.
And they said it was surprising how many got back with everything. And I said, so what you mean is everybody's got back but Murph. That's what you mean. And they laughed and they said, yeah, I think it was Murph. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll talk to you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our bunch, our gang, we would have claimed we got abducted at the same spot. Oh, yeah. We'd have told our story, too. Were you surprised that Mr. Parker couldn't pronounce Pascagoula?
I don't know what happened, if he's just excited and got tangled up. I don't know.
Yeah. So it should be there, though.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Howdy, tubers. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube. Here's a replay to June 28th, 2019. Rick and Bubba live are in a commercial break right now, but they'll be back right after this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Oh, Serpentine Fire is a dandy.
That's a dandy.
That's
a little kicker.
That's a kicker right there.
Yes, sir.
And you brought it up. Everything's live.
Everything.
I mean, there was none of this sampling. There was none of these Pro Tools where you can fix.
I didn't go steal
up.
somebody else's riff and just start saying things over it.
And the bass player, you hear that line he's playing, and if you ever watch him, not only is he playing, he's dancing like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
He's in step with everybody. He ain't missing a beat.
He ain't missing a beat.
They put on a show.
Talent, man.
They didn't
baby.
just put on a show. They
That's
lived
talent.
it. They lived it.
Now, granted, they're overhead. There's no telling what it was with 11 people on stage.
But they had a lot of people up there.
But by God, they had sound.
When they went to split the money, okay.
Yeah, that's right. Percussion guy couldn't have been paid the same. Couldn't have been.
No.
Because he had a lot going on up there.
Then the Phoenix
That may
Horns
be
got a little
why.
popular.
What was his name? Philip.
Philip Bailey.
Philip Bailey made. He
went on his own.
Yeah, he got tired of breaking it up 35 ways.
Do you remember even in this situation? Because the first live show I ever saw was the Commodores in 1980 when Lionel Richie was still a Commodore.
Oh, sure.
But they not only you had the Commodores playing, they had a backup band called the Mean Machine that played behind them so it would sound even more full.
Oh yeah.
Because like when Walter Orange would come down and sing, the Mean Machine guy would play the drums.
Yeah.
And a lot of times he sang from the drums. But they even had, to get the sound right.
Yeah.
Everybody was playing live.
Yeah,
Even if you weren't in the band, if they needed to bring a backup guy up there, bring him up.
If you said, I'm going to come in here and put a DJ up there that's just going to play songs that have already been recorded, or I'm going to make sounds out of computer, somebody would just spit at you.
Oh. They'd booed you
Somebody
off
would have
stage.
spit on you like they spit on Eric Trump.
I mean, a lewd.
Right. It would consider to be bad form.
Absolutely.
So anyway, great song to get this hour started. We do have a lot to discuss. I did, and Bubba and I were discussing it. I did find my way last night because now I kind of knew what to do going in. I did see what I could tolerate of the Democrat candidates, part 2, last night, and it's just you can't even really believe what you're hearing and watching. You really can't. It was.
I don't even recognize the country anymore. You know?
Can I tell you this? I told Bubba this a minute ago when we were hanging out at our offices. It has to be a low day for Bernie Sanders when another raging liberal even says what you said is outlandish, and that you're throwing out statements that are not. These are apples and oranges, and you're acting like they're apples and apples. When one of the modern day Democrats has to tell Bernie Sanders that I mean, I just, wouldn't that be a day you said, "Wow, did one of these crazy liberals just tell me that what I just said was like a childlike attitude about something?"
Right? Yeah, it's the craziest thing.
It would be like me, when you're sitting there and all of a sudden Bubba walks in and says, "Well, I don't know about that as a healthy snack." I mean, you would just go, "Gosh, I must be off the wagon."
Yeah. Right. Let me make a menu for you for the day, and it's Bubba filling it out for a healthy,
right.
Eating. I mean, or any of us really. None of us.
Well, I think Bubba knows what it is. He just doesn't do it.
Right.
He can tell you, but he's not doing it.
Yeah. But like
don't
Greg,
you love when somebody sits you and me down to act like we don't understand how it all works? We understand it. We just don't do it.
Listen,
and when I do
not
it,
very fun.
In the areas of my life where I do it, I stand by for a shocker. I've actually seen good results.
Yeah.
Rick, there's nothing fun about it.
And in the areas that I don't do it, guess what? It's a little bit of an uphill climb, and I see things going backwards.
And I don't totally eat as bad as y'all see because I take part of what's here. I mean, you don't see lunch when I'm eating a lot of broccoli and everything else, trying to balance it out
I've
to
eaten
some
lunch with you a
degree.
few times.
I haven't
seen broccoli consumed yet.
I don't.
Well,
he does that at lunch.
Oh, I do a lot.
Where you go to get broccoli?
All I'm seeing is the results of whatever you're doing.
Well, yeah. We haven't got the results we need yet.
It's true. All right, so we put the fire on the beach. Gilligan goes and puts it out. All right, so we're back. 866 we be big the number. Hey, thank y'all for being with us today. We enjoy hanging out with you. Some things you need to know. Is that a ship?
It's going away from it.
All right,
It's light the fire.
Wait a minute. I think I hear somebody trying to contact us. It won't lie. It won't lie. We were discussing all the many times. Why didn't they just not get Gilligan involved?
Oh, Rick, you mess up anything.
Some things you need to know. TheManChurch.com, out and about coming up. Here's some things you need to know. We have the Bible study today. And then, of course, the 29th. By the way, Helms, I want to tell you, did you know that me being somewhere on the 29th is actually on the lineup twice?
Is it really?
Yeah, so
twice as nice.
Check it and see if it's like it on the website.
Well, it's got to be because that's where I printed it.
Two different places.
Yeah, but anyway, so coming up on the 29th, the 29th of October, this is one of those things that Speedy asked me to do, so the Lords will keep letting him hunt. I'm going to Clanton, and I'll be there. At Clanton First Methodist Church with Tommy Lenore.
Speedy, you're welcome.
Speedy, okay. No, I'm excited about being there. They're starting the men's discipleship strategy. I'm even trying to see if I can't get Gary to come.
Dang.
I mean, you don't never ask me to go nowhere with you no more. Why do you think that is, Gary? Well, I mean, I got in that, that pastor down in Louisiana, he took a hold of me. But I mean, he should not have took a hold of me.
When you fight a pastor at an event like that, usually you don't get
invited back. So they're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy there. And then we got some other things that are going on coming up in November. And that's, believe it or not, y'all realize November is here? I mean, it is here.
It's so crazy, Greg.
I might as well get that stupid tree down already.
I know. So, Greg, I'd wait to have a little Christmas spirit.
Please don't miss his arms across.
Stupid. Wow. Valleydale Church, my home church, on November the 9th. Blake Prime will be speaking at our next man church. We'll be putting you into the small groups. So and it's going to be a chili cook-off. So we'll have a lot of chili there that night. Try some recipes, and then coming up on December the 1st, I'll be headed to New York City. Promise Keepers, the Daring Faith Conference. I'll be there, and then on December the 3rd. We'll have that up here. I just found out we've got another man church coming up down in Mobile, and we'll tell you about that too when we get that. We just got the information coming in on that.
I like a chili cook-off.
Yeah. So, is it on there
Rick,
twice?
While I've got you, is it First Methodist Church, Clanton?
Yeah.
Or is it Clanton First Methodist Church?
Do we have it on there both ways?
Yes, that's where the mix of it is.
Okay.
Well, two different.
So I need to know which one it is.
I'm not
two
sure.
different places.
I really don't know.
I think I'm just going to go.
Text Tommy and tell us what it's called.
I'm going to take a guess.
Because, they were one of the Methodist churches that voted, hey, we can't stay in the United Methodist anymore.
Yeah. Speedy, ask him when you take him to
It's First Methodist Church.
No, that's what I went with.
Okay. All right.
So now if you refresh that, you ought to have just one.
Okay.
Right, here we go.
Thank
it's
you.
let's see here.
Okay, there we go.
Or as Dad says, Methodist.
Yeah, Dad always called it Methodist.
Clanton First Methodist.
Okay, so that's on the 29th of October.
Oh, no, First Methodist Church of Clanton.
That's what I went with.
Yeah, and I will also mention if you
wait a minute, no,
hold on, not changing.
Hang on. Also, and I'm thinking to myself because poor old Helms, I think I told you this. Also, over on the Burgess Ministry side, on that same day, on the 29th, that morning, I'm actually going to be preaching at Valley View in Leeds, Alabama. So that's a church that our church is trying to help get back on their feet. So I'll be there on the 29th that morning.
Got you a busy one.
Well, that day's a good day. Well, I wasn't going to do the thing again that night, but I know you asked me to do it, so I will.
I appreciate you stepping up.
Yeah,
You got to get
Tommy appreciates
it. It's like a Sunday morning.
I got it on
you
there.
Got that, yeah, okay.
It's at BurgessMinistries.com.
Yeah, it's at Burgess Ministries.
Two tree stands and one man.
And of course, we got the Man Church Conference tickets that are selling now too. Birmingham, February the 16th and the 17th. Robbie Gallaty will be there. Rich Wingo, I'll be there. Andy Blanks, Chuck Hooten doing worship at Sanford's Wright Center. And then Mississippi State University will be there for Man Church Conference on March 8th and 9th. James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and yours truly, Rickaroo. And then Chuck Hooten will be doing worship there. And, of course, we'll also be introducing our latest resources, our latest curriculum, all of that. Coming up at those two conferences in 2024. And you can find that at themanchurch.com as well. And those tickets are moving quick, so don't put that off. And there's a price increase coming first of the year. All right, so yesterday, we've been talking about Greg and I were out. We had a project we had to handle yesterday. And we drive these Hendrick trucks, and we like them. Well, Greg's in his Chevy.
That reminds me, I'll be there 11 to 1 Friday.
Here I am talking about things, and you don't even tell us.
I'll be there.
What's wrong with you?
So
we're not even tweeting.
We're Hendrick drivers, and I will say this about the Hendrick vehicles that we drive. I will say, let's just use the word 100. Okay, let's say over the years I've driven 100 different cars from Hendrick.
Wow.
I have. I'm just guessing.
I know. Where does this go?
It's been a while. I have probably turned in 10. Exactly like I left it. Okay, I would say 90 of them come back with a little. Well, I use them. They're trucks. I mean, I get after it. And so
do you know what Hendrick has said? That you're not crazier than you are fine.
That's right.
They have said,
he's fine.
They present a handle from time to time, but they're fine.
Yeah, when he brings our truck back with a dent in it, somebody always buys it.
Yeah,
right. And so
just autograph the bumper and we're good.
So I was in charge of trying to go around and get some of the things that we need for moving Dad this week. Mm-hmm. Well, if y'all remember, and it was you, Helms, by the way, or Speedy, one of y'all. This is on y'all. Okay.
What do we do?
So
I don't know how he somehow put it on y'all.
How am I getting brought into this?
I'm just telling you. So and Greg's and I were talking on the phone yesterday,
and I'm right behind him.
And he's right behind me, and then you say, Greg.
I'm looking in the middle of the tailgate at the top. I said, "What did you do to the tailgate?" He said, "I don't want to talk about it."
You don't want to talk about it? How's this on me?
I may actually be able to open the. Do you have a shot that you can go out the window? Because you can actually see it.
It's not horrible,
the
but
people might be watching. It's not bad. It's a little
not
ding.
Horrible, but
hey,
not a little ding.
What do they call furniture when you buy it and you get a little bit off?
A little scratch and scratch.
A little scratch and dent. It's not a bad deal. It's going to help somebody get a deal on this truck when they call me today immediately and tell me to bring it in.
Yeah.
How bad is it, guys?
It's not that bad.
I'm going to say right now.
I want you to tell them,
Rick. It looks like
Rick. I want you to tell them why
it is.
I'm going to say if this one here recognized it, it's bad.
That's a good
that
point.
son of a gun don't recognize nothing.
Yeah.
There could be a snake crawl between his legs. He wouldn't know.
Not that bad.
Could have been a coyote in the back. He wouldn't have seen it.
The best part, tell them how it happened.
Thank you,
and
why.
Is why it happened Speedy and my fault?
Yes.
Probably. Okay.
Yes.
Can't wait to hear this.
Yeah.
That thing's right in the window, isn't it?
And by the way, I want you to know, Hendrick's not surprised by this.
The window's dirty.
They're probably thinking, well, thank goodness it's not the back panel again.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, it's a tailgate. So anyway, and that's a truck. That's a working truck. That's a working truck.
It looks like Bryce Harper hit a home run and it hit it.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a working truck.
It does look like a baseball.
So you remember, because when you get into summer, spring and summer at the farm, the hay grows really high. And
now this somehow's tied to y'all.
It is.
I can't wait.
And, if you
trying to
remember,
save money?
I was trying to get Sherry's attempt to ride in the mud when she shouldn't have got off in that swamp.
Oh, yeah.
And I was trying to get her vehicle that she was in, the side-by-side, out of the mud. And because of the highness of the grass, the sensors, the backup sensors, kept slamming the brakes on the vehicle, and I couldn't get backed up. And then y'all said, "Well, Rick, you can turn those sensors off." Do you remember that?
I do. And we went out and turned them off.
Yeah.
Oh.
And you went out there and turned them off.
Right. At the request of you.
Yeah. And I see. And I forgot they were turned off. and so
if it had them, this would have never happened.
And so I come out of a place and I should have looked at the screen, and thank goodness it was just a pole. I'm
glad it wasn't a person.
And because I usually listen for the sensors, if I'm trying to, I was moving.
You talking about the sensors you were complaining about?
Yeah, I was moving.
Shut off.
I was moving some papers and stuff.
So you're
around.
listening, not looking?
At this particular case, I thought I had more room than I had, and all of a sudden, when my head bounced off the steering wheel, I thought, well,
what in the world?
Something in movement.
I said,
"Daggum, Speedy."
I don't know what I just backed into, but it was substantial, so I think, well, man, why didn't that sensor go off? And then I remember why.
Rick, you're too reliant on
because Speedy turned it off.
So you got spoiled.
After you told me to.
So I got a little dent in my tail.
That's on you.
Hey, that's not a little.
That's on Speedy, clearly.
That's on Speedy and Helms.
No, here's the part.
It's at the top of it too. So for those of you who don't know, it's at the top of the tailgate.
Well, that's a working truck. You're gonna have a dent there.
I mean, the pole had to be substantial.
No, those things give. They do that so people be safe. To
stop them, apparently.
Yeah, well, what it was, let me tell you the hilarious part. Because I went and got me something to eat right after that. And I walk around and I said, well, I don't even see anything. I said,
you didn't look at the top?
I said, that's good. I said, that didn't even make a scratch.
He's looking at the bumper.
Then all of a sudden I come out with my food like that. And also I went, oh, God.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Hit it. So I've got a lift kit, really beautiful. Ram 1500, slightly used.
Little character.
It's got a little character.
It's the floor model.
You can have it as is, like it sits.
It's the floor model.
It's the floor model. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's chat right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Evidently, that broccoli lunch is not overcame it.
The battle may begin, but breakfast is winning. All right, so we'll come back. We'll unpack that.
I wish we had some bananas here.
By the way, just when you love a banana,
one a day.
Hey, just when you love a banana, some nutritionists will tell you a banana is the worst of the fruits you could eat.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on,
I don't
man.
like when they do. I need my potassium.
What'd you say?
Potassium. I said I need my potassium.
Okay. That's one of those words you can't just run right up on. 15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Agencies are saying that the big winners last night, and I'm with Speedy and Greg and Bubba. I think you and I assume Helms and Adler would be in the same deal. We got to get the numbers down before I can really participate. There's just too many people.
Yeah, you can't even hear from everybody.
No, you can't.
And I told them, I said the good thing is, and we've gotten better about it here with our group, is I do understand now why y'all don't like when we all talk on top of each other, because it's very difficult to listen to and watch. But they're saying now again. I know we had to be schooled on how to pronounce her name correctly. Is it Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kamala.
It is
Kamala.
Kamala. I got you. So it's Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Gosh, I want to call her Kamala.
Is that not what you said?
No, I said Kamala.
It's Kamala.
What's it? Kamala.
Right,
Really?
yeah,
Seriously?
I got you.
Think comma like you put a comma.
Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, they claim, were the big winners. I don't know that I agree with that.
Depends on who you ask.
Right.
Yeah. And what the media's got an agenda here too. You got to be careful.
No,
Yeah,
I got you.
we don't know who they've selected yet.
Mhm.
Right.
But
they've selected Kamala.
Right now, after last night, they're all about comma.
Well,
They
let me
think
tell you why.
she's
Let me tell you
the
why.
rising star, superstar,
And I'll tell you why.
showdown,
And we've talked about this forever. And this is fine. I'm as guilty of it as anybody. If you're somebody that will be passionate, and you'll be somebody that that can inspire, sometimes I don't even care what you're saying. I'm just like, man, that's inspiring. But the problem is Kamala doesn't ever tell you how she's going to accomplish this passionate thing she just said. See, it's easy for everybody to be arguing on top of each other, and she comes out and overshouts everybody, then gets the room. You know, I shouted to the point that I got the room, and everybody hears me, and everybody around me is bickering and talking on top of each other, and I get to go, our country doesn't want to see a food fight. They want to know how we're going to put food on their table. Ah! Ah! Well, that sounds great. But that's not a plan. That's just a passionate statement that certainly, if you're out there struggling, you go, yeah, hey, that's who I want right there.
Well, I don't know that she's the example of females succeeding in the political process. She basically slept her way in to get to where she's at.
Bubba.
Bubba. That's true, and they don't deny it.
Oh, see, I don't know all.
Well, and she's got two things going for her, guys, that people don't want to talk about.
Right.
You
can't
interrupt her and get on her up there.
Yeah.
You'll be called a racist.
Oh, yeah.
And you hate women.
Right.
So she's got those two things going for her when she's up on that stage.
But the two things I saw her get the big applause about, it's one of those things like I step up and I said, really? Look, no offense, because he's actually done some stuff when he got there. President Trump got everybody at I want to make America great again. You embarrassed of America? We got to make America great again. Yes! Now there's a lot to do, but let me tell you something. Those kind of statements work.
You got to have a good marketing cry.
Right, yeah. So when you scream, nobody wants to see a food fight, they want to know how we're going to put food on your table, that kind of stuff works. Now, let me be clear. Trump has actually delivered on most everything that he has the power to deliver on.
Right.
That's not a negative Trump statement. I'm just saying it's effective in politics. You better have something.
You have a battle cry.
A battle cry. That's it. A battle cry that people are inspired by. Ronald Reagan did it, but he also delivered.
Wow.
You remember when he came back on his second election, it was beautiful. Is your life better now than it was before I was president?
Yeah.
And everybody looked around and said, yeah. So he won 49 out of 50 states.
Can you imagine a presidential election today that somebody wins 49 states? That's New York, California, Texas, Florida. The only state he didn't win was Minnesota.
Sorry about that, buddy.
Well,
but that was Mondale.
Mondale, yeah, he was from there.
You have to admit, even though he only won, you have to feel kind of bad if you're Al Gore. Though Mondale only won one state, he did win his home state.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if Al Gore had won Tennessee, he would have been president,
right.
By the way.
Mm-hmm. Of course, that means the people who knew him the best told us this is not good for the country. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. All right, so let's go phone calls. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll chat with you. Bubba will be back with us tomorrow. So if you're wrapping up your time with us today, know that Bubba back tomorrow. Check the archives today if you missed anything that you got. Oh, man, I missed that. Go back. Bubba was with us earlier in the program today. All right, so let's go to Anita. Anita is standing by. If you want to join us, Coach Helms is on the phone. Yeah, Coach. Let's go to Anita. Anita, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Well, fine. Thank you, Rick. I wanted to ask you if you have ever read the book Heaven by Randy Alcorn.
I have, yes. Sherry and I both have read that.
Well, do you consider it a very good book?
I do. I mean, obviously, there's going to be there's nothing that Randy. I don't have any problem with anything he does there. There's certainly going to be some speculation there, and
well, yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
yes.
But probably one of the best Bible teachers I ever had said.
Wow, wonderful. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I have heard. I'm sure you're familiar with David
sorry.
Jeremiah.
I'm so sorry, Anita. Maybe you can't hear me really well. What I was going to say is one of the best Bible teachers I ever had told me it's okay to speculate as long as you acknowledge you're speculating. So Randy does that, but and there's things that we are told about heaven. We'll talk about some of that today in our Bible study today. But there are a lot of things that we aren't told. But Sherry and I both found the book to be to be hopeful and to administer to us. So we liked it very much. Let's go to Daniel in Alabama. Daniel, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, morning, fellas.
Thank you.
Hey, Rick, I just wanted to let you know that your buddies are joking when they say back up till it sounds expensive, right?
Yes, I had those kind of so-called buddies. Come on back, you got all day. No, you are 100% right, Daniel, and they
need to give you a hoe up.
I needed one bad. Thank you, man. You're right. We continue. Let's go to Todd in Birmingham. Todd, 1047 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, how are y'all? Y'all were talking about when you pass people, greeting them.
Uh-huh.
This has happened to me on more than one occasion. I'll pass people and say good morning, and their response is fine, how are you? I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, I don't either. And Brian Regan does a great comedy bit on awkward greetings and goodbyes, and that's definitely one of them. Eric in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Eric, go ahead.
Hey, boys, how are y'all?
We're good.
Just wanted to see if y'all had officially named the studio the No Name Studio, or if y'all had plans to name it something else.
No, that is the name. The name of the studio is the No Name Studio. So No Name Studio is the name of the studio.
Which means we gave up.
Yes,
yeah, we kind of did.
All right,
it just stuck.
So, Speedy, speaking of vehicles, and you were telling us, Adler has gone on and on about his sweet van.
Oh,
sweet! It's sweet.
It's his everyday vehicle too.
Everyday vehicle,
and it's gigantic.
And you went as far as to go take a tour of it because you want to see the step out he's in?
We did. This happened a few days ago, and we had a long commercial break. So I followed Adler, and we ran out to his super cool van, and here it is.
Yeah, people have been begging for this.
They've been begging for
it. I'm like, all right, fine, okay.
Okay.
Show my license plate. I got some legal stuff. I gotta.
There's my truck before we stand here.
All right. Some legal court things.
Got it. We're jogging.
Sweet van and normal up front. Normal passenger van up front.
It's not that big, Greg.
Normal passenger van up front here. Oh gosh, my cleaning stuff. I forgot this rolled out when I was going to get the teddy bear, so these have been rolling around, and I keep forgetting to put them away.
Come on, man.
But yeah, this is chemical guys cleaning stuff.
Okay.
It works good. I need to use it, obviously.
Nice.
So I got the kid seat, Ruby seat. Up front, this is the riding area, and then back here.
I need to clean up
here,
a
you
little
want
bit.
to come around? Look, I can stand up. Here, we'll go around
that's
to
so
the back.
cool. Okay.
Again, don't show my license plate.
Okay, got it.
Legal
All right,
thing.
I got it. I'm looking up at the sky now.
All right, here we go. Now you're
All right.
And so, here's the setup back
Ooh,
here.
that's nice.
That is nice.
Chill zone.
Ooh.
And this is a great diaper changing station, and it's great for other things too. Whatever, use your imagination.
Adler.
Right, so then we get these pillows out of the way here.
Okay, all right.
You can see, this is, boom,
Whoa.
a bed. Look,
Well, that's cool.
I'm laying in it.
And it's a little bed for you.
I'm laying in it. It's a little small bed for a small person like me. And then also,
he fits
if you
on
want to
that.
get everything out of the way, boom.
Okay.
Look at all this. I could put plywood in here. I could put bodies in here. Whatever. my motorcycle could fit.
Oh, it could.
I could strap it down.
Adler,
And I could take off and go into the wild and never come back. And then the
So
plan
there you
is
go.
to build a galley right
Oh,
here.
yeah, in the
Like
galley, yeah.
a sink right here so I can wash my face, and
You
then
guys get the you guys get the idea. And then I'm talking about like tailgating and stuff.
Oh, I
you
like
know,
that.
The fridge.
when I'm tailgating, you could just be like, "Hey, who wants to hang out?" Woo!
Is that you being the hero of the tailgate?
What were you handing out?
Right
Nothing.
here.
Okay.
So we can
What kind of-
party down in the USA.
So,
That is a sweet van.
That's
sweet.
That's
a sweet van.
Pretty sweet van.
so you know.
When do you think there'll ever be a sink in there?
Oh man.
He does some washing.
Do you
It'll
think you'll
be a
have
while.
to trade it in before that's done?
Probably. Yeah, probably so. I'll get sick of driving it. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
How about the bed? So you bought that from an accessory place and installed it yourself?
Yes, the actual bed is like RV furniture, but the thing that it's on, I designed that from scratch.
Not trying to brag.
I messed up a couple of the measurements. I messed up. I did, but it's close enough, so it works.
Right. That's cool.
And I do have it bolted down into like where the seat belts and seats go.
Okay.
So it's actually bolted in, and the kids don't sit in that while we're driving.
Sure.
There's not. It's not seat belts.
Because you know you're gonna have all the Karens emailing you about that.
Yes, absolutely. But the people. I'm just giving the people what they want. And they wanted to tour the sweet van. So there you go.
There it is.
I do realize because of its difficulty of being an everyday vehicle, he has to walk around in there a lot and remind himself how sweet it is.
Oh, I sit in it just to remind myself, hey, it's worth it.
Man, this is great.
Yeah.
You know what that is? That's the thing, and that was I hate to keep quoting Brian Regan. No, that wasn't Brian Regan. It was what's his name? The real pale guy.
Gaffigan.
Gaffigan. When he said, "What you do with that van? What you do with that van is what every group of parents does with small children at a theme park. You keep asking them over and over again in the line. Isn't this great?
Yeah.
Isn't this awesome? Aren't you? Aren't we? Hey, we're having a blast, aren't we? Yeah, Dad. I want to stand here for an hour and a half so I can ride 2 times around.
Such a quick ride.
Yeah.
Those roller coasters are like, oh, it's over.
But that is a sweet van, buddy.
Hey, thanks.
Nice, bud.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
You want me to back it up for you?
Yes, please. Would you? And it doesn't have the sensor.
Thanks for being with us. If you're wrapping up our time, catch the archives. A Wednesday Bible study today as well. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern is the live Bible study.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick